Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Underdunk is back with a fun new off week. It's a little bit of an experiment tournament. It is threat level midnight, and it's a great day to be back. Welcome in all the new trainers that may be watching Underdunk for the first time. On the casting desk today, I'm your host, SteelAgentKyle. You'll also find here on Underdunk on this channel every other Thursday typically, but it is the off season, so we're trying to throw in a couple of additional tournaments on the off week. So this is one of them. But before we get into any housekeeping items, I do have to give the biggest welcome and allow the best color caster in North America give an introduction as well, my co-host, Husky Star.
What is up, everybody? Thanks for having me. I'm usually also here on traditional Underdunk Thursdays, but this week with Threat Level Midnight, I'm excited to see where this goes. Gonna be a normal tournament except after midnight, which is pretty much every tournament anyway.
It is a weeknight here in North America. Eastern time zone is where we are. I know obviously a little bit more to the west, it might be a little bit earlier, but this tournament does go
Kyle's,
a little bit
basement right now.
It's true. It's true, actually. But excellent stuff. Well, if you don't follow Husky on Twitch and YouTube, please do so. What are you doing? Go do that now. But on to housekeeping. Today, as you are aware, is a little bit more different than usual. So the community has voted on a little bit later of a start time. So we are trying some new things out before we make any sort of permanent rule changes. So this is the first experiment in that, I guess, project. It's threat level midnight. So what does that mean? Double elimination throughout. Pretty standard for what we do here at Underdunk. So it's BO3 on the upper side of the bracket and BO1 on that lower side of the bracket. However, tonight there is that twist. So we know that these tournaments can drag out a little bit long. So we are going to go turbo mode at the end. So any sets that are to start after midnight Eastern time, they will be a best of one instead, with grand finals being a little bit of an exception. It'll be a best of three with a winner's advantage, so that winner side team, they will start with a 1-game advantage. So grand finals could be 1 game or it could be 2 games. So if you like this format, if you're playing in it or you kind of like it, we always want to hear feedback from the community and the players on Discord. We are going to have at least one more experimental format before we make any sort of permanent changes, but more to come on that. Husky, before we move forward, any thoughts on the initial format?
I've never had a single thought, ever, in my life.
Fair.
What was the question? What was the question?
I was going to say, if you had any thoughts on the format before we get started.
Tonight's format or like the Underdunk format? Okay.
Yeah,
no, it's fun. It's fun. So first shift girlies, as myself, I like to come in early, do my casting, and then dip out and crash because I'm an EB girl. So I think that getting, pushing it forward a little bit after midnight could always be fun. I think that one of the main thoughts that I do have about a best of one set is usually when you get towards the end of a bracket is where you're really getting the high level teams that have a lot up their sleeve and some interesting picks. So sometimes in a best of 3 set, higher level teams will try different things out to see what happens or see if they can catch the other team off guard. In a best of 1 set, things like that won't happen. It's going to be teams like playing the best that they can no matter what at that point. So I think the end of the night will look really interesting.
I agree. I think it's kind of fun to try to do new things. Obviously, we're in the off season of UCS, and we've seen a little bit of an uptick in player base. I think last week we had 30 teams last week, maybe a little bit less than that, finally made it all the way through the check-in phase. And this week we had, I think, 19 sign up, I think 17 fully through. So
that's big.
a lot of players.
Week.
Yeah, for an off week, and I think we didn't post about it until Tuesday. I think we didn't finalize the rule set. So we kind of went into this thinking that we might have a lower turnout, but we had a lot of people show up. So super excited to get more teams in the bracket as we get through this off season. But next order of business, we got to talk about the First Step Summer Series.
Yes.
So I'm super excited about this. If you've been watching around on Twitter or doing anything, this and that, it is open. It is open for signups. Signups began earlier this week. But as the tournament concludes tonight, signups will be closed. So if you have not signed up yet, please make sure to do so. !first step in chat. So if you are a new player or a casual player or the like, maybe you just want to improve a little bit, make sure to sign up. So we have mentors to kind of help guide you through your competitive experience. So it's a fun, low-stakes way of getting introduced to the game that we all love. So !first step in chat will link you to the information document on how to sign up. Husky, I know you've seen a little bit about this. Had a lot of people working on it in the background. What are your thoughts about this new little project that we're working on?
I think that the game desperately needs things like this. And I think that there's a lot of people who are very casually into the game, and competitive just seems like way too far of a reach for them. And I think that something like this is a very low stakes, educational way to make competitive fun, and I feel like it really could get people enough into the game to continue playing and potentially come back for some underdunks or come back to compete in the competitive season. I think there's a lot of knowledge out there, and there seems to be a gap between what the highest pros know and what the general community knows about this game, and this is one way to really make sure we're starting to bridge that gap. It's really important, and I'm really excited to see how this is going. I've heard of a lot of my friends signing up for this as well, so I think this is fantastic.
I think so too. I think there's just like so many people that are afraid to like get themselves out there or try to learn something or learn about competitive. There's a lot of people that, you know, just play some solo queue here and there that have always been interested in learning or getting on a team or playing like a low stakes way of just meeting some new people, having some fun with the game. It is a video game, however, right? It's supposed to be fun. I think it's important that we take a step back and realize everybody's learning something. And I think there are a lot of Pokemon trainers. We just got back from NAIC not too long ago. And the side events are really great. And there's always a lot of trainers that are playing from other games that are very interested in what's going on with Unite, but don't really know where to start. So I think this is a great way as we finalize the competitive season in UCS and we start moving into next season. But also, all these ICs have brought a lot of eyes on the game, so might as well like try to foster a little bit of that talent, because there's probably some very talented people out there. They just don't know how to start. So hopefully that can bring a couple of people in and they can, you know, make their way on a competitive team, maybe even farther if that's what they desire to do. But yeah, super excited about it. Beena's been working really hard on it. I know Lordy and myself have been doing a decent amount too, but gotta shout out Beena on that one because she has put in blood,
you guys
sweat,
have been
tears.
Cooking in the background for sure. And I think that this is also the first step for for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series in the official capacity to start kind of supporting and acknowledging some grassroots stuff, because we did get that little bit of a boost from the official Twitter, and it brought a lot of people to a post like that. So I think that it's another reason why this is fantastic, is we're starting to see some support in an official capacity for these grassroots things that we work, not me necessarily, I just show up here, but that a lot of your tournament organizers, producers, some of your casters that aren't me, more Kyle, work really hard to do. And it's not like anybody's really getting paid for running these grassroots things. So continue to support them and continue to get involved, because it's really important, and I want to see this game continue to do well. That's
I think
my
it is
spiel.
important. Yeah, you nailed it on the head. We don't get paid for it, but we love the game. We love the community. We want to see it thrive, and I think this is a good way to kind of grow a little bit of that base. Maybe add some more people into the mix. Maybe add some more Underdunk teams. We're looking at other ways to cook up some ways that these tournaments are better for those lower teams too. So more to come on that. We have some ideas. More to come. We'll post about it when the next experimental tournament comes around, but more to come on that. But let's take a look at the tournament schedule. There's a few things going on within the Unite scene. Shivam, that was a perfect transition. That was incredible.
Shiv, let's go.
That was great. Perfectly timed.
5 a.m. for Shiv, by the way.
So bi-weekly Thursdays, that is our Underdunk tournament. Normal time right now, 7 p.m. Eastern. But today is that off week, so we are trying that a little bit later of a time. For those that are interested in competitive Unite, more spectating than playing, Unity Clash is hosting the Asia Summer Showdown, which will be Thursday or Saturday, Sunday. It is 3 a.m. Eastern time, so it is Asia time. So it is kind of an odd hour if you are watching in the States, but there are some amazing casters. There's going to be a lot of great teams participating in that, so see who kind of comes out ahead on that one. It's going to be a good preview to what we may see at Worlds. And then next week, we have the first session, the first tournament of the summer series. And it'll be 8 p.m. Eastern time. I will be broadcasting some of the matches here. We're going to have a very casual vibe for it. So if you're interested in watching kind of how these turn out, please stop on by for that. Shortly after that first session, we will be opening up signups for the second session, which will be 2 weeks from that, a little bit more than 2 weeks, 2 weeks and a couple days. It'll be on that Sunday, a little bit earlier in the evening. I want to give a couple of different days of the week so that players that may not be able to participate on a Friday might be able to on a Sunday. So that is that session 2. There are 4 sessions in total. That's the first step that we talked about. And the other tournament to watch, not necessarily play, because the teams are invited, 12th and 13th of July, the West Summer Showdown. That is brought to you by Unity Clash. So if you like the production that is put on for Underdunk, Shivam puts on a fantastic show. Both of those tournaments with Unity Clash, they will be broadcasted on twitch.tv/Gotlu. And there's going to be some great casters, great content, great participants there. I believe !Unity Clash in chat will get you to where to follow for those. Husky, that said, we have a lot of tournaments going on.
Yeah, there's a
lot.
lot.
How are we feeling about the meta right now?
It might be off season, but we're busy, and so is the meta right now. I think that we just had a patch not too long ago, and this is what I would like to call the alchemy patch. Mm-hmm. People are bringing out those fluffy cream supremes, and that thing, it may be tiny, but it is kind of ridiculous. I think this is a very bulky, frontline heavy meta that we're in right now. Not too many squishy attackers really in the mix. There's a couple of them that do fairly well, and Teleon's one of them. But even when attackers are being played, they're being played in that more bulky role, something like Armourouge. So I think we're going to see a lot of tankiness happening tonight. But I am looking forward to seeing some teams kind of shift up some of that meta.
Yeah, I've been playing a decent amount. A lot of Pokemon seem very strong, but I think there are 2 Pokemon that we want to watch, and the one that I've been playing the most I want to talk about first, and that's going to be Armourouge. This Pokemon, I did just put out a video on my YouTube, so if you're interested in watching that, youtube.tv/SteelAgentKyle or whatever that is. But Armourouge is insane. It did receive a nerf to the Psyshock build, but that was definitely not enough to knock this Pokemon down. It was just a slight nerf to the damage, and it was not enough. This Pokemon is still quite insane. It can 1v1 most melee Pokemon. It wins that melee matchup most of the time. And if you throw something on it like the Incense, you throw a Rocky Helmet on it, a Shell Bell, there's so many items that you can do pretty well with it. I mean, you could throw a Focus Band on it. You can even do something like a Resonant Guard. There's so many possibilities with this Fire Spin build. It is quite safe. It does struggle a little bit into range damage dealers. So like Inteleon is something that's pretty tough. So anything that can really kite it. So if there's on the opposite team, some sort of some good crowd control defenders, you think like Surf Blastoise or maybe Trevenant with Horn Leech, anything that can peel it away from those big team fights, keep your carries protected, because this Pokemon is a brawler. Some of the trainers that I think could really use this pretty well. I think Elo Poppy is interesting to watch out if you can take it in that central area. Mountain Mew, another attacker player, and then Chimmy. I believe we saw Chimmy from Brouhaha take it a few different times last week, and it looked pretty good. So this is my Pokemon to watch, but Husky, I believe there is a Pokemon that you also wanted to watch out for.
There's a lot of Pokemon that I think are going to be really strong in this meta, but I wanted to take it a little bit outside the box and go back to a speedster that I think is doing really well, and it especially does pretty well amongst these immobile frontliners that we tend to see, and that is Galarian Rapidash. You usually would run it with a lot of special attack items. The notes that Kyle put for me here, obviously, Pink Pony Club. It had a bug for a little while where it was able to dash an extra time in its Unite move. That has since been nerfed back a little bit, so it is no longer banned. And it's very strong. It can really lock down a Pokemon with its Unite move. It has hindrance resistance, so it avoids some of these stuns, and especially into things like Armarouge. And it does a lot of damage, especially with the Dazzling Gleam build. Usually, you would run Smart Strike with this because it also has a stun that it stuns for way too long.
Yeah.
So it is pretty strong. One of those speedsters that we haven't seen too much of yet because it was banned for so long, but I think it might creep up into our meta a little bit. Its only problem is it tends to struggle into some healers and heavy support comps. And we don't know about the trainers that use it yet because we haven't seen it. So
yeah.
We'll see if it does end up happening. But that's a Pokemon that I just wanted to highlight. I'm trying to get good at this Pokemon, and it is hard. You might not seem like it's difficult because it has that hindrance resistance, but the key to this Pokemon is balancing that hindrance resistance and the shield, making sure that you have your moves up, making sure that you position your Smart Strikes perfectly so that you don't end up in harm's way. It's a difficult Pokemon to make work, so I'm looking forward to seeing what teams do with it.
I am too. Little bit of a side note, when we were practicing for NAIC, there's a moment where I had seen this Pokemon getting played on ladder by a lot of the attacker players. I know Liko was running it. There's a few other players that were running it. And I was like, guys, this Pokemon is insane. I think we're going to have to ban it. Luckily, UCS banned it, so we didn't have to. And then we won NAIC. So really good job, us.
Yeah, we did win NAIC. I don't know if you guys were watching NAIC. If you were watching NAIC, then no, you weren't, because that was the fake NAIC. The real one was where we won. So. Yeah.
The real NAIC is the friends you made along the way. And
it really is, though. It really was. I don't think
in our hearts, and I think if cheers counted.
I don't think that could have been a better way to sum up our NAIC experience. It really was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, man. All right, well, I think teams are almost ready, so we have just like a couple other points. So as we wait for these teams to ready up, we have, I think, 17 teams fully checked in. What are some of these teams that, Husky, that you think are maybe teams that we need to watch out for? It seems like we have some returning favorites. We have some new faces out there, but what teams are you watching out for?
Yeah, let me take a look at some of these. The team from my server got paired against Hoenn Plaga, so that's unfortunate for them. Mew World Order, another team that appears quite a lot in grassroots scenes. T-Gang, another team that's made it up there throughout the UCS season, has had a couple roster shifts over time and are still a really solid team and a really fun one to watch. Sugar Rush, another team that I just personally really like that ends up in Underdunk quite a lot. A lot of friends that I like to watch play are on that team. Otherwise, there's a lot of teams that I don't quite recognize, but I'm sure if I saw the players, I would know who they were.
Yeah, there's a good amount of demon squads in this bracket. Like, I think you called out the good ones. The only other one that I want to call out for is the winner of last week. It is Brouhaha. They have a bye this first round, so luckily for them, they're going to come out and see the winner of round A, ! Bracket, if you want to stay up to date on where we are in the bracket. But yeah, Brouhaha, they took down Pocket Rockets. They reset the bracket last week, taking down Pocket Rockets. And Pocket Rockets, they had won 2 straight. They won 2 straight Underdunks, so they were able to dethrone that team. So this is probably the team that I think most players are going to want to try to beat. And I think they're quite good. They were a team that won the Indigo League. I think there's been some roster swaps here and there and some different things that have changed. But overall, fantastic team. Like you said, Mew World Order has returned to the competitive scene. So it's a team that I always enjoy watching. But yeah, Husky Cucumbers, they might be up against it against Hoenn Plaga. They might They might have a little bit of a struggle like we did against Nouns Esports. I mean,
Yeah,
we beat
maybe just a
Nouns
little
Esports,
bit.
but we struggled against them.
Yeah, well, we did win, so.
Alrighty, well, game number 1, we have Sugar Rush, one of the teams that we just talked about, and then Guminosity Laming. A little bit of a play on words. Guminosity. We are getting into the ban phase already, though. Blissey, Snorlax, and Suicune off the map.
Not surprising to see Blissey still banned. Alchemy rounding us out here. This is a supporter-heavy meta where the best support tends to win the game, and even though Blissey got nerfed, it is still the best support. Maybe being contested by Alchemy a little bit, but I still think Blissey is just ridiculous. This does leave a lot of options, though, for Guminosity Laming, and they will grab their support in Psyduck.
Psyduck always a great first pick. It seems like a lot of players tend to prioritize it, especially if it is staying off of that ban phase, but Sugar Rush is going to try to combat that with a little bit of their core. Believe that we have a Clefable along with a Lapras. Okay, a Lapras first pick for the defender slot here.
I mean, I love a Lapras. I think it's really strong. It's very tanky. It does a good amount of damage. I love it with the Assault Vest as well. And Luna on Clefable, one of her signature Pokemon. It's not picked as often as I feel like it could be, but it really sets up for a bulky team to just not get taken down.
Yeah, and yeah, this team is very interesting already. Delphox, a Pokemon that's not often picked. And then IMAX on the Mamoswine. I actually really like this. I am concerned here, Husky, about this Armarouge into all of this crowd control from Guminosity. You have potentially a Fire Spin, along with that Mamoswine to keep the rest of the squad healthy.
Yeah, and are we going to see double dive here? We've got Maul locking in the Zoroark, one of the few Zoroark players that I can trust to play it without the Comfey on it. And Ikea's will lock in that Leafeon, so double dive onto that Armarouge and Espeon, which I think that that's one of the things that you run the risk of when you pick up Armarouge, is you can really just draft double dive into it. I imagine we'll see Gengar level 100 go Fire Spin on that Delphox, though I would love to see a Flame Charge build, just for the consistency of making sure that they are getting stunned. Pirate King, though, rounding it out with that Zeraora, an unsurprising pick from them.
Yeah, I am very interested to see how this Zeraora does into this double speedster composition. Typically, the Zeraora is kind of one of those speedsters that does quite well against other speedsters. I'll be interested to also see which way they go. Are they going to be going the Volt Switch Discharge, or are they going to try to avoid all that CC with more of that Spark along with the Wild Charge? So a lot of options here as we go into this first match.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think we're seeing some completely different play styles coming out from each of these teams. We're seeing kind of what we would expect a little bit more from the meta on Sugar Rush's side, whereas Guminosity Laming kind of going with some potentially more comfort picks, plus the double dive that we tend to see with these higher ranked teams. I mean, their namesake, Luminosity Gaming, is a really big proponent of double dive composition, so maybe they're just taking after them.
This is a pretty good squad, too. I mean, you have a lot of players that look very strong. I mean, IMAX put together quite the team. But here we go, game number 1 of your winners round 1, and we are going to see this Swinub head to the bottom path, and it is going to be the Leafeon in path opposed to the Zoroark jungle.
Yeah, having Zoroark and Zeraora in the same match is kind of a nightmare for the casters, but I think that putting the Zoroark in the central area is going to make sure that it comes out at level 5, and I believe that is the most powerful level 5 jungle gank in the entire game. We do see IMAX come in looking for a little bit of a steal there. They can just really harass on that Swinub early.
Early on, it is a lot of XP over to Sugar Rush. IMAX was able to steal a little bit away. That is going to enable this level 4 evolution on Braixen. And a little Ice Shard there. It's going to secure that central area wild contested Pokemon for them as well. So Guminosity Laming, not doing too bad. The Zoroark heading towards the bottom path.
Yeah, usually you'd see that central area Pokemon come out into the top path. Instead, we have left only the Psyduck up here, whereas we have 4 members of Guminosity Laming heading into that basement path.
Looks like we are going to get a little bit of trades either way. Psyduck pokes on this Altaria family, but 4 members of Sugar Rush looking to converge here. Zeraora going to go ahead and surf away from Exo Annie as Sugar Rush now looking to push this T1 gold zone. Points in. Exo Annie going to go ahead and just yield those points in, allowing Sugar Rush to go in forward. On the bottom side, though, it is Guminosity Laming coming out ahead.
I mean, just kind of getting a little bit of an early lane trade. Both sides get some points in. Maul now heading back into the central areas, finding a bunch of members of Sugar Rush in there looking for their central area. They will secure that blue buff, though, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Not just yet. IMAX sees the Lapras, the defender counterpart in the bottom bush. Putting a little bit of that Whirlpool up, caught between a rock and a hard place. Now we see the Clefable trying to heal it up, but that is a lot of damage. Delphox now online with that level 7, has access to that Fire Spin, and these central area Altarias is going to go over to Guminosity Laming.
One of the difficult parts of running Delphox is that steep level curve. It really doesn't get good until it gets that level 7 and accesses its second move, and then it really gets good after it reaches level 11 when it gets its first move upgrade. So it can be really difficult for teams to make it work, but seeing that it's level 8 right now, I believe that first jungle gang into the basement path to make sure that Delphox got some levels was absolutely crucial for leveling up Guminosity Laming's side.
Be poking and prodding. 720 burrs most likely going a lot over to Guminosity. Looked like Sugar Rush was trying to rush on in there. There's a nice little discharge met by the Fire Spin of the Delphox. I think that's a mystical fire spin Delphox, so a little bit different from usual what you see.
Yeah, we usually tend to see a little bit more damage with the Fire Blast, but Mystical Fire is definitely my preferred way to play Delphox because after you get those higher levels, you basically reset that move. And look at that, already the Fairy Singularity the Fanciful Fireworks able to come out here, secure the objective for Guminosity.
We're going to push forward. Gem trying to rush back towards this Citrus Berry. Able to grab 1, also 2. But here comes Molinaki. Big Zoroark Unite move is going to take out a pair. Now this overcap from Guminosity is going to yield them the first goal zone of the game. As now you see IKEA Shoes heading towards this top path. There's a 10-point HP bar on that T1 goal zone. So you may see Guminosity try to break that before trying to take that Regieleki.
I mean, you thought for a second that the gravity coming down on that Clefable would be the ultimate counter to that Zoroark, but they just said full heal and will go in anyway, and then able to pop that Unite move as well, getting a couple KOs. It's not looking great for Sugar Rush after the first objectives, but we do have a Regieleki in the top path that they seem to be grouping up for. Not the Zoroark, though. They're in the basement path taking out the Armarouge.
Armarouge is quite good, but a level 3 disparity with that Zoroark is going to still be quite difficult. There's another Fanciful Fireworks going to zone out the squad, but Zeraora, one of the Z fighters, able to secure that Regieleki for Sugar Rush. However, the Zoroark going to pay a little bit of revenge. It's a double KO that way. 202 to 45 as we near the halfway mark. Guminosity Laming in the driver's seat.
Already having a level 11 Delphox is detrimental if you're Sugar Rush. They already have that first move upgrade, meaning when they hit with Mystical Fire, it basically resets that move and really lowers the cooldown of Fire Spin. So even at level 11, this early in the game, they're getting basically permanent Fire Spins, which means permanent stuns on the enemy team.
14 seconds until the basement objective appears on the map, and Guminosity Laming starting to migrate south for the winner, but here's an engage right there. Leafeon able to take out the Armarouge. Big KO there, and the Guminosity squad still putting on pressure on the side of Sugar Rush's map. Gonna zone out the Espeon from entering this basement path, and it is a Registeel, quite a good buff if Guminosity Laming can converge.
And look at that, another Fanciful Fireworks. It just makes me surprised that we don't see Delphox as often, but with the steep level curve, it can make it really difficult for it to do this well. But in this case, it is doing extremely well. And on Sugar Rush, you'd expect, you know, with the Clefable that they'd be a little bit tankier, but unfortunately for them, it just seems like Molinaki on that Zoroark is just ripping through these squishier carries, and they're just unable to do enough damage.
Looking at the levels, it's quite telling of who's winning the game. 3 level 12s on the side of Guminosity Laming. You can see that in the left-hand corner of the screen, and only 1 level 11 for Sugar Rush. But there's a nice Unite move. Looking to try to take that Zoroark, but infinite dashes is going to get them over to safety. Gravity laid down, try to zone out the squad. Another discharge, gonna chase the Zoroark backwards. More of a fight. Here comes Psyduck with a Unite move, trying to reduce that damage. Mamoswine is able to take out that Espeon. Great engage. Psyduck takes out the Clefable. Lapras, the next one to fall. 3 members down from Sugar Rush. Nice little Psyshock there to try to converge. But oh, the Emerald 2-step is gonna take out the Armarouge. Zoroark, Zeraora. Now on this T2 goal zone, they cannot do anything. They just have to sit and watch as Goominosity has taken full control of this map.
I mean, unfortunately for the Zeraora, they were looking for that engagement on Zoroark. If they did get that KO, that would have been huge for reducing that level gap just a little bit, but a perfectly timed full heal to avoid the knockup from Plasma Gale. And suddenly, they were the ones having to run away. Unfortunately for them, Leafeon is now level 13, and Delphox is getting there as well.
Another Mystical Fire is going to converge on that Armarouge, push them a little bit backward. A little bit of a back cap attempt here for Goominosity. Met by a little bit of resistance from Sugar Rush. They were able to stop that. So nice little play right there. Molinaki going to guard this T1 goal zone as looks like Sugar Rush is starting to make a little bit of a push down towards that basement path. Regieleki still hanging out in the top path. Neither team very much interested in it. Basement path seems to be the way. Reg Ice on the map. 4 members of Sugar Rush starting to hit it. We have Molinaki in the back line looking for a way in, looking for a secure here. It is Clefable securing that Reg Ice for Sugar Rush.
And IKEA ripping the Regieleki in the top path. They will probably be able to get it, knowing that all 5 members of Sugar Rush are down in this bottom path. Definitely a good thing for Sugar Rush to grab that Regice in the bottom path. Gives them a little bit of experience, and it allows that Armarouge to reach level 13. So all things considered, 2 level 13s, 3 level 13s now to 1 level 13. There is a level disparity, but that Armarouge needs to start doing some work in this final fight.
Big point disparity that Sugar Rush is going to have to meet. It is Rayquaza appearing in that central area of the Theosky Ruins. 3 members of Sugar Rush hang out in the top part of the map, while we have this Espeon hiding in their own central area, looking for an engage as this Leafeon, seeing exactly where a couple members are spread out.
I wonder if they know that the Leafeon is there. IMAX throwing an Icicle Crash down. Leafeon has found the Zeraora, and they have to retreat. I was wondering if Sugar Rush did know the Leafeon was there, and they were trying to surround them. Instead, they have gotten themselves all tangled up in this top path. That's pretty optimal positioning if you're Goominosity. Sugar Rush is going to have to start moving down towards that bottom path.
Patience is the name of the game for Goominosity, but no patience as Sugar Rush. There's the Lapras Unite. Here's all the engage. Psyduck gonna reduce some of that damage. Gem is trying to go on in on the Mamoswine. Mamoswine trying to mash forward. Zeraora gonna be backwards, but 2 members fall down. Sugar Rush gonna get crushed here as Leafeon takes it to him. That's a team wipe. And Goominosity laying moving on Rayquaza.
A little bit of a questionable engage there from that Lapras. I don't think the team was necessarily ready to move in, but great response from the Espeon to make sure that they knocked up that Delphox. But at that point, I feel like you have to play to get the Delphox Unite move out, because as soon as you start grouping up around something like a Clefable, that Fanciful Fireworks absolutely destroys your team and really prevents the Clefable from doing a lot of healing. And I think that's exactly what Goominosity Laming played really, really well in that fight.
780 to 45 here, 10 seconds left. Goominosity going to be taking game number 1. Sugar Rush going to be going back to the drawing board, figure out what can they do to slow down these speedsters, because they got off to a quick start. Not only that, but they held on to that level lead, and that team fight was over before it began.
I mean, I think Goominosity just played really well into their first pick slot in draft. Some might say that's a really big advantage to be able to have that first pick to make sure that you can really respond to what the other team is doing. And I think that as soon as Clefable was drafted, the Delphox pick into that was a really, really solid pick. Because if you don't know, Delphox's Unite move is up every 3 seconds, and it also reduces healing for those that are inside the Unite move. And if you're playing with a Clefable, you have to play close to the Clefable so that you can do a lot of healing. The healing radius is about as much as the Fanciful Fireworks radius, so if you center that Unite move on Clefable, basically all over for the other team. It was really just a matter of making sure that Delphox got online, which Goominosity did perfectly in that match. Very solidly played by them. I think for Sugar Rush, you want to make sure that if you are playing that Clefable, you don't show your hand too early, or maybe go to a different support.
I also saw some of those stats. Delphox took 5k damage. So that's probably not what you want there if you're a Sugar Rush. There's no real way of getting on top of them. It seemed like Pirate King, every time that they wanted to go on in, Gengar level 100 was able to hit a perfect Fire Spin. And that's what you see with those damage numbers. This is kind of where we start as we go into some of these replays. Fire Spin, Fire Spin, Fire Spin, 2 KO streak, almost getting a 3rd gem, just retreating, scrambling back to those citrus berries.
I mean, Delphox, my first ever gold ribbon. I absolutely love to see Delphox getting played. Lucky for us, it was the Fire Spin of the Delphox and not the Fire Spin of the Armorage that seemed to be the Pokemon to watch in this game. And I feel like every single fight that Delphox had a Fanciful Fireworks ready. I believe I counted like 4 Unite moves before Rayquaza that they were able to throw, which is a lot in a 10-minute game. Great playing from them, and they were just dominating throughout the entire match.
And a level lead. Almost suffocating Sugar Rush early on and carried into this late game. This is a moment here for Sugar Rush. You think for a second that they might be able to get something. They had a little bit of a push, but Guminosity responds perfectly down to the bottom path. They turn it into a little bit of offense. They find some KOs. Sugar Rush down here, right before Rayquaza, though, a pretty significant team win. They were able to grab that Regice with some team experience, but didn't seem to be all that pivotal for them.
I mean, it looked like the Lapras wanted to go in on the Delphox there, and it just didn't end up working. Unfortunately for Sugar Rush, they were just too spread out, and they were not able to really fix the engagement that they originally had. And at that point, like, the Leafeon could just come in through the backside, take out the Zeraora, takes out the Armarouge, and everybody falls without the Delphox being touched even a single time. And if this is the only time we see Delphox at all tonight or in the rest of the competitive season, you know what? I'll be happy because at least it looked that good.
I mean, it seems like it worked really well into that Armarouge because Armarouge really wants to brawl, and if you're able to fight Fire Spin with a Fire Spin, you're able to keep them at bay from really having those brawly type of engagements, and that's where Armarouge thrives. And if it can't even get to those attackers, get to those speedsters, that's just tough pickings for them. So yeah, I liked it into that Armarouge, who, when we talk about NAIC, Armarouge had an insane win rate. It was like 25% played, and it had like a near 90% win rate. So there weren't a lot of solutions. So maybe it's this Delphox. I don't know. It seemed pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you find something that ends up being meta in a surprising way, like Armarouge, a lot of times when it first comes out, I don't know if you remember the Top Path Sylveon meta that came out from EU, and then all of a sudden everyone was playing it for like one tournament. But the longer that it exists in that meta, there's 75 Pokemon in this roster. Somebody's gonna figure out a good counter. And I think that adding a little bit more stuns and playing from a little bit further range while having such a solid front line is something that we've kind of gone away from. But I think maybe bringing something like that back could be what some of these teams are looking for to counter some of these Pokemon in the meta.
Teams have swapped sides as we get into game number 2. Guminosity and Lamian going to have the option of their 2 picks opposed to Sugar Rush getting that first slot. Bans, though, it is going to be the Psyduck and Alcremie, so Psyduck getting played in game number 1. Guminosity Lamian used that pick quite well in game number 1, so Sugar Rush wants absolutely no part of it. I think part of it was that play at the end. Like you said, Lapras wanting to engage on the Delphox and Psyduck, making a very strong stand, making sure that didn't happen.
Almost losing a ban there. IMAX does end up banning out that Snorlax, but I think it was an option of, do we give them the Blissey first pick or do we give them the Snorlax first pick? And they are gonna, I forgot about Suicune. They are gonna lock in Suicune, which was banned in the previous game. So it was just a matter of which support do you want them to have, because Sugar Rush played this first pick very well. They're banning out things that are annoying to them, but not necessarily Pokemon that they banned previously. Instead, Guminosity Lamian going to go ahead and lock in that Blissey that we saw banned in the previous match, and this time is going to go over to them, and that Leafeon that they liked in the last match as well.
It looked quite good, and now you'll have a Blissey pocket to really help carry those speedsters. There's currently 1 speedster. You got to imagine that Maul may want to pick another one depending how this composition rolls out. Although, I think an all-rounder looks quite good right now, considering that you have a decent amount of crowd control already from Sugar Rush, whether it's the Suicune, whether it's a potential Volt Tackle Pikachu, and then we have a need to talk about Umbreon, and just like we thought, there is an all-rounder, kind of a signature Pokemon from all. It is that Aegislash.
Yeah, the Schling is appearing here. And I like that pick as well because you got Volt Tackle Pikachu, which is going to be used to lock down that Leafeon. Another thing I feel like cannot go unstated is IMAX on the Trevenant, one of their signature Pokemon, and one of my favorite Trevenant players to watch. I absolutely love them playing this Pokemon, and that could really disrupt what Sugar Rush is trying to do with that Pikachu. But look at this, Kyle. We've got the Charizard being locked in.
Hey, I don't mind this Charizard. We saw Luminosity use this. Overlord utilize it in the top path a lot. Specifically to try to counter like a Zoroark Comfey combo, or even just speedsters in general, because it can really single out that target and really do a lot of damage with how fast that Unite move comes online. Gutter pick is going to be that Alolan Raichu for Gengar level 100 this time, though.
I honestly love this Alolan Raichu pick. It's a Pokemon that everyone thought was super broken when it first came out, but as it turned out, it was kind of just pressing A, and it doesn't really do much other than that. But I think that into this composition, it's fantastic. It outranges everything on Sugar Rush, and nothing can one-shot it. I mean, a Pikachu Unite move obviously can do anything, but since it outranges the Pikachu, and it doesn't have anything that's just going to burst it down on the other side, Alolan Raichu looks really solid, especially with a front line of Blissey, Trevenant, and Aegislash.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Luminosity looked really good in game number 1. If they're going to carry that into game number 2, I would not be super surprised. This is a very, very good squad, but Sugar Rush is a known commodity at this point as well. I think they had maybe a little bit of a misstep in game 1, but they could very much get back in it in game number 2. They have a lot of incredible players on that squad, so they're able to come together and figure out a way to kind of slow down Luminosity a little bit, because that early game for them in game number 1 was really good. But here we go. Game number 2, Luminosity is going to be on your right side, Sugar Rush on your left side. See where these Pokemon head. It is Luna on that XP share Suicune heading to the top path with the Charmander in that top lane.
Yeah, the Suicune pick could really be the difference maker here for Sugar Rush. I really like that that's the first pick they went with. Provides them a lot of options for CC, and it's a really good Pokemon in that support slot. I don't know how many people watch Slash's tier list, but he ranked Suicune as S tier for a support and said that you should not be playing it with damage. It is a support Pokemon, and it should be running that EXP share. And I happen to agree. I love when off-roll Pokemon get that EXP share.
I do too. I think it's a great supporter of that. But you're going to have a little bit of contested XP up in this top path. Leafeon up for a little bit of an early push. They find a KO. Charmander, the victim of that K opener, is Luminosity laming, able to dunk in quite a bit of points. But here comes this Darkrai looking to try to take down this Chansey, but an X speed is going to get them to safety.
Playing that far forward is just an overstep on Sugar Rush's part, knowing that a Leafeon is likely going to be coming up for an early gank. Definitely a little bit of an oversight. You want to make sure that you're playing back a little bit until your reinforcements get there, because Leafeon has a really, really strong early game.
4 members up here for Sugar Rush, but the advantage goes to Luminosity. It looked like they were able to grab quite a bit of that, but I do believe that Sugar Rush did get some, so that is going to enable a little bit of a push here. Pirate King on this Darkrai pushed a little bit forward, but Blissey able to cleanse it with that passive ability. And there's that safeguard. Electro Ball, not enough damage there. Gem might be caught here. Maul looking to push on in, but Leafeon gonna get the KO. That's a KO streak of 2 for Luminosity.
I mean, without a level 5 on your Suicune just yet, you cannot really be making plays like that, because Suicune can't guarantee that that they're going to be able to freeze and stun out the opponents. So unfortunately for them, they will go down there, and the Charmander has not quite yet gotten to a Charmeleon. Look at Leafeon as well on 1 HP. They will go down, but they take the Pikachu with them.
I think Pikachu's got to be really happy with that exchange, getting the better of it. Leafeon being a level higher, so Pikachu now equal footing, level 6 either way. A little bit of a push here for Sugar Rush, 3v3. Darkrai gonna XP there, but no, it's Trevenant. Nice play there by IMAX, taking them out. Alolan Raichu gets into the mix, takes out the Suicune. So now 2 members of Sugar Rush trying to defend here. Guminasi sees the writing on the wall as they're gonna retreat to pad.
What did I say about IMAX's Trevenant? Huge eject button with the bonk to take out the Darkrai. They are not giving Sugar Rush an inch. And look at this, the Electro Balls basically blow up those Altaria family as soon as they spawn. They are not willing to give up their lead, and no points have gone in for Sugar Rush.
24 points remain on this T1 goal zone. In the top path, looks like Leafeon, along with Aegislash, looking to play for their attack weight stacks. Basement objective, it is a Regirock. Big engage here. Gengar level 100. Might have been a little bit of a misclick on their Unite move, but they're going to push forward anyway. Suicune, the first to fall. A little Raichu now takes down its counterpart, the Pikachu. And now focus on this Regirock. Umbreon trying to look for a way in to try to maybe steal this away from Guminosity. Blissey going to support this. Umbreon just retreating back. Blissey going to take that Regirock, put it in the handbag.
I don't think that the Unite move was a misclick. I think they just wanted the star for decoration. They don't really need it. Umbreon now trying to defend, trying to avoid the Electro Balls. Blissey looking for a 30-point score, not able to find it. They will just have to back off here because now we've got a level 8 Charizard coming in.
Charizard looking for a way in, but 4v4, not really an advantage without the level, or with the level difference that Guminosity Laming has. Now IMAX hiding in the tall grass, looking for an engagement in. Sees the Umbreon. Blissey now going to try to play a little bit forward. They see the Suicune. Suicune's going to burn an eject button. There's that Electro Ball from the Volt Tackle, but IMAX still living quite well.
No.
There's that eject button. They get to safety. That's illegal. That's illegal.
No.
That should not happen.
And they don't even go back to base yet. They still get another Horn Leech out. They're not trying to even get their health back. They have the Blissey with them. Safeguard provides enough shielding for them not to go down. They make it to the berry as well.
No
They don't
way.
even have a focus span. Are you crazy, IMAX?
Oh, here comes Charizard. Seismic Slam gonna bring some Pokemon down to size. It's gonna be the tree that gets chopped down. Alolan Raichu gonna lay down their Unite move. Blissful Assistance from the back line. Gonna try to put on the defense. Gem is quite low. They go down. Leafeon takes that KO. Now Leafeon looking for Pirate King. Gonna put them to sleep. Nice little safeguard cleanse, but that's not enough. Double KO from Alolan Raichu with Guminosity. Looking to push this T1 goal zone. It's down.
Unfortunately for Sugar Rush, IMAX is all they got in that fight, and I guess that's the best way to play Trevenant. You tilt your opponents into pushing a goal where they could never win. They did get 30 points, though, so they won't be completely shut out, but with a Darkrai just now ticking into level 9, it is not spelling well for Sugar Rush at this point in the match.
Horn Leech a little bit away. IMAX playing quite aggressive here up in this top path. 4 members of Sugar Rush now converge on them. Here comes Molinaki on the Aegislash. Nice Horn Leech to regen a little bit of HP. Blissey's helping hand gonna push them back a little bit. There's a nice little Horn Leech. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Unite move comes out. Charizard chops down the tree once again. Harrow on the Umbreon. Gonna have to retreat. 1 HP in a dream. They live. And this Regilecki's still standing up.
I'm very surprised to see the foul play on the Umbreon as well, but the fight continues to break out here. What a Unite move from that Pikachu. They will take down the Leafeon. That is huge. I feel like that is exactly what Sugar Rush needed. Though they lose quite a few members themselves and they lose the Tier 1 goal zone, that Unite move from Pikachu grabbing that level 12 Leafeon is definitely what they needed.
Look at this aggression right now here from Guminosity. They know they have the advantage, so they are going to push it into the central area of Sugar Rush. They're going to take the KO on their central area, the Darkrai, so that is quite the loss there for Sugar Rush, as they might also lose this Suicune. They do. KO streak of 2 for Molinaki, just a hair shy of being level 13 at the 330 mark.
I mean, you have the Trevenant dispositioning the enemy team right into Molinaki's trap. You have the Trevenant, it sets them up, and then Molinaki takes them down. Meanwhile, you have this Leafeon and the Alolan Raichu just kind of quietly getting up there in levels, both of them at level 13. And this push on the Tier 1 goal zone could be Sugar Rush's last opportunity to make a move.
Yeah, there's a big KO on the Trevenant, but that's not quite the target that they want. They're looking for Molinaki on this Aegislash. He's going to try to slice through the squad, able to do so alone, Raichu out for the help. And now, Sugar Rush, they're going to rush back to the Pokemon Center as 4 of them are down. It's just the lone Suicune on the backside of the map. And Leafeon level 13, Aegislash level 13, Alolan Raichu level 13. It is all their game, and there is 30 seconds until Rayquaza.
I mean, what did I say about Alolan Raichu just being such a great pick into this team comp? You can't get close enough to it to make anything happen. As we see another 40 points going in from IMAX, just adding insult to injury here, making sure that their lead is substantial before the Rayquaza even hits the map.
Reggie Rock is going to be the basement Reggie of choice down here. It is going to give them a little bit of defense going into this Rayquaza fight, and it will span a majority of it, 90 seconds. So be about the 30-second mark when that expires for Guminosity, and they already have an almost suffocating lead. A little bit of engage here onto the Umbreon, but that's not going to be enough for this fight to start. Sugar Rush on their heels.
Darkrai, not even level 11 yet, just about to take into it now. That's definitely not what you want to see with a foul play Umbreon and not a mean look. They just can't do anything. Immediately going down, and this fight already breaking out, but it's a mess.
There we go. Blissey going to try to safeguard the Trevenant. Trevenant going to retreat back to base knowing that they have plenty of time. Still a little bit of a Pokemon advantage here as Umbreon now just finally coming back to the Thea Sky Ruins. Almost all the Unite moves are still available with the exception of Pikachu, the only Pokemon to use it so far.
I mean, the Charizard really needs a big Unite move here, but you got to make sure you're watching out for that safeguard. Right here comes the Umbreon. They do pick up Alolan Raichu. This could be Sugar Rush's opportunity.
Oh, and there's the Seismic Slam for Charizard. They're looking for the Blissey. Blissful Assistance onto Molinaki. Blissey going to go ahead and fall down on the Charizard. Charizard still trying to burn through the squad of Guminasi. Looking for a KO there, but no, they flipped the script. Oh, Leafeon gets a couple, and that is going to put them forward towards this Rayquaza with everybody down. Guminosity moving forward. Penta KO from the Leafeon.
What a penta there to add insult to injury. You just gave Sugar Rush some hope with that Alolan Raichu pick, while Leafeon just sitting in the tall grass waiting for their opportunity for that Emerald 2-step, and boy did they deliver the penta KO to end the series, and Molinaki just kind of hanging out on the enemy tier base.
Oh man. 5:39, 38, 15 seconds left. Guminosity Laming looking great. That's going to send them forward to the next round. Sugar Rush going to be going down to that lower side bracket where it is a best of one, so their night's not quite over just yet. But Guminosity Laming gets their first win of the day, moving on to that winner's quarterfinal round.
I mean, I was just happy to see IMAX on that Trevenant, making sure that they brought it back. I tend to run X-Speed, and I feel like I see most people going for that X-Speed build, but those eject button horn leeches are just unreal for that player. 16 KOs on IKEA's Leafeon, and I'm surprised that one wasn't the one banned. Well, Gengar level 100 on the Alolan Raichu, just quietly in the background doing 8 KOs, ending at level 15 themselves. What a game for Guminosity.
Look at these stats here, and they tell a little bit of a story, and the biggest story is that the carries of Guminosity were quite insulated, right? 70 KO, only 13 taken from the Raichu, 85 KO from the Leafeon with only 25k taken, and I think it was like 65 and 30 for the Aegislash, who does have quite a bit of self-sustain with the shield form, and it is quite the brawler, so a little bit more damage, but that is by design. Overall, Guminosity Laming looking fantastic, and they are going to be going into the next round as we take a look at some of the highlights of game number 2.
There were a couple great options there for Sugar Rush. I really liked that they were able to grab that Suicune pick. It looked really good, especially towards the end. But with the Charizard Darkrai, when you're going up into a Safeguard Blissey, I just feel like that's a rough option for them. I don't know if it would have been better if they gave away the Suicune and took the Blissey. Probably not. But even with the Safeguard nerf, I just feel like there was never a time that foul play or the Charizard really, or the Darkrai with it's Dark Void, right? Is the one that puts you to sleep.
Yep.
The Dark Voids just didn't really seem to be doing much of anything because of the way Safeguard was being utilized.
Not just that, the level disparity. I mean, level 8 versus that level 10 Leafeon, and once a speedster falls behind, it's just so hard to find any sort of advantage that way. I mean, as we even got into the later parts of the match, level 9 on that Darkrai, and you see the Leafeon, level 12, Alolan Raichu, level 12. The defenders and the supporters are on the same par as the Darkrai, so it's just super difficult for them to find any sort of footing once they fall that far behind.
Darkrai is a Pokemon that I see a couple teams use, but I feel like I never really see it excel the way that a burst-heavy speedster would, something like Absol, or even taking that Zoroark away, just something that can one-shot one of those enemy carries. And Darkrai can't really do that. It's more of a supporter-type speedster. It's supposed to stun and then let the damage dealers do the work, and it wasn't even able to do that. There was this big catch on the Alolan Raichu, but look at where the Leafeon is right now, and watch them come down and wait for their opportunity to grab this Penta.
The Seismic Slam onto the Blissey just to try to take away this support. They're able to get it. IMAX has a great Unite move there to keep themselves upright, which buys enough time for this Leafeon to come in for that flank that you talked about.
Look at they're just sitting there.
Low HP bars? Holy!
That was crazy. The Leafeon just walks right past the Darkrai. They're like, yeah, IMAX is going to handle that guy, and just waited for everybody else on Sugar Rush to come up through that central area. Immediately takes them all out with one single move. The patience that you have to be able to make sure that you pull that play off, and the trust in your teammates as well. What a great showing from Goominosity Laning in that first set.
This is a fun squad. I know it's like a team that's made up of a few different teams, like IMAX from the Goofy Goobers. Maul had been on a few teams, like Kyushu's on a couple of different teams. So like there's a lot of pieces from a lot of different teams, but they're all really good in their own way. And seeing them play together was pretty fun. Maybe this could be a potential squad that we watch out for the rest of the night. If they play the way they did here in game 1 and 2, the first set of the night, I imagine that we may see them again at some point tonight.
Yeah, I would like to. I think this could be a really fun squad. Sugar Rush gonna head down into that lower side bracket. Should be a fun climb for them as well. And yeah, we've got off to a pretty good start here. Brouhaha has just started their first match. Hoenn Plaga is moving on. We've got Nightshade Nomads in that winner side bracket, and Fry's Bag now, and Hooners, who have moved on so far as we're waiting for the rest of Winners Round 2 to finish up.
Alrighty, we are going to send y'all over for a very, very quick break. We'll be back very soon. So the next match is going to be up very shortly, so we're going to try to jump in it as fast as possible. So we will see you on the other side. Welcome back, trainers. Quick break. Told you that.
Quick.
It's gonna be a quick break.
I told you not
Because
to go
we
anywhere.
already have another match ready. It's gonna be Hoenn Plaga versus Nightshade Nomads, and this is these are two teams that I'm really excited to watch. Hoenn Plaga, a LATAM qualifier, and then Nightshade Nomads. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is Elo Poppy's team.
Is it?
I think so. Am I reading that right? I think so. Yeah, this is Elo Poppy and Christian.
And Christian, yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun match. Not the
Yeah, both of
Flamin'
these
Hot
teams
team.
are coming off 2-0 victories in their winners round 2. So now we take you to the winners quarterfinals. Here we are in draft, where Suicune is the first to get on the chopping block.
Yeah, I don't blame them one bit. Suicune is quite powerful. Nightshade Nomads now gonna ban out that Alchemy, along with Psyduck ban from Hoenn Plaga as their last ban. And this final ban from Nightshade Nomads. I think there are a lot of options here. I think Blaziken definitely suitable for a ban, especially if there's someone on Hoenn Plaga that likes to play it, because it is still quite powerful even after the nerfs it received this patch.
Not surprised to see Blissey getting that first pick slot. I just want somebody to let me see Alchemy get played. Just let me, man. I just want you to let me see Alchemy. I love that stupid little thing. It's so broken and dumb, and I want to see it. But Blissey, of course, getting that first pick. Nightshade Nomads gonna go with their frontline as well. They're locking in that Snorlax, potentially hovering over an Umbreon as their supporter. They will switch over to Inteleon, one of the best attackers in the game right now for sure, but it can be countered. So to see what Hoenn Plaga wants to do.
They already have the Blissey. They have a couple of options here. They are lining up this Armor Rouge. It does, I feel like Inteleon does quite well into Armor Rouge if Hoenn Plaga does want to play that, so I can't imagine that is going to be the play here, but it is. I don't know if they are going to stay with the Fire Spin build and maybe just try to avoid the Inteleon, but Inteleon, if it could stay at a decent, arm's length away and hit those snipe shots in those engages with that Fire Spin, it could be really tough here for Hoenn Plaga.
Yeah, I mean, Armor Rouge plays really well into bulkier frontline compositions, and it doesn't do well into Inteleon, so it is definitely an interesting pick. We're going to see the Talonflame locked in as well, another Pokemon that does a great job at getting into your backline. And Christian is going to take that Umbreon to fill the supporter role, whereas Hoenn Plaga's got that Leafeon, so that could be the counter to Inteleon. I think we're just kind of playing counter versus counter right now.
I love the draft masterclass here. This little bit of chess moves, like, oh, you pick this? Well, I'm gonna pick this. We're gonna see what Elo Poppy wants to pick now that all of Hoenn Plaga has been decided. It's hovering over the Alola Ninetales along with the Charizard. I can't imagine that's gonna be the play. Instead, they're gonna go with this Cinderace, and honestly, This is another Pokemon I really like into Armarouge because it's just consistent damage, but also I kind of like it into Lapras.
Yeah, I think Cinderace is actually a really strong pick here, and though I do love Azumarill, what does Azumarill do here, reasonably? What can Azumarill actually end up doing? I would like to be proven wrong, but I just don't love it here. I guess you run Play Rough and hope that you can stick to the Cinderace and hope that you can do enough damage and enough healing to take it down before it really gets those auto attacks off, but I really think Nightshade Nomads did a great job of drafting into what Hoenn was setting up.
I think so too. Final preparations, looking at the item sets for these squads. Looking at any healing and cursed items, I didn't see really a whole lot. I did see an Assault Vest on the Umbreon, which I find interesting because their main damage dealers on Hoenn are not like bursty special attack base. Like you have Armarouge, which is consistent damage. You have, Leafeon, which is attack-based damage, and then Azumarill. So not sure what the play is with that, but I'm sure there's
just
probably
trying to
some
deal
sort
with
of reason.
Lapras in the front
maybe.
line. Just make sure Lapras can't do a lot, because I mean Lapras does do pretty consistent damage, and especially with Ice Beam, it tends to do pretty well as well. We'll have to see what happens.
We shall. And it's going to be this Chansey up in the top path with this Leafeon here in your quarterfinals. Game number 1, Hoenn on your left side. Nightshade Nomads, Elo Poppy's team on the right side. They're taking that Cinderace top lane.
Yeah, that's definitely surprising, but I feel like we tend to see that if we get these double mage compositions. We send the Talonflame to the central area, make sure they get their level 5, and then send Cinderace to get some remaining experience. Snorlax looking for an early 7, looking for some secures against the Hoenn squad, but they were really pushing heavy into that tier 1 goal zone.
Leafeon in a 1v1 versus the Cinder. Gets chunked down, pops an X attack as well. Now they're going to move towards Christian on this Umbreon, but here comes Azumarill. Here comes Fletchinder, going to look to try to find a KO. Leafeon is going to take the first KO on the Fletchinder, so Nightshade Nomads going down. Oh. That's a massive win here. Hoenn dunking in their points before the 850 Birds.
Yeah, I mean, you send that Azumarill up early, the Leafeon already being level 4, because Cinderace can't really do anything to it at that point, and you've got a game. Cinderace needs some experience before it can really do anything. With Umbreon not yet at level 4, these early game Pokemon like Leafeon can just roll over this squad.
As we'll dive in down in the bot path for Nightshade Nomads, but not enough damage just yet. Talonflame going to retreat back to their central area. They might be met with a little bit of resistance because this Azumarill is a little bit higher than them. They take the KO, they take the buff, they take the insults, and this Azumarill, I don't know, Husky, looking pretty good early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's early game, right? That's how you got to play Azumarill. Make sure you're consistently putting that pressure on and not letting up. You live in the enemy central area now. You got to make sure this Talonflame stays at level 5 for as long as possible. They do throw the Shedinja top down, but it was just enough time for them to get that flame charge back up so that they could get away.
Inteleon, not quite an Inteleon right now, and it's this Fire Spin Armarouge that's zoning them out. Leafeon finding their EV brethren, finding a KO there, but up in the top path is kind of a little bit of a trade here as, it's not even a trade, it's just all Leafeon. They take 3 KOs. It looked like for a second, based on the HP bars, that the Fletchinder might have been able to close them down, but unfortunate for Nightshade Nomads, they did not find a KO.
I mean, it's something I didn't catch in draft, but now we're starting to see it kind of be spelled out for us. Nightshade Nomads has a late game composition. This comp can't do anything in the early game, and it really shines late, whereas Hoenn team comp is all early game and falls off heavily in the late game. So they have to make sure that they are getting that early game and holding on to it, and that's what they're trying to do right now.
Water Pulse, not even the plus variant, already finding a KO with that bouncing damage. But here comes a bounce. It's the Emerald 2-step. They find a KO. Nice little Shedinja Doll avoids some of it, but that is inevitable as Leafeon finds multiple KOs in the bot path. Inteleon trying to salvage what they can. They cannot. T1 goal zone down. Hoenn also netting a Regirock in their pockets.
Home Plaga got to hold on to this early game as much as possible because as Nightshade Nomad starts to scale, it could be a little bit more difficult. That being said, Cinderace, only level 7 going up against Armarouge, who's right now level 9. And look at Talonflame, tries to fly in on top, but can't do anything big. Unite move from Armarouge, but it doesn't matter. Talon's already down, and they're going to push into Tier 2.
And that's going to go on in Leafeon. Another double KO, another 20 points raining in, 26 likely from this Armarouge as Leafeon's going to grab a triple KO. Azumarill is going to take care of the Inteleon. It's just this poor Talonflame. Umbreon also trying to live. And look at this, goal zone down early on, 324-14. Nightshade Nomads seeing why this Hoenn Plaga squad is qualified.
I mean, you just see kind of the power of having a solid early game because now Hoenn Plaga is just so far ahead that they can continue to push in, and there's nothing that Nightshade Nomads can really do about it because of how fast the damage is coming down. Talonflame once again going down here, and we have 2 level 11s on Hoenn Plaga, not even a level 10 yet on Nightshade Nomads. They didn't even have all their Unite moves right now on that squad. They're still missing Cinderaces and Snorlaxes. Blissey trying to score another 13 there, just runs away casually. The Cinderace can't do anything yet to this squad.
Not even a little bit. Hoenn Plaga now going to hover down this bottom path. I think 4 members, but they do start to split up a little bit as Leafeon finds another KO in the off lane. They'll look for another one, but instead going to retreat back to that T1 goal zone. Another 10 seconds until these Reggies spawn. Mean Look is going to put this Azumarill in a little bit of harm's way. Umbreon going to try to salvage some shields, try to hold on, but this is not looking good for Nightshade Nomads. Leafeon going in once again for an engage, taking the Cinderace, taking names, and this is not what Nightshade Nomads imagined in their draft.
Alright, I was not familiar with the game of this Azumarill. They are just able to stick on top of these squishier carries and really taking it to them here. And Talion can't really do anything. Talonflame goes down yet again. I don't think Talonflame has done a single thing of value. Great feint there from Elo Poppy to make sure that they avoid that Lapras Unite move. But other than that, that might be their only benefit at this point.
Here comes the Unite move from Cinderace, going to try to salvage a KO. They do find the Blissey. It might be just a little bit of a consolation prize. Not exactly what they wanted, but still a level 11 Blissey is going to be quite nice for a lower level Cinderace. Basement objective now going to go in the hands of Hoenn Plaga, and they already netted that Regieleki in the top path as well. So right now, 353-14 as we near the 330 mark. Might look for one additional push here from Hoenn Plaga because they could use some Unite moves.
Yeah, Leafeon gonna come in, immediately takes down both. I was just gonna say,
yeah,
you can't be fighting the Regieleki out there away from your base goal zone, even though you don't expect them to be there. They're still gonna figure out a way with a level 13 Leafeon who has like 15 KOs at the moment. Regieleki does get taken down, and Hoenn Plaga is forced back, but the damage has definitely been done.
Here comes a Talonflame Unite move to try to salvage some more KOs, and Teleon also pops the Azure Spy Vision. Azumarill does go down. That is a nice KO netted from Nightshade Nomads. They're going to look for another one with this Inteleon. Snipe Shot does connect on the Armarouge, but it was a full HP, so it is not going to be enough to take them down. Try to salvage their blue buff. Unfortunately, Blissey's going to close that one down. Now as the Talonflame sectioned off is the Blissey. They go down, and Teleon gets a nice KO.
I mean, grabbing the Azumarill there, grabbing the Blissey there, it's definitely not everything you wanted, but I think it's something that you need at this point. You've lost so much momentum throughout the course of the match. Only 14 points have gone in so far for your squad, and you're facing up against a level 14 Azumarill, level 13 Leafeon, who has like 47 KOs right now, and a level 13 Armarouge, who's been quietly creeping up there in damage and KOs. And your Talonflame has done nothing, your Inteleon has done nothing, so I think using the resources to make sure you grab at least one KO in that engagement is beneficial, but you're going to need to do it again if you want to even have a slight shot in this fight.
206, Rayquaza about to hit the Thea Sky Ruin. Cinderace going for a 100-point cap in the T1 goal zone. They will get it. I will start to close the gap very, very slowly because it's still quite surmountable for Hoenn Plaga as they have full control of this Rayquaza. Snorlax Unite move is going to try to knock up a couple members. There's a nice big Talonfly into the Flame Sweep, but it's not quite enough. Umbreon going to try to stake some shield. Blissey, the only one down. 2 members down for Nightshade Nomads. Azumarill, nearly full HP still, is now a 3rd member. 4, 5, all members down for Nightshade Nomads, and Hoenn Plaga doesn't even need the Rayquaza, but they're going to take it anyway.
I feel like early game is just so much more powerful in so many of these cases because with these pro teams, they know how to make sure that that late game scaling does not happen. And even though Cinder got to level 14 there, it didn't matter because Leafeon was just doing a fantastic job of making sure they were completely away from their protection of Umbreon and Snorlax so that even with the feint of avoiding the Unite move, they could still take them down 100-0 with one Razor Leaf Aerial Ace hit. And what a game from Hoenn Plaga going to be taking this one.
This is a strong team in Nightshade Nomads, so this is not easy work for Hoenn Plaga, but they sure made it look easy so far in game number 1. Nightshade Nomads might be going back to the drawing board here in game number 2, because Hoenn Plaga got off to a quick lead, and they did not let go for a single moment.
I mean, you just make sure that if Nightshade Nomads is playing the late game strat, you just play the early game strat. They picked Lapras into Inteleon, and even though Inteleon does pretty good into Armarouge, I think drafting the Lapras after that was definitely helpful because that really curbed the momentum of this Inteleon. I don't really know if I saw them even hit a high value snipe shot because they were just so far behind that the snipe shots really didn't do much damage anyway.
Sure didn't. Look for more snipe shots as we round out game number 1 of your first quarterfinals best of 3. Hoenn Plaga taking this one and taking it in very dominating fashion. There wasn't very much question even going into Rayquaza how the fights would go out. I think the only question that I had was how many KOs was this Leafeon going to find in the Rayquaza fight, and they certainly found a few.
19 KOs for Leafeon. Light work, but whatever. And the Azumarill that I was sleeping on. 13 KOs. I mean, I feel like in a less experienced team or less experienced players, drafting an Azumarill into a composition like this would not work, but they made it work. 124,000 damage. And they had the Blissey pocketing them with that safeguard to make sure that they did not go down. And, you know, that's kind of the value of having this strong early game because they just didn't let up throughout the entire match and they held Nightshade Nomads to barely any damage.
Yeah. You know, looking at like some of the stats here, yeah, you did find some damage eventually, but at that point it was a little bit too late. The central area Pokemon for Nightshade Nomads kind of off on an island, right? Like, once Hoenn Plaga was able to find those like 3 KOs right before those first 850 birds, you saw them immediately take that advantage into the central area of Nightshade Nomads. This is that moment as we go through the highlights. Big 3 KOs from that team, and that is where the XP leads started going.
I mean, this was a great mean look here to avoid the Cinderace getting jumped on, but it just didn't matter because the Leafeon was also there. And you just have enough dive to where you're going to get on top of the Pokemon in a double mage comp. And I think if you're playing a composition with late game scaling like Nightshade Nomads was, you have to play really safe in the early games that you don't get picked off and start letting them snowball. Because unfortunately, that first top path gank, it was kind of all over from there. You gave up too many KOs and you let the Azumarill scale to where it was unkillable.
4:23:14, and there was still a minute to play. They had not even gotten the Rayquaza. You know, Nightshade Nomads was able to find some points at the beginning of the fight. They found the KO on the Blissey. Like, that was a great Cinderace Unite, but just not enough. A lot of self-sustain, not only from this Armarouge, who was just able to do everything, and then the Azumarill, those Aqua Tails were really chunking for some self-sustain there as well. And that was about all she wrote, especially when you have that burst damage from the Leafeon. It was Nights out for Nightshade Nomads.
Nights out? Is that how you say?
I don't know. It was
fine. It was fine.
It was fine. We'll go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think who has to go back to the drawing board is Nightshade Nomads. I wonder if they're going to grab that first pick slot. It looks like on our screen we can see that they swap sides, so I assume that does mean that they are going with the first pick slot. And that gives a lot of options. You can really set up your Bant Sorry, that's me dying. You can really set up your bans to make sure that you get something first pick that's really high value. So I wonder what we will see them do here as we get into draft for game number 2.
Yeah, and we do see that they have switched sides. Home Plaga now going to have the second pick. The second ban, the first ban, and going over to Nightshade Nomads, hovering over this Alolan Raichu. Do believe they are switching it. It is going to be swapped to that Blissey, which we saw Hoenn Plaga really take advantage of in game number 1.
Again, they are going to ban out that Blissey, banning out the Alchemy as well. Please just let me see the Alchemy. Just let it through. Nightshade Nomads going to have a couple options here to ban something out to make sure that they get the pick they want. They are going to ban the Suicune, very traditional ban, still very strong as a supporter, doesn't really need damage. Hoenn Plaga going to round it out with the Psyduck ban, another one that we saw previously. That gives Nightshade Nomads a couple options. They could grab that Snorlax.
They absolutely could, but instead they are going to deprive Hoenn Plaga of that Leafeon, and they're going to use it themselves. So first pick Leafeon now. That's going to be a nice first pick, I think. Anytime you can get a strong Pokemon, but also deprive the enemy from doing the same, I think that is a benefit in that category. So Nightshade Nomads going to take away what Hoenn Plaga did very well in game 1.
That does give Snorlax over to Hoenn Plaga. They are going to take away the Inteleon, so Blue Kiro not going to have the opportunity to play that Pokemon anymore, but it didn't look incredible for them, so I'm sure that they're willing to switch attackers, but it could be really difficult for them to play into Inteleon. So far, they have a couple options. It looks like, oh, Christian is hovering the Demon Little Grep. No, they're going to switch back over to Clefable. So they are going to lock in a very strictly healing support. And that does give a couple options for Hoenn Plaga to continue to counter this squad.
I like the Clefable. I think Clefable's very good. And I think Clefable, I was watching the Unite Mike's podcast, and Slash was talking about Clefable. And I think Clefable, he said, is very good into things that run out of damage. And Inteleon is one of those Pokemon. If Clefable can self-sustain and sustain multiple members of the team with that Moonlight Plus, especially in those late game fights, Inteleon tends to run out of bullets. Those snipe shots have a limit. You can only bank a few of them. And in the late game, if we get that plus ability from Clefable, it's really strong.
Yeah, I mean, Clefable is really, really solid, but I think you can play around it pretty well. They did pick Armarouge into it, so they have double Mage on Hoenn Plaga this time. And we do have the Elo Poppy Classic Gengar being locked in. So double Speedster on the other side. We kind of switched play styles here. We're going to have double Dive into double Mage. And it just kind of depends if Hoenn Plaga with the Snorlax and the Eldegoss in that front line. The Scythers, what I imagine we'll be seeing that Scizor turn into, or not turn into, I guess. Because I can't imagine seeing a Scizor being actually played. But this could be a good opportunity for Nightshade Nomads to really lean into an early game composition and just try to steamroll those attackers. But Hoenn Plaga has the momentum.
I'm also seeing there's only one cursed item on this Armarouge, or on Hoenn Plaga, and it is that Armarouge that has it. So I imagine that this Armarouge has essentially one job, and that is get on top of Clefable, make sure that you are applying that cursed item to try to minimize that chunk healing that it does to multiple members of their squad. So I think that's going to be Armarouge's job. Inteleon going to be cleaning up those fights, right? Stay in the back line, try to hit as many snipe shots as you can. It's going to be a tough deal for Nightshade because they are quite speedy. They have 2 speedsters, but we're going to see how it goes here in game number 2. Nightshade Nomads on your left side. Hoenn Plaga going to be sporting on the right side. We are going to see this Leafeon head to the top path, whereas Gengar are going to be the central area Pokemon.
I am interested to see how this Clefable plays, because usually you want Clefable for team-wide healing, but with 2 speedsters that are kind of all over the map at once, I would imagine that the team is not as close together as a Clefable would like it to be. Wow, and Teleon getting very, very low here as a little Sobble trying to deal with this Decidueye. That's a gold badge Decidueye as well. Almost gets him here. But I think that Clefable will likely be playing to just pocket one player. And it's likely going to be that Leafeon in the top path. Just follow Leafeon around and hope they don't go down.
Blue Kiro doing a lot of damage on this Rowlet right now, and it is going to put a little bit of pressure, but Armarouge is coming down to the bottom path. Goats is trying to retreat now, going to burn and eject. We have Armarouge trying to press forward, and they're able to keep this Rowlet at bay, going to steal a little bit of this experience from Nightshade Nomads as well. So good advantage here, Hoenn Plaga so far.
Yeah, I mean, Nightshade Nomads, though, really holding their own. Oh, no, the missed Dream Eater, but still looking for a KO. This Decidueye finds it. That's a big first KO there for Nightshade. Here comes Leafeon. They're going to try this early game strategy.
14 points go on in from Haunter, 23 from Rowlet, another 14 from Leafeon. So it looks like Nightshade Nomads gets exactly what they wanted in this basement path. And Hoenn Plaga left this Scyther up in the top path, and Clefable still able to do a decent job. Christian held their own.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to let the Scyther stack up a little bit, but I think you're willing to let that happen to get a little bit more momentum in the bottom path. Here comes Leafeon to make sure they pick up the pieces here. Almost level 6 themselves. Eldegoss, though, doing a good job of healing up this Scyther. And, I mean, I think that ultimately, after that first engage, I think that Decidueye late is good, and I don't know why people keep saying it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it. I was going to say something smart about how I did 32K on it when we played at NAIC, and I proved that it was not good. It was bad. I got dove on by an Aegis Slash like nonstop. It was not fun. But either way, a couple KOs now for Hoenn Plaga as they advance forward. This Scyther starting to heat up. 21 points going on in the top path. Kiro just barely able to dodge that snipe shot. No, connects on that one. Is Listen on this Inteleon. Just able to get to safety is Nightshade Nomads.
Gengar, though, looking for a KO. It is Clefable that finds it. Gets a second one here on Armarouge. So if they're getting taken down, at least they're going to be doing it in style. Here comes the Scyther, though, to clean it up. And I mean, I think my conclusion about this one is if you're going to run double Speedster, the other team's got to have one as well because it's a pretty good counter.
Level 9 on the Scyther, able to take multiple KOs there with their Unite move. No Unite moves online for Nightshade Nomads. Registeel now appearing in this basement path as Eldegoss presses forward along with the Snorlax. It's going to give a little bit of space for Hoenn Plaga to start the rip on the Registeel. It's going to be the Armarouge doing most of that legwork as Regieleki walking towards this T2 goal zone. Scyther doing a good job of hovering, making sure that someone is there to defend it, and they do.
I really do like the strategy of going for Regieleki first so that you're pushing a little bit more. Gengar unfortunately misses a Shadow Ball, but it is going to force Hoenn Plaga back just a little bit, at least enough to wait for some reinforcements, and they are going to jump in. Doesn't end up working out for them, though. Elo Poppy not able to pick up the KOs they would have wanted.
Oh, they wanted to use their eject button. They did. Oh, and there's a big KO. Make it 2 now. And Teleon used their Unite move. Gonna look for another one. They do. It's actually Leafeon that does find a little bit of revenge, though. And Teleon doing a triple KO. Make it actually 4. Snorlax looking to try to pick up this last member of Nightshade Nomads. It's Scyther that does the job, though. 104.61 as Nightshade Nomads just now starting to respond to this basement pad push. Great little Ice Fang there is going to find some consolation prizes for Nightshade Nomads.
Yeah, I mean, a couple KOs back the other way. They definitely have a composition that can handle this early game, but Hoenn Plaga still holding their own, even though they're a team comp that scales a little bit better. A Snipe Shot connecting there on Elo Poppy, and that's kind of the benefit of running Snipe Shot into Double Speedster, because you hit them one time and they kind of go down.
Scyther used their Unite move. Armarouge able to take down the Leafeon now. Clefable trying to retreat, maybe try to buy some time for a little bit of time and space, and they do. It looks like Hoenn Plaga is going to mostly ignore that, except for the Snipe Shot. That definitely didn't ignore it. Gengar misses a Shadow Ball onto Inteleon. They hit another one, just barely chunking them below half, and no KO found there. So very unfortunate for Nightshade Nomad. They tried to find the KO on a carry Pokemon, just have not been able to converge the KOs that they wanted, but they are definitely hanging in there better this game than in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Gengar is just missing so much. And again, though Gengar can be good and you really can have pop-off moments with it, I really just think a different speedster would be a better option. That being said, though, we get a KO in the top path. Scyther does go down.
Leafeon taking a massive KO on the Scyther. Now Armarouge very dangerously low. Leafeon looking for an engage once again. They do find it. Now Decidueye looking for a KO. And Zure Spy Vision from the Inteleon going to try to return the favor. Eldegoss dangerously low. Inteleon putting the door, closing the door on that Decidueye who was trying to find a KO. But this Leafeon trying to do its best, and somehow, some way, this attacker, this Inteleon, stays alive against these speedsters.
The jukes of this Inteleon are just unreal. The Fellstinger's at the perfect time to make sure they get away. And unfortunately for Nightshade Nomads, this Decidueye just kind of playing like they're a frontliner right now, just kind of walking in when they don't really have the escape that something like Inteleon does, and they really need to make sure that Clefable is with them. And you know, I worried a little bit about how Clefable was going to be played because all the carries on their team are already very squishy, and unfortunately I just don't know if it's working out because the healing just doesn't do enough in time for anybody to even stay up.
Scyther finds a KO into the backline. It is Decidueye. Eldegoss is able to close the door on the Clefable. Now, Toe and Plaga closing the door on this T1 goal zone. Leafeon up in the top path. Not really with the team, unfortunately. They're going to look to try to find a KO on this Inteleon. There's the Emerald two-step. Going to try to go on in, and they do find it this time. Had to expend the Unite move. Going to score some points here, but they might pay for it. They do. Snorlax, I think it's actually Armarouge, maybe the Psyshock that closes that KO out.
I mean, I'm not sure how badly you needed that. I know they wanted to take down the Inteleon, but this Leafeon is a very high level themselves. They're level 14, and they do get some points in, but I don't know how worth it was to go down in that situation. I mean, maybe if you want to get... I don't know if they need it necessarily to get their Unite move back, but Nightshade Nomads is still in this. This is definitely not the disparity that we saw in game number 1.
20 seconds until Rayquaza. Do you have the Snorlax trying to grab some early vision in the central area? Hitting some heavy slams into the tall grass. Do you see Leafeon hovering this bottom path? I do see exactly this Scyther hiding in that bottom L bush. So looking for maybe a little bit of an ambush here is this Leafeon.
Yeah, I think that would be great if they can grab this Scyther early. And I think they do have the advantage in terms of vision, but Armarouge is looking for them. Scyther does end up leaving. Leafeon has not shown themselves quite yet, but now the Clefable is there. They can start to heal up the team. It's the good thing about Clefable. You can heal up a lot of that poke from Inteleon. Snorlax, they got a pretty good engage on, but they got a good engage back the other way. Gengar Unite move forced out.
There we go. Azure Spy Vision out now. Oh my gosh, Leafeon takes out all of them! 4 members down. Now Scyther looking to return the favor. They take out the Decidueye. Mamoswine pops their Unite move, try to salvage what they can. Nightshade Nomads peeling to Rayquaza. It's already at half, looking for a way in. Is the Scyther? Are they going to be able to converge on the Rayquaza? Nice little follow me. Gengar takes him out. It's Elo Poppy. Nightshade Nomads, they're going to take Rayquaza. They got to get their scores in.
What? The Leafeon just brought it back from game number 1 where the Leafeon absolutely obliterated them. They turned it around and they were able to take down 3 with 1 Unite move. We've seen it time and time again. Nightshade Nomads now has the lead.
Huge plays here. Still a minute left, though, so Nightshade Nomads retreating back to their home goal zone where they have 2 pads still holding strong. Ho and Plaga looking for 1 push, but they're going to try to fill up their pockets.
All it takes is 1 Rayquaza fight and a good engagement from your team. Ho and Plaga was just caught off guard. You had Scyther all the way in the back line, but they didn't have anybody to deal with Leafeon in their back line. They were able to take down everybody. Still a couple shields on Nightshade Nomads, but Ho and Plaga going to go for a push.
Here we go. There's a nice little heavy slam from the Snorlax, but there's the knock-knock from Decidueye. Going to damage farm from afar. There's that last little arrow there, but Elo Poppy is going to close the door on Ho and Plaga in game number 2, finding 3 KOs. There's another one. There's the GG. Nightshade Nomads leveling up the score in game 2.
This is a Game 3 situation in your winner's quarterfinals, and what an end game that was. I am excited to see the replay as well, but sometimes that's all it takes. Just one Emerald two-step, and the game goes in your favor. 9 KOs for the Leafeon, whereas 10 for Listen on that Inteleon that did fantastically well throughout the entire match, but win Ray, win game, as some might say.
Insane engagement. I was a little worried there at the start of the Rayquaza because it looked like they knew exactly where Scyther was setting up. You saw Goats trying to eject over a wall, and just unfortunately, I don't think timed it perfectly with that Earthquake and was blocked by the wall, which kind of left Nightshade Nomads with their heads scratching. I think Inteleon hit a big snipe shot, and but Leafeon coming out of nowhere with that huge Emerald two-step. That was insane. But as you look at the stats there, much better game all around for Nightshade Nomads.
Yeah, they definitely held on. I think that the late game composition was a mistake in the first match, and they realized that. I think they understand that Hoenn Plaga is more of an early game team, and that they might struggle in the early game, but they have to make sure that they cater their team composition to counter some of that early game pressure from this squad, and they did a great job of that.
Yeah, and this is the early game pressure that Hoenn Plaga put on. Wasn't as suffocating as it was in game number 1, but it was still felt. Gengar with a really strong engage there. This is the Shadow Ball just wide. Otherwise, I think Elo Poppy probably takes a couple KOs there. This is that Leafeon. Andy 6 stacks doing quite well time and time again, finding that double KO. But this Inteleon was the thorn in the side of Nightshade Nomads a majority of the match.
Yeah, Decidueye was kind of brought out as the counter to Inteleon, you know, with enough range to deal with it and to deal with the rest of the team, have a little bit of that backline as well, and it just definitely did not seem to do as much as the Inteleon, even though the match ended up going the way that we saw it go. This was also a pretty good moment for Nightshade Nomads, able to take down that Armarouge right there in that situation, but this moment with Inteleon just juking everything, it didn't matter what they threw at him, he was really on top of it.
Schmoovin'. That was that triple KO moment. This is a good moment for Hoenn Plaga. They win a big team fight. They find 3 KOs. Elo Poppy trying to do something, trying to get back to base, but Scyther converges. And this is that big team fight. Massive Unite move from the Leafeon. And kind of on the back of this Mamoswine. I think Mamoswine hit a massive Earthquake just before, which enabled that call to just go ahead and rip. Nice little play here to pull onto Ray, and then a huge Dream Eater combo shuts the door on any potential for Hoenn Plaga to steal the Rayquaza.
I mean, absolutely huge, right? You kind of let the Decidueye be able to send out the knock-knock for long enough to do the damage for Leafeon to do the work. The Scyther's job in that situation is go get the Decidueye, and though they did go get the Decidueye, enough time existed between Decidueye casting the Unite move, Mamoswine protecting them, and Scyther actually getting there so that the damage could be done, get them decently low enough for Leafeon to just rip through all 3 of those members of the team. What a great play there from Nightshade Nomads to capitalize on that. But we're going right into draft for game number 3. This time, Hoenn Plaga is going to have that first pick advantage, so we'll see how it goes.
I wonder if we're going to see a Leafeon ban. Like, both teams played so well with it that I feel like Nightshade Nomads might just go ahead and ban it, knowing that Hoenn Plaga may take it first. Instead, we are going to see that Suicune and Blissey ban for that 1 and 2. Hoenn Plaga is lining up that Leafeon ban.
Yeah,
I think it's very smart because I think what they probably want to do is not pick it first, but they know that with the 2 picks that Nightshade Nomads would have, they would probably use one of them for it.
Yeah, that's definitely a smart play. You want to just let the Leafeon go. At least what you'd be doing there is keeping Nightshade Nomads on their toes and letting the one thing that worked, make sure they don't get that again. Because in all actuality, that was the thing that worked for that team. So now they kind of have to go back to the drawing board regardless. But Hoenn Plaga gonna pick up Psyduck.
Psyduck always a great first pick, one of the strongest supports, very disruptive Pokemon with the Psychics and the Surfs that just tend to chunk teams, push them away. It really disrupts a lot of what teams want to do. Nightshade Nomads, they're going to grab that S-tier defender in that Snorlax, along with the brawler of this Armarouge once again. Hoenn Plaga, though, they're going to think about what damage carries that they want, but they're lining up this Clefable first.
Yeah, they're going to take the Clefable away from Christian. I guess they liked it enough to make sure that Christian doesn't get it again. If anything, it does, again, just keep Nightshade Nomads on their toes. Make sure that they can't pick things that worked for them. What's going to be interesting for Hoenn Plaga is they got the Blaziken. Going to be the first time that we're seeing it tonight on broadcast, as it's been banned quite a lot. And it's going to be a difficult thing for them to counter. I think it works very well into Armarouge, and though Armarouge can brawl with it a little bit, they're going to need something to deal some extra damage.
They're wearing that Rocky helmet. There's a little bit extra damage, but look at this. Mr. Mime. Pokemon that we don't see a ton of, but we did see a little bit of it played in NAIC from Slash, and I think that Pokemon is quite strong. It's a great supporter, offers a lot of crowd control, good last hitting ability, and it's just tough to deal with all the walls that it puts around you.
Yeah, I mean, it really is strong, and especially into a lot of the meta and, things like Clefable, it really just does disrupt, and I don't think a lot of players realize how good Mr. Mime can be, especially into comps that are technically meta. But we do have the Pikachu rounding it out. That is a triple attacker team composition for Nightshade Nomads. And suddenly we've gone from the Speedsters being the highlight of both games to 0 Speedsters, making it to game number 3.
Elo Poppy and the Pikachu is kind of rewinding the clock a little bit.
That's a classic.
Pokemon. I know, right? Also,
I'm like, wow, I'm getting like nostalgia from the Elo Poppy Pikachu.
I like the addition of the Cursed Incense on there, especially with that Clefable healing. Taking a look, you have at least 2. Yeah, you have the Cursed Incense on both the Armarouge and the Pikachu, so both of those Pokemon, great applicators, we'll use that word. I don't even know if it's a word. But they're great at applying the cursed item onto the healing of that Clefable.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the Clefable can do as little as possible and that you can do as much as possible. And with 3 attackers, that is going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to kind of be up to that Clefable to make sure the Blaziken and the Aegislash stay healthy in the front line to withstand the amount of damage being thrown at them. And, in these past 2 games, we've kind of had a competition for who wins out the early game, but I think in these compositions, that's not really the strategy anymore. You're just trying to make sure that you maintain the upper hand in the team fights instead of just picking off members one by one. These are both heavy team fight compositions.
Game number 3 of your winners quarterfinals. It's going to be who moves on to the next round match, and waiting in that bracket is Guminosity Laming, who took down Fries in the bag now, 2-0. So winner is going to be playing Guminosity. You're going to see this Pikachu along with Mr. Mime in the top half.
Pikachu, Mr. Mime up there. We've got Armarouge in the bottom path. Sorry, I yawned for some reason. I thought you were going to keep talking.
Sorry, I should have
yawned. I don't know. It's 9:30. We do have Armarouge down there in that bottom path, making sure the Cinderace gets to level 5 as soon as possible. I guess that's a mistake Nightshade Nomads realized they made because the Cinderace stayed at level 4 for so long. But they are level 5. Mr. Mime, criminal, getting out on 1 HP in a dream.
Yeah, I thought for sure that the Torchic was going to find the KO there. Elo Poppy trying to do some damage from afar onto that Torchic. There's the Cinderace going to press their A button, try to get a KO, but here comes this Dual Blade. Going to take that first KO of the match. The central area, V central area. It's the sword coming out on top.
Again, Nightshade Nomads really loves to go in deep, knowing that there's things on the other team that can one-shot them. I mean, I appreciate the risky play, but you're just a Cinderace, and you're not a high enough level yet to dash away. You gotta make sure you're keeping a lookout for things like that Doublade coming in. Hoenn Plaga, once again, looking for a KO on Snorlax. This time it will be the slap from the Clefable that finds it.
Little smack. Takes them right back to the Pokemon Center. So Clefable now pressing a little bit forward. Blue Kiro on this Armarouge sees the writing on the wall. They're gonna have to retreat, and they do. They get a little bit to safety. Pressing forward again, Nightshade Nomads, like you said, putting a lot of pressure on the side of Hoenn Plaga. Maybe ill-advised, because now this Mr. Mime might be going down.
Not
again. They get out. The duck goes down.
Not again. The Mr. Mime Christian on 1 HP finds the berry and chases the Combuskin away, as it should be. It should be nowhere near anything or anyone. But Hoenn getting the most out of these 8-minute birds.
You're going to put the damage onto the sword this time. Sword's going to try to slice through, but they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Clefable next on the chopping block, but 2 KOs found the other way for Hoenn, so a little bit of trades going. It's actually Andy 6 stacks on this Cinderace. Is going to find another one. It's actually Pikachu. It's Elo Poppy closing out that KO for a KO streak of 2 as we near the 7-minute objectives.
I did not like Cinderace in the first game, and I think a lot of it was because it was playing in Path. And though you can play auto attackers in Path, it's not like Decidueye or Inteleon where they do a lot of damage early. It's really tough to get that Cinder online. Now that it's ahead, we see a whole different ballgame.
Ooh, nice Psychic pull there from Psyduck. Puts Pikachu in danger. Now the push is on for Hoenn. They're pushing towards this T1 goal zone. Another Psychic connects on the Snorlax, moving them right into the sword, who slices them down to size. Double KO that way. Christian next. And that is going to be some points flying in here for Hoenn, maximizing their scores. That's a 27-point overdunk in that T1 goal zone in the bottom path. It's going to net them a basement Reggie. Regilecki's still up for the taking.
Oh, Cinder with a huge Blaze Kick puts Blaziken to bed. Nightshade Nomads realizes they lose the bottom path, and they head up to the top path instead. Clefable almost looking for a steal there. They will go down. Regilecki goes in favor of Nightshade Nomads.
Unite move now from Espeon trying to salvage this T1 goal zone, but here comes the push in. Cinderace finds a double KO. Blaziken trying to hit the overheat, redirected onto the Cinderace. Now going to try to throw that focus blast. They focus, they blast, they get the KO. That's a KO streak of 2. Regilecki walks in, but the push is on the other way. Now it's going to be Aegislash looking for the Snorlax. Block is going to keep the team upright. 38 points from the Blaziken, not going to go on in. Nice return from Hoenn, but they're going to try to slice down this Armorers. They do.
It's really interesting the way this Aegislash is playing. I mean, usually you see them kind of in the front line, just continuing to engage in the fight, but this Aegislash is kind of waiting more like a speedster. They will go down there to the Pikachu Unite move, but they are just waiting kind of in the back like a speedster would, waiting for the Psyduck, waiting for the Blaziken to kind of do some of the work, and then just come in with a lot of boosted attacks for the cleanup. It's a really interesting way to play this Pokemon that we don't often see, so keep an eye on that Aegislash throughout the rest of the match, because they are doing a great job on that cleanup.
Espeon cleans up the Cinderace. That's a nice KO for Hoenn. At level 11 Cinderace now. It's Blaziken going to try to put some points in on this T2 goal zone. Mr. Mime Armorer's able to respond in time. Halfway through the match, 193-220. It is Hoenn once again in the driver's seat, but look at these levels.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got 2 level 11s on both of the all-rounders, and we do have a level 11 on this Cinderace. Does quite a lot of damage, but I really feel like where Nightshade Nomads shines is they need to make sure there's a big team fight happening, which could be what's happening right here.
Oh, Unite move from the Armorers is going to help take down a couple. Duck and Aegislash both going down. It's Clefable going to try to heal up the squad, try to get Espeon into range. Blaziken now trying to get in the way. It is a Regirock. It is going low. Overheat is out, but it's early. Going for the secure. It's Mr. Mime time. It is Nightshade Nomads looking for it, but it was Blaziken that was able to close out the Regirock. Now, damage now onto the Mr. Mime. They are going to go down. Andy 6 stacks sliced down by Aegislash. And now the next Pokemon to fall is going to be that Pikachu. So, Hoenn getting the objective, getting a lot of KOs.
Once again, Aegislash is pulling up for the cleanup, and they're doing it in kind. Blue Key are getting very low on that. Armorers has to back up. And I mean, I feel like if you're Aegislash, you don't really need to worry about getting that low, because number 1, you've got a Clefable. Number 2, you've got a Shield Form. The other thing I do want to point out at this point in the match is I did just notice that Christian's running Barrier Psychic. Yeah. Definitely not the moveset that you usually see, but the Barriers for some extra stun and the Psychic for some extra, I guess, consistent damage, a little more area effect damage. It seems to be working out for them so far.
Working pretty decently. Regieleki now in the top path, getting chunked down by this Blaziken, looking for a secure. They find it with the overheat. Another Unite move, Psych Kaboom, directly on the Espeon. They're going to pop their Unite move, and they're going to take out a couple with the help of the Psyduck. Mr. Mime going to get chunked down by this Espeon. Psyduck going to chase this Snorlax backwards into their own side of the map. Now it's Blaziken v Cinderace, who's going to come out ahead versus these fire starters as Regieleki walks on in. Jumping pad is a little bit late. Blaziken meets their match, but not before depositing a 50-point dunk in that T2 goal zone.
I mean, fantastic play from Hoenn Plaga to make sure that Cinderace would be alone. That's really when you're going to be able to get them. Big Unite move there from the Pikachu will take out the Clefable. Kind of a little bit of a late Unite move, but it's Pikachu, so as long as they get some last hits on, some experience, they should be fine. Christian! Oh my God, Christian. You cannot keep doing this, my man.
The amount of times that we've talked about this Mr. Mime not going down is astounding. This Pokemon is very good and able to escape several very disadvantageous positions. As we have 15 seconds until Rayquaza hits the map. 263 to 50. Hoenn Plaga doesn't need to need Rayquaza. They just need to stall this out. Nightshade Nomads needs Ray.
But they have a much different level situation than we've seen in the previous two matches. We could use a level 13 on that Armarouge, but they do have a level 13 on Pikachu, and Cinderace is level 14. So that's pretty big for them. They are pretty grouped up right now in this top path. They seem to like to kind of hover around the top path and see what vision they can get. But Hoenn Plaga looking to poke a bit, find where the rest of them are, and look for an opportunity to jump in.
Espeon going to chunk down with those stored powers a couple of the tankier parts of Nightshade Nomads, looking for an engage. Mr. Mime unable to get on top of that. Espeon chunked down very low, and Blaziken was looking for a little bit of revenge. Focus Blast once again. Mime's going to have to go back. Espeon's going to be the first one to fall. There's the big engage. Psyduck going to try to reduce the damage. First KO for Hoenn Plaga is going to be on that Armarouge. Now they're going to try to advance. Sword is going to go down. Clefable going to try to heal up the duck, but that's a lot of damage. Wow. Nightshade Nomads. There's 3 members down for Hoenn Plaga. Rayquaza now starting to get chipped. They need to find the Blaziken. Blaziken going to try to retreat as Rayquaza starting to get chipped here. We have the Cinderace now going on the Psyduck. Psyduck's Focus Band procs, and they're going to get to safety. Now we're going to see if this Blaziken is going to go in. Nice little heavy slam. Espeon's going to try to go on in for a little bit of a Hail Mary. Psyduck is going to Psychic away. Oh my gosh. Nightshade Nomads, they just need to finish this off. They're going to be able to. They need to get their points in, Husky.
No way they're able to grab the Rayquaza, and Cinderace is able to get that secure. We've got some hundreds going in. 100, another 100, 250. They're able to get another one. They will take the lead now. 450 points, only 20 seconds left. I think that's going to do it, Kyle. Nightshade Nomads, they really leaned in to that team fight composition that we were talking about before, taking them down one by one. They thought they had him when the Mr. Mime was low, but it didn't even matter, Kyle. Nightshade Nomads, if you saw them in game number 1, no you didn't. They are taking this set 2-1.
Insane stuff. There was the GG. Nightshade Nomads advancing on your winner's side. They're going to be taking on Guminosity Laming in the next set. Incredible stuff here from this squad. Christian, Kiro, Poppy, Goats, and Andy Sixstack making some magic happen at these Rayquaza fights in these last 2 games. And they take down an incredible LATAM North squad. Look at the damage numbers all around. Nothing super flashy on really either side except for this Espeon, who surprisingly hit that 6-digit damage number.
I mean, yeah, stored power, it's sure hit, and it's going to surely hit. Definitely a lot of damage from their side, and some great Unite moves from them as well. A lot of eject button with the Psychic Solaire, making sure they knocked up enough people. But I really feel like Andy Sixstacks on this Cinderace was the real MVP of the match. They made sure that they scaled throughout the entire match and made sure that they were timing their moves exactly correctly to get off the damage that they wanted. Even with the dive of Blaziken, Aegislash, even Psyduck with the Surf, they were able to get it done. Great playing there from Nightshade.
I liked the patience. They knew that they didn't have as good of secure tools as the Blaziken, so they were patient. They didn't full rip right in front of the Blaziken. They made sure that they had some cooldowns for the Blaziken to try to stun them out. You saw Snorlax and Mr. Mime both converge to try to make sure that Blaziken could not get an overheat, and they eventually found the KO, and incredible stuff. Early on, let's take a look at these replays. It was Hoenn Plaga for a majority of this match, really pressing forward and getting a lot of like KOs, a lot of points in early.
Yeah, I mean, that was 3 of the games in this set. It was Hoenn Plaga early, and then in the late game, Nightshade Nomads was just able to capitalize on a couple positioning mistakes and really make sure that they took it home. This was one of those moments where it really looked like it was turning around for Nightshade Nomads at first, and then all of a sudden, the Blaziken, the Psyduck, they come in so strong that they're able to turn it around.
It really did, yeah. And this was another little push here for Hoenn Plaga. And this is like where we started to see them pull away a little bit. The point total was starting to get a little bit out of hand, not as much as it was in game number 1, but you saw Hoenn Plaga break that goal zone. They found some KOs. They pushed a little bit, but they realized that Nightshade Nomads was not as low as they were in that game 1, so they retreat back to their own side just to find some refights, and they did find a couple of KOs, I think on the Cinderace a couple of different times.
Yeah, and now that I'm watching some of these back, the positioning of this Cinderace and the way that they're able to use their Blaze Kicks, like, look, they only go in when they know where they're Blaze Kicking to afterwards. They're not just pressing the Blaze Kick to do some of that stun and extra damage, but they are doing a great job positioning, and in this moment was another one of those moments where Hoenn was just able to make sure that they caught these carries out, and it was a lot of Aegislash just diving in at the opportune time.
Yeah, Aegislash has been kind of a polarizing Pokemon. When it's good, it's really good, and when it's bad, it's really bad. But this one was very good a majority of the match. This is that big KO there. Espeon goes down without using their Unite move. Then you see Pikachu and all the Pokemon on Nightshade Nomads come in with their Unite moves. The Mr. Mime Unite move was pristine from Christian. Was able to stun that Aegislash without them really being able to get into shield for him, and that was almost the fight there. I mean, that was pretty much the end of the game. You had Blaziken barely able to return to the fight, but again, Nightshade Nomads able to pick out that Blaziken and make sure that if they were going to rip the Ray, that Blaziken was nowhere near it, and that is the telltale sign of some experienced defender and supporter players. They knew exactly what to do while the damage carries did their job.
Yeah, you got to make sure the Blaziken is not prepared to hit a big overheat secure. As one of the best secures in the game, you cannot just trust that the Cinder basic attack is going to get it. Please listen to me, solo queue teammates. Maybe you'll learn during the First Step series, which you should check out. It's pinned in their pinned comment there on Kyle's chat. Make sure you check that out. Sign-ups do end tonight. Other than that, we will be sending you to a short break. What a set that we just saw, but we've got more for you coming up very soon. Don't go. Grab a snack. We'll be back very soon.
Welcome back, trainers. Sorry we made you wait a little bit, but teams are just about ready for this next match. We are going to see Nightshade Nomads by the seashore. Nightshade Nomads versus Guminosity Laming. That last set was insane. After game 1, I was questioning what was going on, but they pulled through, and we're seeing them here in the next round.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Nightshade Nomads continues this weird streak that they're going on these past couple games. And we did see Guminosity Laming in the first set that we covered tonight, 2-0 Sugar Rush in very substantial fashion. They also 2-0'd in their second set, so they have yet to drop a match, and I don't think they're going to want to start now.
I don't think so at all, but going into game number 1, as we get into the bans, Guminosity Laming going to be on your purple side, Nightshade Nomads on your orange side, and it is going to be a Blissey ban right off the bat. Nightshade Nomads hovering a couple of different options, but Alchemy likely the target. Definitely one of the best Pokemon in the game, so we want to prevent that first pick from grabbing it.
Yeah, we've got the Alchemy again being banned. The little thing is broken, but please let them play it. I don't know. We are seeing the Urshifu ban come out. I assume that's going to be a targeted ban, though we did not see Guminosity Laming pick it in the previous set that we covered. It does give the opportunity for them to grab Suicune first pick, which they will do.
Suicune, a fantastic first pick, likely going to be in that supporter position. Exo Annie, typically the supporter player for this squad that we saw in that first round matchup, so XP share on the menu. Nightshade Nomads, double speedster off the bat. Gengar and Leafeon, they are not wasting any time to show what cards they are going to be playing in game 1.
Never let them know your next move. Nightshade Nomads wants to just take their carries off the bat and force Guminosity Laming to try to counter them so that they get a chance to think about, I guess, their supporter and defender picks. Instead, Guminosity Laming will go ahead and grab the Psyduck, and they will also grab the Lucario, Pokemon that we haven't gotten to see quite yet, but it's an interesting pick that's still very strong.
I'm also looking at the items that it's supporting. Attack weight, pretty normal on that Pokemon. I like the weakness policy as well, but something that we don't see a ton of is Rocky Helmet on Lucario, so I am very interested to see how that works, if that is the item set of choice once we get into it. Agoats is going to go ahead and pick that Mamoswine and Christian on the Sableye. Always something fun to watch. And I'm Guminosity, 4 purple backgrounds. Husky and Shane.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 all-rounders, but luckily 2 of them aren't all-rounders. We've got Suicune, that's a supporter, and Scyther is a speedster. I imagine that is what we will be seeing Gengar level 100 going with this time. Nightshade Nomads is going to go with the Alolan Raichu, a pick that we did see today that did pretty well. Choice Scarf on that Pokemon. I don't know if they're going to be changing that, but it is one of the few Pokemon that I do kind of like this item on, but it's one that we don't talk about a lot.
Yeah, we don't. It kind of was released, and I think the general consensus was that it didn't proc enough or wasn't providing enough value, so we didn't see a ton of it, but I am, like you said, very interested to see how it works on Alolan Raichu. There are a lot of items that work quite well on Alolan Raichu. I think any auto attacker, it could work well, but sometimes it feels like there's just something that might be a little bit better, but I'm interested. I'm gonna save my judgment because I think it could be pretty good.
I don't know if you saw me like jump, but Shiv, I did hear the loud car horn when you told us that we were gonna be in Vision. Sometimes I'm still surprised about it, but anyway. Alolan Raichu is one of the Pokemon that it does move kind of while it's attacking, so when Choice Scarf does proc, I feel like you get a little bit more value out of the extra movement speed on that Pokemon as opposed to the others. The other one that I really like it on is Mystical Fire Sylveon, because it does proc kind of while you're moving, so the extra movement speed I feel like does do a good amount for that Pokemon. A lot of times running Choice Scarf on auto attackers doesn't do much because you're just standing and auto attacking anyway, so you don't really get the value out of it when it procs. But I just wanted to point it out because I am excited to see that item on this Pokemon.
We're going into the Shadow Realm. Oh no. So for those that don't know, there is a bug that is in Unite in that observer feed. And unfortunately, what happens is it reads the feed as being like AFK. So it like dims the screen and then you essentially lose all control. So we are going to be following one character as well.
Put your guesses now.
I have no idea who we're following, but it's going to be a fan cam in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to see fan cam, but it's okay.
Shadow Suicune.
Is it Suicune?
Yeah, I think that's what Shiv on production just said. We're going to be watching Suicune all match long. So XO Annie's going to get some fans in chat.
It's always a support, and that's what they deserve. Shadow Realm can be interesting games. It's still the game, so it's still good. But there's a lot of things to look out for this game, I think. Seeing Suicune being the support is definitely really strong. They have Suicune Psyduck, so that is a lot of CC, and it really sets these heavy damage dealers up to do a lot. You have Lucario, which I feel like E-Speed is the move that's been used a little bit more as of late. Power-Up Punch is still very, very good, but with a lot of stuns like Suicune and Psyduck provide, it can really set up E-Speed to do a lot of damage. Not only that, but you also have the Scizor. What was the other all-rounder that they had? I already forgot what it was.
Scissor, Aegislash.
Aegislash, yeah. They have Aegislash as well. But here we are, getting into our Shadow Realm game. XO Annie having the spotlight.
Yeah, we are already entering in at the 8:15 mark. And I just saw in chat, someone said I look or stole Wolfie's look, and that's the best compliment anybody could have given me.
I saw that, and I literally, my heart lurched for you.
That was the best. I am going to not talk about anything else all night because that is the best compliment I could have get. Wolfie is very handsome, so thank you. That was very nice.
Wolfie so bad. Anyway,
Wolfie, save us.
We've got the Whirlpool on the Suicune here, and a lot of ice happening as well. We've got the Mamoswine as well, Piloswine. I believe they do have the Ice Fang Bill, but they are getting chunked down by this Aegislash.
And thank you for the raid, Pina, as we get into Pina raid, 7 viewers. Yeah.
Woohoo!
So those that are coming in, we are experiencing a little bit of a bug in this match, so that's why we are an XO Annie fan cam right now as 4 members down the bottom path. We're going to see these Altaria families starting to get chunked down as Scyther finds a KO onto this Leafeon. So Guminosity Laming already finding some advantages here.
I am very surprised to see the stored power build on the Alolan Raichu. It does do a lot of damage, but it makes you have to be in the front line a little bit more. And right now, that is not boding well for Nightshade Nomads as Scyther picks up a double KO in their back line.
Gonna peel towards this Regirock now. IMAX very low, gonna retreat back to their home base while Scyther closes that out now. We're going to watch XO Annie head towards this top path where it looks like a couple of ghost-type Pokemon are starting on this Regieleki. Potentially, we don't know for sure, but it does look that way as another member comes up to the top path. So it's going to be 3 on 2, 3 on 3. Oh, in the central area, Leafeon finds a KO on Scyther.
Yeah, Leafeon just does a great job at roaming through the enemy central area, so it's picking up all those buffs, also picking up a couple KOs, and in the central area, it looks like something's happening right now. We did hear the Aegislash Unite takes down the Haunter, not quite yet a Gengar, and Guminosity Laming making quick work of Nightshade Nomads.
Gonna push towards this T1 goal zone now. Points rain on in. Not enough to break just yet, but Lucario joining the fray. That is gonna enable this T1 goal zone break as well. Regieleki still standing tall in this top path. Guminosity now gonna start peeling towards that. Try to rip it off the map and potentially send it towards this T2 goal zone. They have plenty of Unite moves, Husky. They could potentially push this.
Yeah, they could. They now do have the Suicune Unite move as well, as we see on our fan cam. And I guess Nightshade Nomads is realizing that could happen, so they were trying to set up. It doesn't matter. Sableye goes down. Leafeon goes down.
Oh, another one. That's 3 members now. This Scyther is cleaning house as this Gengar is trying to hold down this Regieleki. Getting chunked down. Psyduck is going to take the KO. Regieleki unable to go on in. Nice defense here from Nightshade Nomads. They don't find any KOs, but they prevent it from going on in, and prevent even more of a push.
Yeah, Gengar did a really good job there of really chunking down that Regieleki so that even if they did go down, they made sure that it didn't matter. What a Unite move there from the Suicune, followed up by Molinaki taking down the Piloswine. They're not done yet, Kyle.
That's a nice KO. 192-24. So big advantages here for Guminosity. Look like Christian on the Sableye was able to score a couple of points in that T1 goal zone before heading down towards the central area where they get absolutely cut down to size by this Aegislash, who's looked quite good all night, especially piloted by Maul on this. Basement Reggie now, likely going over to Guminosity. Doesn't look like there's any vision. Sableye was trying to get there, but again, Guminosity, full control of this map.
Yeah, doing really, really good so far. And unfortunately for Nightshade Nomads, though they've kept the level parity pretty decently, the double speedster composition early game focused strategy doesn't seem to be working out that well. For those in the chat that may have just showed up, we are in the Shadow Realm. Please bear with us. We will be back with you shortly. But for now, we've got our fan cam, and it looks like another big ice beam goes down into Alolan Raichu, but Annie might be caught out here.
Oh, Sableye Chaos Glower misses the mark, and 3 members of Nightshade Nomads are going down in the process. Now, Regieleki also appearing in that top path. And Maul going to respond to the Gengar, going to respond quite well. They find the KO. Christian on the back end, looking through that central area, grabbing vision for Nightshade Nomads, might look for a goal zone push. They do have 40 points that they could potentially deposit, but they do see that Scyther also looming in the background. Look at this little dance, IMAX and Annie doing a little bit of a dance up in this top path.
They are going to get that 40 points in on that Sableye. They're likely going to go down for. They're looking for 15 more, not able to get it. But, I mean, I think that's what Christian wants. They just want to make sure they get some points in and get the vision of where the entire enemy team is. Gengar, though, might be caught out. The Psychic does miss, but the Scyther does not.
It's also a Hex Gengar. I don't know if we've talked about that. It's a little bit different from what we've seen Elo Poppy do in previous matches, but Regieleki now going to get sliced down by the squad of Guminosity. It's going to head towards that T2 goal zone in plenty of time for Nightshade Nomads to rip that before Rayquaza. But there is a basement objective that these teams could potentially line up for, and I think Guminosity Laming's going for it.
Yeah, they may as well. They have enough time, and they know that Nightshade Nomads is distracted with that Regieleki in the top path. They did break that Tier 1 goal zone, but not by much. There's still a really substantial point lead for Guminosity, and it looks like they caught out this Mamoswine. They knew that somebody would be coming down, so they made sure that the rest of the team could rip that objective down on their own. That's a level 14 Scyther right now, Kyle. Guminosity definitely has the advantage.
Registeel buff for a majority of this Rayquaza fight, and Guminosity does not even need the Rayquaza. They are pretty significantly ahead. A single 100-point deposit of points from Nightshade will not net them the lead. So Guminosity, they know that they can just hold out this Rayquaza for the time being.
Benefits of Sableye, they can get a little bit of vision, so if you watch on your mini-map, you can kind of see them looking for where the rest of the team is. They do find IMAX able to stun them out, but ooh, they were ready for it, Kyle. Sableye already down.
Oh, Rayquaza's starting to get chipped now. Here's some Unite moves. There's the Suicune Unite move. 4 members down for Nightshade Nomads. It's just a matter of time. Clean team wipe. Guminosity Laming gonna win this first game pretty handily. There's the GG, and we go to game 2.
Yeah, that is definitely a moment where the GG makes sense. I think that seeing the Rayquaza go down that handily. Unfortunately for Christian, them being caught out was only the beginning because Scyther was dealing with the Leafeon on the top side. We didn't really get to see it, but they were very expertly handling that Leafeon on their own, and that was kind of the last hope for Nightshade Nomads in that moment. And you had your Sableye go down very quickly, and so much CC on Guminosity Laming's composition that they just went in for Rayquaza, and the Nightshade Nomads didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. And for those that are popping in, I'm seeing in chat, Annie's in chat. Sorry.
Sorry, it wasn't.
Sorry. You did fantastic. It was a great
job.
Game.
Yeah, amazing work.
But there is a bug in the observer feed. We tried to explain it at the beginning. Sometimes there's like maybe like a miscommunication with the observer admin and when they go into load lobby. If there's like a mismatch, sometimes what happens is it won't load in, and then when we reload in, it puts you on whoever it did not connect to. So in that case, it was Suicune. I think it's random. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason. But
it was a good Pokemon to be on. I mean, you were at all the fights. We got to see all the action, and I think that's all we could hope for in that moment. But we're getting it back up so that we're hopefully not in the Shadow Realm for game number 2. Maybe it was Guminosity and Laming's good luck, because Nightshade Nomads, if you recall, lost the first match in their previous set pretty substantially, where they did not look that great, and then were able to come back in the second 2 games. So maybe Guminosity Laming needs the Shadow Realm.
And maybe Nightshade Nomads lulling them into a false sense of security, because maybe a 1-0 deficit is exactly what they're looking for, to maybe spark themselves up into these next 2 Ray fights. But Guminosity has looked good all night. If I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at the bracket.
Yeah, they haven't dropped.
Bracket. They haven't dropped the map. They beat Sugar Rush 2-0, and then the Fry's Bag Now squad, also a very good squad. So that is filled with Vin Diesel, Tie-Dye, JL, and Pooty. So that's not an easy squad to take down, and they 2-0'd them. So
yeah, they're having quite a run.
Hey.
Can they continue? Wolfie, what do you think Nightshade Nomads has to do to pull it back in this set?
They need to have the
Oh my
world
god, I
champ
want to
difference.
cast with Wolf Glick.
Could you imagine?
I should ask him. We're not
Should
friends.
ask him.
We've never spoken.
Beena, get us Wolf Click.
Get Wolf Glick on the line. Get him in here. I know he's not
Wolf
busy.
Click on the line.
Get Wolf Click in
Stat.
here to cast Underdunk. Anyway, what do Nightshade Nomads need to do to bring it back?
I don't know. It seemed like the Cinderace pick that they had in Game 3, last one, did really well. I believe it was Andy on that one. But also, I was kind of hoping that we would see Leafeon again. Because it can work, and it did work for them previously. I think maybe just finding a way to get it online a little bit faster. It seemed like all the stuns in the CC that Guminosity had in Game 1 were really tough to deal with. So maybe if you could pair it, the Leafeon, with like potentially a Blissey if it gets through draft, or maybe just banning the Suicune. I mean, Suicune's just so tough to deal with if you're a Leafeon.
Yeah, I wonder kind of what they're going to end up going with here, but we have switched sides, so Nightshade Nomads does have first ban and first pick. Looks like they are lining it up, and they are going to be the ones to ban the Suicune. So they're taking it away from themselves.
I'm okay with this. I think it's fine, because I think they probably didn't want to pick it, and then they didn't want to first pick it, and knowing that Guminosity would essentially pick it in one of those 2 slots. So I like that call. They're banning their own game card. All right, okay. We're doing something.
We're doing Elo Poppy stuff now. We're banning out their own Gengar and forcing
I guess
the
Gengar
Blissey
level
ban.
100, right? Like, they're a really good Gengar too. So
yeah, I'm sure. But I think that it also just kind of gives them the opportunity to get something they want, and it is Psyduck that they pick. So when you're in the first pick slot, you can kind of ban something that doesn't really make as much sense to leave more first pick slots open for things that you really want. So if they didn't ban Blissey and instead ban Psyduck, I imagine Christian would have grabbed that Blissey. Instead, they do grab that Psyduck. Does leave IMAX, the Snorlax, and they get Blaziken, which is a really strong pick as well.
I love this Blaziken pick. I'll see if they're able to do exactly what Blazikens do, make sure that they get online, get their level 8, get the stance change, and then obviously secure all of the objectives, because that is the name of the game for that Blaziken. So Nightshade Nomads, they've dealt with one before, so they are going to need to make sure that they can crowd control it before it gets that unstoppable, and they have plenty of options to do it. You got Buzzwole, Mamoswine, and Psyduck.
Buzzwole's a Pokemon that we haven't seen. much to my happiness, and now unfortunately we will be seeing it. But I don't mind this pick here into Blaziken, especially because it does pretty good at anti-stacking Blaziken early if they do throw it into that top path. And look at this, we've got Dodrio Comfey, a pick that we haven't seen in a little while. Usually we would see Zoroark as that speedster of choice, but the Dodrio is always good. It just isn't always used, so I'm excited to see how this works.
I'm always scared of a Comfey with a speedster combination, and I think you looked at Slash's tier list, it was like, Comfey's bad, but when it's paired with the right thing, it's broken. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Dodrio, Comfey, Zeraora Comfey, Zoroark Comfey, like any of those big speedster carries can be really tough to deal with. I think even to some extent, throwing that on the Blaziken will be really nice as well. So a lot of things that the Nightshade Nomads is going to have to deal with, and that's going to be really tough. And the Inteleon's also a very tough backline damage dealer, and if they're able to stay pretty protected, and I don't see a speedster outside of maybe Mimikyu, sort of ish. These snipe shots are going to be coming for free.
Yeah, I really like this Inteleon last pick here. Yeah, sure, Mimikyu can get in there, but I think that ultimately the Dodrio is going to be up in that back line, and Inteleon's going to be free hitting some snipe shots. So I do really like Guminosity's composition here. What I do like to see is this Sylveon, a little bit of a tanky attacker. It's not really a backliner, but it kind of can be. And I believe that is going to be set up to be a Mystical Fire Sylveon. So it's running kind of tankier items, the Muscle Band, and with the Curse Incense as well. And I do love to see Sylveon. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to play. It always has been. I'm not sure how much I love it here. I think that it can be set up really well with that Buzzwole, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough damage.
I think it's really good into that speedster composition that we see Guminosity having with the Dodrio Comfey, because sometimes the Hyper Voice is super hard to hit, so at least you can lock on with the Draining Kiss and still do a ton of damage. So we'll see how it works here. Game number 2, Nightshade Nomads, they are going to need it to work here if they want to advance in your winner's side bracket. You'll see this Buzzwole Psyduck in the top path, along with this Sylveon heading down to the bottom path with this Swinub.
Yeah, the Sylveon is going to be one that I'm definitely watching, and sending Dodrio up into the top path is definitely a good call, especially into Buzzwole, just to make sure that your Torchic gets online quickly. IMAX was looking for that secure there, did go over to the Inteleon. It's difficult to secure against the Inteleon with that water gun. They get that one as well. IMAX also getting very low as he using an eject button. Eject
button through the wall, perfectly timed, gets themselves to safety. A lot of secures, like you said, from this Inteleon, tough to deal with for Nightshade Nomads. They're also doing a pretty good job, though, up in the top path. Dodrio getting at least a little bit of pushback from this Buzzwole, who's hit their level 4 and gotten a couple of points in. Bottom path, though, still, it is advantage here for Guminosity as Inteleon gets another secure.
Yeah, this Inteleon definitely on point with their secure. Zelo Poppy in a lot of trouble, though. The Combuskin shows up with a big Blaze Kick backwards. Zelo Poppy very low, but somehow makes it out.
Oh my gosh. I thought for sure like something was going to pop up and maybe do that last little bit before he could get like some of the healing on it, but somehow, some way finds a way to stay alive. Down on the bottom path, you're going to look for a KO on this Swinub. Unable to find it, but they do net that large Altaria in the bottom path as this Mimikyu has responded as well down here to try to salvage some experience of their own.
We've got that Shadow Claw on the Mimikyu, so a lot of sustain, but if they do get stunned out by a Heavy Slam or by the Blaziken stun move, Blaze Kick, then it's not going to do much. And sometimes catching the Mimikyu out of its Shadow Claw can really turn the tide of a game. Though I am a Shadow Claw believer, they gotta make sure that they're timing it right.
8-minute Altaria family hitting the central path, and now this Sylveon gonna try to push out this Snorlax a little bit, and has been able to, but IMAX is doing a good job of balancing their HP bar. Eject button from Blaziken just is able to dodge that large snipe shot. But, Elo Poppy getting caught by the Blaziken. Now IMAX along with the squad are pushing forward. Mimikyu trying to respond, but points raining down from Guminosity.
I mean, look how much damage the snipe shots are doing as well. Can't even get the Snorlax. We're seeing a lot of criminal plays today. The Comfey gets on top of them as well. Finally, the Snorlax will go down. Comfey looking for a target, finds Dodrio. They will have to back out here. What a play there from that Snorlax to stay with it for that long.
He was like slowly walking through the molasses. That was that speed flux zone right to the food. Grab the berry, heal up nearly half, and just live to fight another day. Points going to be going on in up on the top path from this Dodrio Comfey combo. Meanwhile, the bottom path, it is a Reg Ice and Nightshade Nomads immediately putting some damage on it. Reg Ice now at half. Blaziken lining up an Overheat, chunking down a couple of squad. Nice Ice Fang. It's going to keep them at bay, and that's going to allow Nightshade Nomads to grab that Reg Ice. It looked like Gengar level 100 was trying for a snipe shot steal, though.
You know what, Kyle? This is a Calm Mind Mystical Fire Sylveon, a build that we don't commonly see. But it is just enough extra special attack to provide the damage, I think, that they needed to make sure that they secured that Regice before the Snipe Shot could come out. It's a really interesting moveset. I feel like I've never actually played it, but
Me neither.
I've seen a couple people trying it out, and it's not too bad, but it's just not the one you commonly see.
Yeah, very interesting as we see a little bit of a fight here. Dodrio, triple trample on away, mostly just to keep its HP bar up. Here comes Blaziken, big overheat. Sylveon gonna pop their Fairy Frolic to dodge a lot of that damage, and they do. And Elo Poppy and this Sylveon are meanwhile just ripping through this Regieleki, and they get it. So nice plays here. They net both objectives, and they're gonna try to push in. Ultra Swole Slam into the back line, gonna look to try to get them. And it's Mimikyu that takes down the Blaziken. So great plays here for Nightshade Nomads as Regieleki walks into the T1 goal zone.
Wow, look at those Leech Life just doing so much damage and making sure that they're sustaining themselves for so long. It doesn't matter, they do go down. IMAX very low. Mimikyu comes in for the KO. Snipe Shot goes wide. Somehow, Mimikyu's going to make it out of that situation with barely a scratch. And Nightshade Nomads coming out on top of that fight.
Hey, they're looking much better this game than in game number 1. So seeing a little bit of a script being flipped here as it's 114-70. We near the halfway mark of this match. Basement Reggie also going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and it's Nightshade Nomads already starting to respond to it. A little bit of a fight here. Ice Fang going to pick up a Pokemon, set them back. Snipe Shot from the back line is going to chunk down this Piloswine that's not been able to find their level 9 yet.
I am also kind of surprised to see Leech Life be picked on this Buzzwole, especially into Inteleon, because you're just kind of standing there. They can, like, pretty easily line up a Snipe Shot, but I think that there's enough sustain with Leech Life to make that not seem as detrimental, but I would assume that they would have gone Superpower here.
There's that Snipe Shot that you talked about, right on time. Gonna take down that Buzzwole now. Inteleon gonna try to fire again from the back line. Regirock very dangerously low. Another Snipe Shot's gonna connect. And this time it is Guminosity coming out ahead, grabbing the objective, grabbing massive KOs after KOs. And now they're gonna push into this T1 goal zone. Points rain in, leaving it at 8, plus a 50. It's a 42-point overcap for Guminosity.
Nightshade Nomads had the score lead for a second, but not anymore. 211 now to 114. Almost a 100-point differential between these two teams as Regieleki hits the top path. Malinaki is at level 12 as well as this Dodrio, and only Mimikyu is there for Nightshade Nomads. So far, Buzzwole, though, with a big catch. Sylveon gets the credit for that KO. Nightshade Nomads wants to push into Tier 1.
Here comes another Unite move. Comfey gonna try to insulate Guminosity to try to keep them upright. Blaziken gonna be the one that falls down. Nice little attachment onto the Inteleon. Keeps this Comfey alive for the time being. Nightshade Nomads has their sights set on this T1 goal zone. More Unite moves starting to fly on out. This time Christian's gonna try to insulate the squad. Oh, Mimikyu is able to take out the Dodrio once again. Elo Poppy dangerously low. Are they gonna be able to self-sustain? They do! They find some KOs. Points go on in, and Nightshade Nomads comes out ahead.
What a play by Annie for a second there. She got off at 1 HP and then was able to find the Snorlax, who unfortunately too much damage came down on them before they got to use the Unite move, or I really think that that Tier 1 goal zone push would not have happened for Nightshade Nomads. But now, under 3 minutes, this Mimikyu has gone from level 12 to 15, and nobody laming has reached that point just yet. Nomads in a really good position to win this game.
And still, only 20 points separate these two squads, so still anybody's game at this point in the match. 20 seconds until Rayquaza joins the Three Sky Runes. As you see a little bit of a scuffle here between Mimikyu along with the Dodrio Comfey Collar. I don't think there's going to be an engagement this early, but the aggressive positioning from Guminosity makes me think they might.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting... It's still anyone's game, and there's going to be that close battle indication once Rayquaza spawns here. So neither team will know who is in the lead. An even number of goal zones on both sides, so neither team knows who needs the Rayquaza. And the good thing about Mimikyu is you can use it to find vision, and that's exactly what they did. They found where the Dodrio was, so now Nightshade Nomads knows exactly where they are, hits the Shadow Tag on Snorlax, but the fight's breaking out on the backside.
Yeah, Psyduck gonna pop their Unite move. Doesn't quite reduce the damage that they wanted. Snorlax taking a big old power nap in the center of the map. You have Dodrio going in for a triple trample. They're going to be finding the first KO of this fight, and it is going to be on the Sylveon. We have the Inteleon trying to snipe from the back line. Misses once, twice. Mimikyu able to take out the Blaziken. The Comfey Unite might be just a tad late, and Blaziken going down. Mimikyu now is going to take a second. They're going to take out the Inteleon. They're going to look for the Comfey, but pops right on Snorlax at the right time. Rayquaza now starting to get chipped.
Nightshade Nomads is going to start to chip it down, but there is going to be a Blaziken coming back in just 3 seconds. Dodrio is there, starting to get chipped a little bit faster. Kyle, Snorlax has a heavy slam ready. Do they have enough time to take it?
They're trying to zone them out. Unite move now from the Sylveon, looking for an engagement. Sylveon takes it. Nightshade Nomads making their way towards the goal zones now as Psyduck is able to take down the Snorlax. Mimikyu looking for the Blaziken. Overheat set up, finding it the connection. But on the backside, there are some scoring, but this 200 points is going to be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, that's going to be way too many points going in, and with only 30 seconds left, Guminosity would have to make it all the way across the map and win a fight and score their points, and I just don't think that's in the cards for them. After the Game 1 curse for Nightshade Nomads, they are going to take Game number 2. This is going to be our second 3-game set of the evening.
Insane stuff. Big 3-game series set up here in the semifinals. Winner will be going on to the winner's side of the finals, and it is going to take a third game to decide that first squad to enter. Nightshade Nomads coming out on top here, evening it up 703, 363 your final here in game 2.
This team is just so interesting. I have no idea what's going on with them at all. I never have any idea what's going on. They are completely unreadable. You see them play in these game ones of this past 2 sets, and you're like, yeah, I don't know. They're probably not going to win this set. And then they pull out something like they did in this match with this weird composition, and I have no idea what's happening. 11 KOs on that Mimikyu. Psyduck, though, the one getting the MVP, but 79,000 damage.
I don't know if we talked about this, but it was a Bubble Beam Psyduck. It was a Bubble Beam.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even focusing on that. Yeah. I was like, wow, Calm Mind, Mystical Fire, and the wrong Buzzwole move set, and yeah, that's okay. Bubble Beam,
they're cooking.
Bubble Beam did it.
They're cooking. I liked it. I thought, I always like seeing the Bubble Beam Psyduck when there's a lot of auto attackers, but I think it also kind of worked really well with the Sylveon, because obviously the Mystical Fires along with the basic attacks from that Pokemon are often there to try to bust those bubbles and do that the extra stun and the damage. So I think that works, but yeah, Bubble Beam not often picked, but it seemed to provide a lot of value at those micro stunts.
Yeah, I mean, out really well for them. There was a lot of points during the match. I didn't even realize we were seeing Bubble Beam, but I was like, where's all this damage suddenly coming from? I feel like the Blaziken was just getting demolished before it could really do much. But let's take a look at some of these replays where once again it seemed like Guminosity was kind of taking advantage of an early game lead.
They really were, yeah, and this was that first push up in that top path. Good response from Buzzwole along with Mimikyu to at least take down one Pokemon. And that really set the tide here for them to kind of push this T1 bottom path along with getting that first objective. They not only got that first basement objective, but they also got that top one as well with a great Unite move from that Sylveon.
Yeah, the Sylveon, I feel like there were a lot of points where the Sylveon held on to the Unite move for just the right amount of time to make sure they got the maximum value from it. I think whenever I see a Sylveon Unite move on full health, a part of me dies a little bit because you really want to make sure that you're getting it low enough to where you're getting some value out of it. But in this moment, we saw pretty good defense here by Guminosity. They did take down the Snorlax, but they were forced back off that tier 2.
And like you said, big snipe shots, especially every time that Buzzwole was hitting one of those leech lives. And you found one there. And this was a huge engage from the Blaziken, diving right on into the thick of it, hitting an overheat, hitting some KOs, and good cleanup from Guminosity. And they were able to push a little bit, but counter punch from Nightshade Nomads on this T1 goal zone, they were able to find exactly what they were looking for right after that objective.
Yeah, I feel like there was a moment where Guminosity should have just realized that they can't defend this goal zone, but they brought everybody down there to try to do it. And I think it gave a lot of momentum back to Nightshade Nomads because they got some really high value KOs. They picked up the Dodrio there that we saw. They ended up picking up the Snorlax, the Comfey. They got everybody in that push. And even though they did lose the Mamo, they lost the Buzzwole there, I feel like enough high value KOs were picked up to bring Nightshade back.
Yeah, and the Mimikyu pick was insane in this late game. Being able to counter exactly what they wanted. They were able to get that Blaziken with that Comfey on it and really take it to them in these moments. And this is a big Unite move. Was mostly for zoning, but they were still able to grab the Rayquaza.
Yeah, that was... I mean, what a game that was. Where are you? Oh, there he is. Where's Kyle? It's Floof. He come to watch the game. Oh, he looks so angry.
He's going to cast. He's going to cast.
He looks so angry. He's angry.
He's not. He's angry because he wanted to bite my feet, and I didn't let him.
Oh, okay. Well, Floof casting game number 3. And he's always excited to see game number 3, as am I. But I wonder if we will be seeing Guminosity go back to that first pick slot, because it seems to be making a difference. It looks like they did, as I said that. The sides got swapped in front of me. So that should be interesting. It gives them kind of the upper hand opportunity to grab an early pick that they really want.
He started bite my feet again. He has this thing where he likes to flops over on my feet, and then if I don't pet him, he bites them. It's one of his
Karma does that, but only in the middle of the night, and he'll chase after Brent's ankles and bite them.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a herding dog. I don't understand.
He loves me very
Let
much.
him have a nibble.
Let him have a nibble.
Said.
That's crazy. We do have a game going on, and we already have some bands starting to fly out. Blissey, Snorlax.
No, let's talk more about feet.
Let's talk about feet. Husky, I know that you really don't like feet, so I feel like
really
you're lying to me.
Feet were God's only mistake. Anyway. Alchemy is in! They let Alchemy go. They let Alchemy in, so Guminosity Laming is kind of forced into that first pick slot. I don't know if that was intentional by Nightshade Nomads to make sure they have to pick that Alchemy so they can still get what they want, and it looks like they do. Psyduck and Leafeon being locked in.
We're seeing a little bit of this speedster on speedster matchup as well. So we're seeing that Leafeon versus Gengar, and we are going to see the namesake Gengar taking it here for Guminosity, and Buzzwole getting stolen by Guminosity away from Elo Poppy in game number 3. I'm liking this overall, and I'm also liking A-Goats on this Mamoswine. Like, time and time again, I'm liking them locking that in. It seems like they're really focused on engaging off of those Earthquake and Ice Fang engages. But we'll see how it's going to be able to stack up here in Game 3.
Yeah, I really do like the Mamos one. I like that Elo Poppy kind of took this sword away from Marlinaki because they're kind of struggling to pick what they want. They will go with the Lucario, but you can kind of tell by the way that they were searching through the Pokemon that they really did plan on grabbing Aegislash there. So I think that was a good call from Nightshade Nomads to grab that. Kiro hovering this Greninja. I think that the Greninja works pretty well into something like Gengar. And Lucario as well, because you can play from range. It has a little bit of sustain, and they are going to go ahead and lock that in. But I'm most excited to see this Alchemy. I think Alchemy decorate onto a Speedster with the Dazzling Gleam. You just get so much distance on that move. It can do a ton of damage.
Not only that, but this is the first time I'm seeing it in competitive play. I think every single match we saw it banned so far. So this is really that first test of how does this Pokemon perform in the competitive environment. Like, obviously, inside of ranked environment, solo queue ladder
Inside of ranked
duo.
environment mentioned?
Inside of ranked.
Inside of ranked mentioned?
It's a demon there, but how does it perform in competitive environment? Like, is it going to really enable everything, or is it going to be just kind of like, okay, is it better than Blissey? I mean, I don't know. These are questions that I have.
Yeah, I saw it a bit in the EU qualifiers for Uniclash last, on, what day is it? Sunday? I saw it when I got to cast that tournament, and it was played a good amount, and I saw both movesets being played, and it seemed like it was really, really strong. I'm not sure how with NA, we end up kind of adapting. EU tends to play a little bit differently, but it did look really strong. It was kind of on par with what Blissey was doing for teams, so what I saw a lot of was ban Blissey, pick Alchemy, because no support is going to be as good as that. But we'll see how it goes. I got to root for the Alchemy. Game number 3.
Game 3, winner's going to be heading to your winner's side final match, and Guminosity going to be taking this Milcery along with the Buzzwole to the top path, sending this Trevenant Lucario down to the bot path. We have Leafeon Psyduck top path for Nightshade Nomads.
I feel like if I ever cast Luminosity, I'm just going to call them Guminosity now. I think I've said it enough tonight where it's kind of ruined me. Unfortunate, but I think that's what it's all about me, so I think that they were definitely out to get me when they come up with this team name. But we already have good engage there from that Swineup.
Very. Goats has been performing quite well all night, so not surprised to see some good early path play. Andy 6 stacks on this Leafeon, just shy of getting their level 4 evolution. Likely get it with that 9-minute objective, or not objective, but wild Pokemon experience on that backside. And that Dual Blade heading to the top path along with the Haunter as well.
I mean, unfortunately for Nightshade Nomads, this basement path is definitely not as strong. Takes a lot more experience to get online. And Guminosity knows that, so they send that Gengar up into the top path. Wow, what a Dream Eater takes out the Dew Blade, but not enough to take them down. They are going to leave that up to the Buzzwole instead. Already Guminosity drawing that first KO.
Is a Surf Psyduck this time. No Bubble Beam found, as we do see this Buzzwole play, finding some experience of their own. Level 5, not quite fully online with their second ability, but we'll see if they are going to be going that Suck Swole build, the Leech Life, as we see this Aegislash start to get online as well. Would love their level 7.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw these teams take a Pokemon on a other team in this game. We've got our this time, though, and I think it's really fair that Elo Poppy goes Shadow Claw just to keep it different, but I don't think they did. Unfortunately, they are playing. Oh, no, they did! So they switched movesets.
Okay.
So they switched. Buzzwole is taken instead by Guminosity, but they're playing Superpower, and Elo Poppy takes Aegislash, but is playing Shadow Claw.
Okay, they're going to try to slice down the tree, but unfortunately, Gengar gets the best of them. Now Gengar's going to look to chain this Psyduck. They do. Still only a Haunter, but the Gengar is looming ever so close, nearing that level 9. Misses that combo, but able to get that 30-point score in. And now, just ever so shy. One bit of experience should net them that. That experience was looking like it was going to be the Leafeon. Instead, it is a wild Pokemon. Leafeon able to take down the tree. Buzzwole going to pick up the Greninja, but no KOs found just yet for that Buzzwole.
What an unfortunate moment there for Nightshade, or Guminosity, excuse me. The IMAX, the Trevenant really set up a perfect line for that Gengar, but the Dream Eater just went wide on the Leafeon, and they weren't able to bring it home. It ends up going Nightshade Nomad's way, but it ends up working out for them in the end. They were able to break the Tier 1 goal zone, 95 points to 0 points, and I wonder if they would just stay up here and look to rip down this Regieleki.
Very possible. Leafeon looming on the right side of the Regieleki, trying to grab some vision. Nice little Psychic right there is going to find exactly where they are. And there's that Emerald two-step. They take one. They're also going to try to find this Alchemy Psychic just a little bit short, unable to get them. Pulls towards that Citrus Berry, able to grab it for this Leafeon. And also going to net a nice little 30-point score. Nightshade Nomads going to take full advantage, take that Regieleki off the map, push towards that T1.
Alchemy just kind of harassing up there, making sure that they, don't get as much as they want. The Regieleki has to walk in before they can break it, which I think is huge for Guminosity. They want to make sure that Nightshade doesn't get a chance to push into Tier 2, and they get the basement objective. So I think ultimately it kind of went as good as it could go for Guminosity. Wow, what another fantastic moment for IMAX. What incredible engages with these Horn Leeches. They do get taken down, but I think that as a defender player, I would blame that on the rest of my team.
Yeah, you at least keep that, keep the Gengar healthy and allowed for a KO onto their fellow speedster, the Leafeon. Now good engage onto the Greninja. Lucario finds a KO there. Dazzling Gleam, dazzling through Nightshade Nomads. And now this Gengar is heating up. A double KO that way. Make it a triple. You're welcome as Gengar hits level 12.
Triple kill with a topping of Fluffy Cream Supreme. I love that Unite move so much. And you can just really see how beneficial it was. It just made sure that the Lucario didn't even lose a little bit of its health. It was able to find the Greninja before it could really do anything. And what a play from Guminosity. But they might be caught out a little bit too far here. They pushed just a bit too much.
Hand in the cookie jar moment for IMAX as they're trying to grab some vision. Unfortunately, they find a multitude of Nightshade Nomad members, and now the push is on this T1 goal zone. Points were looking to go on in, only 5 able to. Aegislash trying to slice through 3 members, but Alchemy is going to get the best of them there. Now Unite move from Gengar, looking to try to find a KO onto the Greninja. They do. Massive KO for Gengar, level 100, and Guminosity taking it to him, 272, 120, nearing the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, great Unite move on the Gengar as well. That's the Gengar's job, right? You got to make sure that you are in on that Greninja and not letting it do anything. I feel like at the end of the day, even if you go down as Gengar, get the Greninja, because that is their rip potential in the end game. And the team of Guminosity doesn't really have rip potential. They have a little bit with the Secure. They have Lucario Unite move. They have some Shadow Ball. They've got Trevenant. But there's a lot better Secure and a lot better rip on Nightshade Nomads.
Ultra Soul Slam this time, gonna try to take down the Buzzwole, or try to take a KO for Buzzwole. Unable to do so, they get KO'd themselves. Lucario gonna look to engage on the Aegislash. Aegislash trying to self-sustain within that shield form. Guminosity laming, trying to find a KO, or a cannon from downtown into the eject button. They're able to take down the Leafeon. Molinaki with the tech.
That's a lot of dashes there. You don't think Lucario can jump three-fourths the way across the map. Jeez, I couldn't say that for some reason. You didn't think Lucario could go that far, but they were able to find that Leafeon there, grab that KO with all those infinite dashes that Lucario for some reason has with Power Up Punch, but interesting play there from Guminosity. They did get caught out enough for Nightshade to really kind of bring it back in terms of levels. But right now, we've got a level 14 Gengar. We are under 3 minutes. We're getting towards the home stretch, and the levels are looking really, really good for Guminosity.
You gotta be very happy if you're Guminosity in this position. Like you said, level 14 Gengar, level 13 on the Buzzwole, and a significant points lead, 272 to 120. 30 seconds until Rayquaza hits the map. Buzzwole get fooled by the Greninja clones, but 3 members looking to try to converge on Andy 6X on this Leafeon. Nice little play here for them, but the fight is starting a little bit early. Gengar going on in. Gonna go ahead and use their Unite. There's the Ultra Soul Slam from Buzzwole trying to take down the Leafeon. They don't. 2 members of Guminosity go down. Now IMAX using their Unite.
Yeah, what a catch there. They made sure they got the Alchemy before they could really do anything. 10 seconds left until Rayquaza. Unfortunately for Nightshade Nomads, Buzzwole will be back in time, and everybody gets a chance to reset. A lot of Unite moves were expended in that moment, but more were expended on Guminosity's side, so there's still quite a few on Nightshade Nomads that they could use.
Lucario and Alchemy still have theirs, but we are going to go ahead and try to engage on the Leafeon. Unable to find a big KO there. Teams are going to reset, try to slow the pace down before the next engage.
Greninja can just chip at Rayquaza a little bit, if nothing else, just to kind of make the tornadoes spawn so that they can see where Guminosity is hiding. But Psyduck gets a little bit of a catch there with the Psychic, and Gengar goes in. They find Aegislash.
That's a massive KO. Aegislash unable to use their Unite move. Now Greninja down for Nightshade Nomads. Mamoswine gonna pop their Unite move, try to stay upright. Lucario finds them. That's 3 members down. Fluffy, Cream, Supreme. Hell, healing up the entire squad. Now Gengar peels towards Leafeon. They find them. It's just the Psyduck. One Hail Mary looking for a secure. Are they going to be able to get anything on there? They're going to have a surf. They don't get it. It's Guminosity moving towards the goal zones.
That's why they ban level 100 Gengar out. They are able to make it happen. Elo Poppy with a last-minute opportunity to look for Molinaki, but it doesn't happen. Shields are broken. That's a lot of damage being rained down on that Mamoswine, and a lot of points going into that home base goal zone. This is what happens when you let Alchemy through. 572 to 120. Guminosity laming. Though they drop a game, they are not going to be dropping this set.
Nightshade Nomads not done for the night. They'll be heading down to that lower side bracket where it is a best of 1, and we are etching ever so close to that midnight hour. So we will see what happens once that hits the map. Guminosity laming, though, they are advancing to your winners finals, where they are going to be playing the winner of either Hooners or Tagang. Both 2 incredible squads here. So congrats to Guminosity, as they took down an incredible squad in this 3-game set.
We are getting close to the home stretch of the night, so these games are just getting better and better here. Winners finals will be coming at you very soon, and yeah, like you said, we've only got an hour left. A lot of Game 3 sets on broadcast mean that it's taken a little bit longer, so that means these best of 1 sets might be coming at us sooner than expected. But let's take a look at these stats here. 91,000 damage. Yeah, that's why you ban out that Gengar. 19 KOs on them.
Indeed, yeah, 91k also with those 19 KOs. Only took 22k, and it looks like they healed more than they took in damage, which is kind of impressive, honestly. I don't know. Someone in math cord tell me how that works, but I don't know. How does that even work? Like, how do you heal more? Like, it's not like Gengar's healing your teammates, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, Gengar does heal a lot from Dream Eater when they do go in. You'd expect them to take a little bit more damage, but I guess they really just completely executed their opponents, and they did their job of targeting down that Greninja, because unfortunately, though I did like Greninja into this composition, they were not able to do as much as they wanted. And even with a team with much better secure and much better rip potential, Guminosity was able to pull out that fight in the end.
They really did. And let's take a look at the replays here from game number 3. Early on, it was Guminosity laming, really putting forth a great effort, but punching back. Nightshade Nomads, time and time again, was able to find value, and they really held tight here early on. But Gengar, just so tough to deal with.
Yeah, Gengar is really, really tough, and in a lot of these moments, we saw Nightshade Nomads really fighting back. This Leafeon looked fantastic. I mean, this Leafeon on every team kind of always looks fantastic. Another player I want to shout out is Goats on the Mamoswine throughout the night. Just really, really consistent on that Pokemon. And in the end game, which I'm sure we will see, the last fight, they had a fantastic engage on Guminosity with their high horsepower right into the Unite move. That was fantastic, and unfortunately, Alchemy is broken, so it didn't end up working out.
Alchemy certainly strong, and it has a 100% win rate. just the one game that we've seen it tonight. But yeah, I mean, this play was insane.
Yeah,
the dashes, the eject
button.
Lucario really wanted that Leafeon.
This is a bit of an early fight here. The Buzzwole Unite move was unfortunately expended, and it really did look like Nightshade Nomads kind of had the upper hand with how many Unite moves were used in that moment, but they were still able to bring it back. Great eject buttons from IMAX, as always, on that Trevenant, but here is the engage on the Mamoswine. The eject button out, high horsepower in, right into the Unite move was absolutely huge, and unfortunately, Alchemy is just there to cleanse everything, make it look like it never happened.
Yeah, not only that, but 2 members of Nightshade Nomads were already down, the Aegislash and the Greninja, so Guminosity taking full advantage. Side up one last chance. Try to got a surf on it, unfortunately. A little bit late, and also 5 members or 4 members, whatever it was at the time, of Guminosity there to clean it up. But that is going to conclude our shift here for Husskyle. We are going to be changing hands. I believe it is Malice along with Prancing Ponyta that are going to take you home through the last portion of Underdunk. But Husky, before we go, what are your thoughts about the meta tonight? This is probably one of the first tournaments we've gotten to see Alchemy. You saw it, a little bit over the weekend. One game, but it's been banned pretty much every time.
Yeah, I wanted to say, let Alchemy through, you cowards, but it's just kind of becoming more obvious why it's banned every game. So I think the meta is interesting, a lot of all-rounders, and, I think that in a lot of cases, kind of winning the early game wins you the game, but Nightshade Nomads has been a team to challenge that, and I'm always for a challenge in the meta, so wishing them a very loser's bracket run. Guminosity will be moving on, and I will be going to bed.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, before Husky goes to bed, we are going to take a quick look at the bracket. We're keeping Husky up past her bedtime.
It's every time is past my bedtime. Waking up is
It'll be like 8
part
p.m.
of
It's
being
past Husky's bedtime.
It really is.
But it does look like Tagang was able to knock down Hooners, so we are going to see in the winners finals Tagang versus Guminosity, and then it is going to be a long lower bracket run before we see who comes out that side. But pretty good sets overall. A Tut One Coin is going to be going up next. I think we're still waiting on their match. And then
It'll be Hooners, right?
Oh yeah. That's right. Hooners will go down there. And then Hoenn Plaga going to be taking on the winner of that match. So we are moving along quite well here, but we are going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get the shift changed over. But we will see you very soon after a quick break. But for all those that want to stay and watch some more Underdunk, we will be back very shortly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of Underdunk. It is I, Professor Malice, and I am being joined by the fantastic, promising, pressing Ponyta. I had a different P word for you, but I'm glad to have you here. This is our first time working together, and it's been a short while since I've been here at Underdunk, but as always, it's fantastic and phenomenal to be here. Ponyta, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. I was just starting to wonder how many P words you were going to be able to find to fit into there as, adjectives, as, sentence enhancers, as we'll call them. But I'm so glad to finally be back. It's been a while since I've been able to cast an event, and it just feels good to be right back on the Unite scene. It's almost like I never left. Everybody is still just as great as always.
All right, we have received the gauntlet from the previous team, from Sky and Husky, and it looks like we will be going into the winners files here soon with TI Game and a new favorite, an unsuspected team. Nobody saw this team coming along. Surprised everybody out from the dark, up from the bushes, is Goominosity Laming. What a name.
What a great team name. Definitely ranks up there in some of the top names, and I've seen some great ones from events past.
All right, I see some names that I recognize on this team. I'm looking at them right now. They got IMAX and I Make You Tilt, and I bet he does. It's got IKEA Shoes and Exani. And then there is Malikwi? Oh man, I'm gonna butcher it. That's the inner teacher in me. But we are gonna be moving on to the draft here. We see TI Game and Goominosity Gaming moving into the draft, and the Gengar and Leafeon are going to be the first targets, which look like Gengar level 100 hovering over the Talonflame as a band number 3.
So Gengar level 100 and I have actually known each other for quite a few years. We've been friends since I want to say season 1 there, and I can see that Gengar band over there on the side of TI Gang. That is definitely a Gengar level 100 target right there, as that is obviously their main. But yeah, that was somebody that I've actually been friends with since season 1 and managed to finally meet at NAIC, so that was good times. And we're leaning right into the draft picks, going immediately for the Snorlax. Super strong pick on a defender there, and we're going to see TI Gang, the Rapidash, finally getting some attention, finally getting some love. We got the double speedster lock in there for TI Gang.
I don't know if you've been following, Ponyta, but Galarian Rapidash has soared in popularity as of late. I don't know if it was the most recent patch or maybe some balancing features that came for some of the other characters, or perhaps it's just a discovered pick, kind of like the Armarouge was in the previous patch, where seemingly out of nowhere people discovered him, started playing them, and it ended up being a very strong pick. And Galarian Rapidash is moving into that section as apparently a priority pick in this game. According to TI Gang, they made it their number 2 pick. They wanted to deny it, or at least prioritize it over other picks such as Alcremie, who's standing out very well. The Blissey is still fairly strong. Psyduck is still in the meta, and we also see Suicune, who has seen some nerfs in the last couple patches, but is still a prominent priority pick.
And you can see over there, IMAX picking up the Lapras, which is, sometimes thought of as a sleeper pick, but not your strongest choice for defenders, and usually not a first choice for defenders in a meta where Umbreon is such a hot and heavy pick. You usually see Snorlax, Umbreon, Slowbro are kind of the 3 main defender picks there, so it's kind of nice to see someone pick up Lapras. But I have noticed the rise of Galarian Rapidash, and unfortunately just hasn't had a chance to shine at any IC events due to either nerfs directly before the event or bugs that cause it to get banned. So it's nice to see it kind of show up in some online tournaments. I know a lot of teams have been practicing with it. It is really good with just that small little bit of a buff it got a couple of patches ago. So it's good to see TI Gang there with their double speedster, but they're also throwing in the support from the Sableye there. So it looks like they're really going to be causing some trouble, some disruption for Goominosity Laming there. They've also got the Scissor, and with the stacking items there, the stacking and the crit build on that Scissor. So anything else that you're noticing about these builds stand out to you?
Yes, I was wondering if it was just an item that hadn't been swapped over yet, but looking at the Lapras, there was an amulet coin, and I am trying to remember what team it was, but there was one team in a prominent tournament, it's one of the overseas teams, were using goal scoring compositions. They found a way to continue to use amulet coin effectively despite the nerfs that had almost made it dead on arrival, or I guess dead after day 1, because those nerfs butchered it. That were necessary for the competitive integrity of the game. But to see Lapras doing it, I'm interested to see if they're going to have some type of back capping or stacking strategy coming from that Lapras.
All right, and we're moving into game 1 here. I wonder if we're going to hit that Midnight Madness time. Probably. We're probably not going to see Grand Finals be a best of 5. It'll probably be best of 3. But Ponyta hiding in the bush there. They're looking to try to get the secure on this Audino. They're going to try to steal it out from that Pikachu, but that Lapras is holding it back. The Electro Web is holding it back. It doesn't give Ponyta a chance to really get in there, utilize that. It does run the XP share, though, but it did give Doduo a chance to get in there and get a stack off as well. We're going to see Jungle come down here to the bottom lane to try to prioritize that and get a little push back. Oh no, Ponyta!
Ponyta will get picked off at the goal as they're trying to go for a score. We do see a gank coming in from the Scyther, but will not deliver anything for the side of Tie Game. A counter gank coming from the combustion of Guminosity Gaming, meaning it's going to be a tie 2v2 in the top lane. Sableye getting a couple points up there, but might be overextended and will get picked off by the Suicune, leaving a score 10-29 in favor of Tie Game.
Scyther looking to try to get out there, gets caught by Pikachu's Electro Web, but does manage to get to those berries and not get knocked out, even though it is just 3 versus 1 in that bottom lane. We saw the Doduo kind of abandon ship there to head to the top lane for a little bit of backup. Ponyta's up there now as well. It looks like they're just trying to get some scores in here, maybe get some stacks, try to get a little bit of that XP so that they can get evolved. Ponyta especially needs to try to get online here, but we're going to see some stacking back from Suicune from the side of Guminosity Laming.
This is going to be some of the goofiest gameplay I have ever seen. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a compliment to see the interference coming from the Dotrio and the Galarian Rapidash. Galarian Rapidash now moving into the Posing's team jungle, looking to get information on what camps may still be available. Also acting as bait to try to pull the aggro of Guminosity Laming. Now we see the Dotrio running back to the bot lane as the Pupitar tries to secure the center. May get caught out by the Pikachu here, but because they know where Guminosity Gaming is, they know where they're not, and we're seeing some action happen on the other side of the map. 15 points going up to the Sableye in the top lane. More action breaking out in the bot lane. Galarian Rapidash possibly looking for an engage, but decides to disengage. Sableye is going to be able to break that top in the score. Now 64-115 in favor of Tie Gang.
That was a pretty nice break there for Tie Gang, but that is going to open up that extra experience on the side of Guminosity Laming. We're going to see a little bit of a team fight here in the bottom. There's going to be a 4 versus 3. They're pushing back. Rapidash is online now, and it is holding, but we're going to see the pushback there from the Suicune, hitting it with, oh no, they're getting in there. They're going to get the score off. They're going to break that bottom goal, which that's going to open up some more XP there for Tie Gang. Rapidash is able to get out. Sableye is invisible, so they can't even see it right now as it manages to get away, and it looks like we got a little bit of jungle invading going on.
This is going to be the decisive moment for both teams. Both objectives up the map. They have to make a decision. Dotrio looking to get a couple more points in, going for a total of 12. Will get 8. Looks to get the full 12. Is going to be able to escape action happening into the jungle of Tie Game. Lapras IMAX trying to escape and will be able to do so. A possible cutoff from the Pikachu going on to the Dotrio, but more action in the top lane as Tie Game tries to interrupt the Alecki, but will not be able to succeed. Now being pushed back by the Snorlax, utilizing the block, looking for an engage with a heavy knockup. Will be able to get a double knockup, but Suicune gets the knockout onto the Sableye, giving the advantage to Guminosity Gaming, who will be able to connect that Regieleki.
Got a lot of great zoning moves on the side of Guminosity Laming there. They were able to get that Reggie to push in, break that top goal, again opening up even more XP for Tie Gang. Not that they need it, they just hit level 10 on that Scyther there. Their levels are looking really good right now, even though they still have 2 level 7s. They need to get those up there just a little bit more. Guminosity Laming using that extra XP that they got a little bit earlier to see 2 level 9s, 2 level 8s there. Pikachu and Snorlax both at level 9. What a great duo those two work really well together in lane. They're gonna gang up on this Lapras that's trying to run up the lane. I don't think Lapras is going to get away from that.
Oh, Lapras gets caught in the back cap as the Sableye tries to use the go-getter in order to get more points. Will be able to get 23 in, trying to go for another 15. Might have just stole some for the opposing team and is on the escape. Looks like they do bail out, but both teams are getting in position for the bot side Reggie. Not sure exactly which one it is. Pikachu picks up the knockout, utilizing the Unite move, taking out the Tyranitar and sending them back to the Pokemon Center. This gives the priority to Guminosity Laming, but Game going for a cross-map pressure play here as they group around the top side, getting those points in exchange for giving up the priority on that Reggie. Guminosity Gaming not defending the Reggie and instead trying to stop the continual pursuit of Game.
I didn't get to hear the cry of the Reggie, so I'm not sure which one spawned. Must be a Regice, considering no team is really interested in it right now. They do manage to pick off that Sableye as it was trying to cause some bitches. Look at that, I called it. It is a Regice in the bottom lane. But since nobody's down there, Tygang is like, hey, why not? Let's just take this. Let's get the extra XP off of it. They hit a few level 11s off of that as well. They are catching up and, in fact, surpassing Guminosity in some levels here at this point. Guminosity hitting level 11 on their Snorlax and their Blaziken at this point. Blaziken having seen a little bit of a nerf, but Guminosity is up here on this Regieleki. They don't want to let Tygang get that with their top, but they do anyway. Tygang does sneak in and steal it, and that is huge considering their top lane is wide open. If that Regieleki makes it all the way in, that is just free dunks all day for Tygang.
That is a nasty steal. Not even in a million years would I have thought that would connect and have been enough damage, but lo and behold, it has happened. And not only that, because they saw Guminosity Laming was in the top lane there trying to contest it. There was nobody to defend the base home, and we did get Dotrio scoring yet another 40 points. Now, Blaziken defending the pad, using the overheat, is able to knock out the Sableye. Regieleki contesting the team viciously, trying to connect to the pad, but will not be able to safely arrive at his destination. Tygang using this information to maneuver around the map, build up those points, get those EXP, and try to get in a position where they can contest Array. Right now, they are in a very favorable position, up over 160 points, although Scyther knocked out by the Suicune.
Tygang really is in a great position here. With 3 minutes, we have 1 minute until Ray. They have good experience on the board, plenty of levels. They're way ahead in levels right now, ahead of Guminosity Laming, and they have a huge point lead here as well. So we have 25 seconds until bottom Reggie. That does technically give either team enough time to try to get in there, get this secure on this bottom Reggie, maybe get a buff off of it, get the extra XP. But Tygang is just kind of running amok now here. We saw all 5 members moving together as a unit, and we do still see 3 of them. Now the rest of them are coming down. They are going to run all 5 of them into this bottom lane here to gang up on the members of Guminosity Laming that are just kind of straggling over here. They were looking to kind of hang out, feel out this basement Reggie, but it looks like they're going to push back on this Snorlax. Snorlax was in a very dangerous situation there, but they're going to try to pick off the Rapidash instead, and they get it.
All right, a 1-for-2 trade going over to favor of Tygang. They got 2 knockouts for 1, but the problem might be, will Ponyta be up in time? Will be up in time. 8 seconds for them to get from the base to the Ray fight. Any knockouts at this point could be critical, but as we saw Tygang, they are the masters of split pushing this game, and they are looking to leverage the pressure, the threat of Ray to get more points on the board. 74 already coming in from the Sableye. Looks to be another 88 going from behind, coming from the Dotrio. Now Guminosity Laming not only needs to secure the Ray, but they're going to need to get 3 points, 300 burgers in. They will be able to grab the Ray. The score goes over to them, but they are behind by over 300 points, needing a total of 4 full goals to connect in order to show up these score differentials. Tygang looking to break out these shields. They figured it's easier to defend. If they can't stop all of them, they can stop some of them, concentrate their efforts, and prevent them from getting in. 68 points from Snorlax, but there's not going to be any more. Lapras trying to retreat to preserve its shield. Snorlax on another 48. Blaziken with 10 engaging onto the Dotrio, but Dotrio will be able to safely escape.
T-Tar's ability to deal true damage is a great use in this situation here. It's able to stop them from scoring right through those shields. Unfortunately, despite the secure on the Ray, they don't seem to be able to get in there, get enough scoring off. They probably don't know how far behind they are. They know they're far behind. Tygang took the opportunity to just get in there, drop a bunch of points as they could while Guminosity was securing the Ray. That's still not enough points, and they're behind, and Rapidash is going to drop some more in and bring Tygang even further ahead. It's just not enough. Guminosity needs to get in there, but T-Tar is just dealing too much true damage. It's breaking through the shields. It's stopping the goals. We see another Hundo Burger go in and another on the other side for Taigang. Every time Guminosity gets a few points in, Taigang just says, no, it's not enough. We have even more than you.
This is insane. This might be one of the first games I've seen where getting the Ray fight was not a clear, decisive win, where you didn't feel like even if you got it, you were going to win the game. Still 150-point differentials. Taigang ferociously defending that pad, not allowing any more points in, while the Dotrio runs interference and quickly leverages its passive ability to score more points. Taigang, this is going to be a game for the books. Anybody learning how to leverage pressure effectively should record and review this game for a lesson. Well done.
Super well done there for Taigang. Utilized the T-Tar really well there at the end to break through, well, not break through the shields, but to continuously deal damage through those Ray shields to keep them from being able to score at the end there. And that really made all of the difference. You talked earlier about seeing these score compositions on the Lapras, but it really seemed like that's more of what Taigang had going on there with the Dodrio and the Sableye just kind of getting in there, being able to score, get out, cause some mayhem, cause a little bit of mischief, and then use the T-Tar as mainly a defending Pokemon. Let's take a look at these numbers here. We're seeing not a lot of high damage there, except from Scissor hitting 64k, but when it comes to damage taking, the numbers are a little bit higher. We see the damage from the Snorlax and the Lapras there having taken 51k respectively. A lot of that was probably from the Scissor, but as far as overall scoring, I mean, it seemed like Taigang just kind of had the lead on it from the beginning. They were really pushing hard from the very beginning with mainly just scoring and not concentrating too much on team fights. And when they were, they pushed with all 5 of their teammates together to try to utilize in on those moments where Guminosity Laming was a little bit more split up.
Taigang had phenomenal macro this game, and it must have been their strategy from the get-go. As we saw, themes of this game is low damage, few fights, and lots of interference, lots of mobility, the ability to move across the map faster than the opposing team in order to strike where they're not paying attention, and that worked phenomenally for Taigang. They leverage the advantages of pressure, and they have the tools in order to facilitate it. Taking Ray wasn't even a concern. They're already up, I believe it was to over 200, even 300 points at that time, right before I think it hit 300. And they continued to score even after the Ray to offset any amount of points that you can get. When you look at Ray, you think at maximum, the opposing team will probably get about 500 points. And so if you have a way to offset more than that, or you're already far enough ahead, it's not much of a concern. And as you pointed out, I didn't even think about the true damage coming from Tyranitar being a way to interfere with scoring. I forget that true damage bypasses the shield and will be able to, any damage taken will disrupt the score. So that is some next level composition planning that I was not expecting to see. Not that they're not a phenomenal team, but it's beyond my imagination for sure.
That was definitely some big brain plays and a lot of really good math work on the side of Thai Gaming there. So let's see. We're going into game 2 now. And do you think we're going to see some counter bans as a response to that previous match?
I don't believe so. There's too many pieces within that composition to remove. You know, you can get rid of Talonflame, who could do the same thing. You can get rid of Dotrio. You can get rid of Galarian Rapidash. You can get rid of the Sableye. But if you get rid of 2 of them, all the others will still be available, so you can do the same. Luminosity Gaming did decide they don't want to see the Sableye. Maybe that's too much. And it looks like they're hovering over the Tyranitar as a way to prevent the same strategy from happening again. I almost had to pause there thinking if the teams got mixed up. It happens from time to time.
No, I can't say I blame them. Yeah, the ban on the Sableye and the T-Tar, solid calls there based on that last game. That Sableye was definitely being mischievous, causing a lot of disruption on the side of Guminosity. And then when they did finally secure the Ray, because they had plenty of rip power, they were able to get in there. They had almost no issues with any of the other team being around to disrupt them or to possibly cause a steal. The T-Tar locked right through those shields and kept them from actually being able to score when they tried to make a rush. So we still see Taigang leaning into that double speedster, but it looks like Guminosity is ready to maybe counter that with an Umbreon and possibly even locking in a Zeraora of their own. to try to maybe counter some of the speedsters with their own speedster. No, they're gonna go Whimsicott instead.
That's kind of nasty. I think it's going to be a wild charge. Zera Aura as a way to lock in and follow the target, as a way to prevent that strategy from getting away. I don't think they're going to allow them to do the run back. Looks like they're going to be trying to do the Blaziken again, just because Blaziken is strong, is my opinion there. Snorlax is a great block. He's a great defender. He's strong, whether they need a pivot or not. But Taigang looks to be playing a very similar strategy as they did in game one. We see the what is it? The goal scorer, the goal breaker. What's that item called? The item that's shared by Rapidash, Dotrio, and now the Zoroark.
Yeah, that's the goal scoring item that will double the scoring speed of the goal scored by those. Yeah, the goal. Yeah. So, but we're also going to see, in the absence of T-Tar and Sableye, they're running quad speedsters and a Crustle. This is one of the most insane team comps I've seen, up there with Kyle's 5 supporter team. They're just going straight into the all score. This is an all gas team. They're all running goal getter. So this team is all gas. They're just like, you know what? That worked so well. We're gonna double or nothing. They're literally gonna double down on this strategy here, and it feels like Guminosity is gonna try to lean into more of that disruption to try to stop that. They picked up Psyduck, they picked up Darkrai, who can also take Pokemon out of the game. I almost feel like a Volt Tackle Pikachu would have been really good here as well. So I don't know. What do you think Guminosity is going to be able to do? I mean, I think the Psyduck is going to be a pretty key player in trying to slow down some of their scoring from Taigang.
I think Guminosity has stronger composition. I think they need to leverage playing as a comp, playing as a team, and making group pushes. Taigang's just going to score some points, and that's going to be a part of it. But if ever it comes to a team fight, Guminosity has the advantage. They could also try to split the team up. I do see the counterplay intention behind the Darkrai with his Unite move, able to pull them out, isolate them, and force them into an area in which they can't escape, forcing them to fight, meaning that you can knock them out and then have a window where you have more players on the map. But whether or not that's going to play out the way that they might hope is anybody's guess. Taigang is fully committed. Everybody has a score shield. Everybody has an amulet coin. And those who do not have EXP shares has a stacking item.
I mean, the name of the game at the end of the day is to score the most points. You have the most points and you win. And just based on the previous game, Taigang was not too keen on getting into those team fights. They were really just a get in, score, get out composition. And anytime we did see those team fights, they made sure that almost all 5 of them were together to try to gang up on 2 or 3 of Guminosity. Right there, the Torchic trying to sneak in, get a little bit of a stack itself there. But Ponyta is going to take this opportunity to run in, get a few dunks in, and run right back outside. Unfortunately, not able to hit it fast enough to do enough damage there. And it does manage to pick up that Autono, though, and get some extra points there. So we see Torchic make its way to the top lane. Zeraora coming to the top lane to try to push back on them a little bit as well.
No knockup's going to be able to connect. We do see Dotrio trying to get out, but stuck inside the flux zone. Will be able to get out around the bend, and another 24 points goes over the Taigang coming from the Zoroark. I'm going to have a heck of a time trying to cast with those 2 characters in the game, but more points coming in from Taigang. Already 94 points on their team, and knocking out the first goal, leaving the next goal vulnerable. Fight breaking out with Zeraora, trying to get the knockout, does get the knockout, sends the Ponyta back, gets a double burger, a double knockout, the daily double, by sending another player from Taigang back. But the revenge knockout comes in from the Dotrio, who's just not letting up on the speed. And when there's action, there's always a reaction, and because of that fight, Zoroark was able to get another 15 points in. I believe it was 5 and now the 10. So they are up by almost 80 points, and it hasn't even been 2 minutes into the game. Zoroark using his dashes to flee. Then Dotrio taking advantage of the time spent chasing in order to get another 15 points in. Score now 39 to 132 in favor of Taigang. I was wondering if this was going to work a second time around, but it looks like it will.
Yeah, it looks like it's working maybe even better than the first time. They're able to get in, get those scores, drop those little bit of points here and there, and get out pretty quickly. They're also causing a little bit of chaos, a little bit of mayhem, managing to split up Guminosity by bringing their Pokemon in from different sides of the field, from the bottom, from the back, so that they're chasing them down at different angles. They're never too sure. It seems like Guminosity is never too sure which Pokemon to go after, but this time they decided it was definitely the Fletchinder, and they managed to take it down. But that opened up the field for Crustle to be able to get in there and score a little bit. We see a little bit of disruption here, but Galarian Rapidash manages to get away before getting knocked out. Crustle manages to get away as well, but we have 4 members from Guminosity in the bottom lane. They're going to break this with a 15-point overcap on that bottom goal.
That's some of the counterplay I'm hoping to see. When they're able to get a pick, when they're able to get a number advantage, they then press as a group for a pad, and they look to break a pad in its entirety, one at a time. They just shored up the score by about 90 points. However, the score is continuing to wide as TI Gang breaks and gets more of these side picks coming in. Zoro are already getting a little bit here and a little bit there, chipping away. There's a 1, there's another 5. Now 118 to 232. He's in Guminosity Gaming's jungle, grabbing what they can. But a benefit to this style of play, when you're just exchanging blows, where you're giving up your pads for their pads, is that the more pads they take away, the deeper they have to go and more opportunities you have to cut them off. So Guminosity Gaming, I think, needs to be looking to go all or nothing on a lot of these. They do grab the Regieleki on the top side. They will knock it out. They will crash it into the pad. They try to interrupt the bot side, but TI Gang will get the Registeel, giving a 20% buff to their attack and special attack respectively.
It was a nice pickup in the top lane on the Regieleki there for Guminosity. Did not want to let Ty have that, especially since they had completely broken the top lane all the way open. Getting that Regieleki for them was crucial to keep TI Gang from getting free scores on their home pad there, where it wouldn't have broken it. But having completely broken open the top lane this early, they'd already taken down the first pad within the first 2 minutes, and then they took down the second after that. It does put them ahead of points. They're not looking to get too big overdunks. They're looking to just get points in wherever they can, anywhere they can. We see TI Gang actually going for the invade on Guminosity's jungle there, and the Crustle using that Shell Smash to increase its speed but lower its defense. It gets out and gets away from danger. It's going to try to retreat. Rapidash is going to come in here, and oh man, that was really close there. That Crustle almost didn't get out, but Rapidash unfortunately paid the price and went down in that encounter.
I was starting to sweat, but looks like they're trying to set up the overcap here. Zero Aura getting an overcap of 39, 40 points going over, putting some big drops in a bucket, but will immediately be offset by another 30 points coming from the Talonflame from TI Gang. TI Gang are trying to run some interference on the 3 players in their jungle, keep them distracted, and create more opportunities, but look like they will get knocked out by the Darkrai, utilizing their Unite move, getting the shutdown, and getting some much-needed EXP.
The Zoroark is proving to be really difficult to deal with because not only is it super fast, it can get in, it can get out, but it can also deal massive amounts of damage with those combos. And a really skilled player like we see here is able to hit all of those combos pretty much perfectly and deal that maximum amount of damage. And it does look like Guminosity may have possibly learned from their mistakes here. They're doing their best to try to disrupt TI Gang every chance they can, but they're also doing their best to try to catch them one at a time because these speedsters are really squishy. They're not built for sustainability. They can't really survive these encounters, especially when you have a couple of really strong Pokemon or a Pokemon throwing in some disruption there. And we're going to see the steal from TI Gang on the Regieleki in the top lane, and they're going to want to push that.
No, that was unfortunate. Blaziken was trying to prepare with, I believe, was the overheat there in order to grab the Regieleki, but it will get snagged by the Crab, giving the Lecky over to TI Gang. TI Gang at a huge advantage, 230 points over. IMAX trying to get 40 points in, but more members of TI Gang are collapsing on the top side. We see Talonflame using the fly to safeguard his team, pushing Guminosity laying away from the pad. Fight continues to break out. Talonflame picks up the score, pops up the fly, crashes down on the side deck. Side deck going, why is this me? But will be able to walk out with his health bar intact. IMAX not quite as unlucky with the Snorlax being sent back by TI Gang. A fortunate knockout. Only 3 minutes left in the game, 1 minute before Ray, and the score is going the way of TI Gang. Guminosity looking to need that ray, to have a ray of hope and coming back in this game. I could have set that up a little bit better.
Well, that ray of hope wasn't entirely too bright for them last game, all things considering. They did secure it, but it still wasn't enough for them to be able to get in. However, we do see the Tai Gang lacks the T-Tar this time around. They're not able to stop the scoring if they manage to get that score shield, but they do have other Pokemon that deal large amounts of damage, like that Zeraora there. If it can get the crits, it can break the shields. We've got the Crustle there. The Crustle can throw some disruption in there to slow them down for being able to advance on scoring. And looks like they're going to try to catch this Dodrio before it gets in there, and they do manage to get it. Dodrio didn't even have a chance there, but we see Talonflame and Crustle kind of hanging out in the bottom lane. They're looking for their opportunity to score. Crustle's going to be a little bit of a diversion here, kind of run up through their jungle there. It's going to open up a chance for Talonflame to get in there and score. The Ray, nobody is really interested in. Everybody's just looking to try to, mostly Tai Gang looking to try to score here, but they lose two of their strongest speedsters there. They lose the Zoroark and the Galarian Rapidash there, and Snorlax coming in with the block on this Ray. It's looking like a good team fight here in the middle now.
3 knockouts already for the favor of Gumanosity Laming. They will be able to get another one. Only Talonflame up, and the ray goes over to Gumanosity. They are able to connect with a large blow coming from the Talonflame, the Blaziken. Wrong team. I'm rooting for the wrong side right now. 100 points going in from the Zeraora. Another 100 points going in from the Darkrai. Gumanosity Laming closing in on the home pad. Another 100, a fourth 100. They've taken the lead. This is exactly what they need. Another 28 points going in. 699 to 577. 1 minute left in the game, and with the equipment Tai Gang has, this is not over. They need to penetrate. They need to sneak around. They need to get behind, and they need to go deep. They got to drop those points like it's hot, and they might be able to make this comeback, but I'm not entirely sure, because Gumanosity Gaming just scored another 100 points. Scored now 799 to 577, and over 200 score advantage. Only 30 seconds left in the Galarian Rapidash looking to possibly get the side pick, charging their abilities in order to knock out the side deck. They're not collapsing onto the pad, going for the Snorlax. Snorlax very low in health, but will pop the rest in order to get a huge shield and most of its health back, being a threat, making it difficult for Tai Gang. Galarian going on an individual solo mission to try to drop the payload, but it will not be enough. Even if they are successful, they will still be down by 190 points. This is it. Gumanosity Laming makes the comeback for game 2, bringing us to a 3-round series.
And with that, we take it to game 3. In hindsight, maybe the quad speedster build wasn't the best comp after all. Getting that 4 KO right at Ray was super crucial there for Gumanosity in the end, because they were able to rip that Ray pretty quick, get in and score before Tai Gang even had a chance to respawn and try to defend it all there. So it didn't really work out. Plus, once they came back, they had all those speedsters, and we did see the Zeraora the Zoroark unfortunately did miss some of those combos that were really crucial to it trying to be able to break those shields. So missing those combos was a bit of a downfall there. And then you have these speedsters that are so squishy. You can see it doesn't take much for them. They take a little bit of damage and they're out of the game.
I'm not so sure it was the comp. It was working up into the very end. And we have what we call tactical misplays and technical misplays. And a tactical misplay is a bad decision, a bad plan. You misunderstood the assignment. You misread the understanding of how you're supposed to execute. All right, it's a bad plan. But a technical misplay is when you have a great plan and you execute poorly. A mistake happens. You use the wrong ability. You some type of error.
So we're going to lean more into a technical misplay.
Yes, I think getting caught out like that set Tai Gang behind. I think they were working and they just got caught at the wrong place at the wrong time, right before the race spawn. They're now at a number disadvantage and Gumanosity is able to get it. But as we see, like throughout the game, Tai Gang had a massive advantage. 5 minutes into the game, they're up by 170 points. They got massive control of the map. They're not behind in levels. They're actually up in levels right here. 2 levels 11s, 1 level 12, 3 level 11s, compared to the 1 level 11 and 1 level 12 from Gumanosity and Laming. They had a substantial advantage in EXP, a substantial advantage in points. They were in great control. They just happened to get picked off at the wrong time.
You can see your esports coaching coming in clutch there with your superior analytics of the match there. But yeah, you're probably very right there. Like you said, they were really doing well for the majority of the game. They were ahead in levels. You can see here they're ahead 3-4 levels for most of the game. Substantial XP despite opening up the bonus XP for Guminosity fairly early on. Guminosity was never quite able to catch up, but they were able to get some crucial picks there, coming in and taking out the Crustle first, and then after they take out the Crustle, that was really their bulkiest character, their big wall. They see the Talon tried to get in there, tried to get the steal on the Ray unsuccessfully, but Talon is so squishy, they were able to just take that Talonflame out, and the rest of the speedsters kind of snowballed out from that point. So it worked really well for them, but there was a little bit of just maybe some mispositioning on the side of Thai Gaming that probably cost them the Ray and cost them the game in the end there, and they weren't even able to get back in time to defend.
So here's the big question. Do you think we're going to see a run back a third time, or do we think we're going to see an adaptation come from Thai Gaming? And I ask because last time they doubled down, we did see a response and the anticipation of this type of composition come from Guminosity Laming. And if they do ban and prepare for it for game 3, this could be the long game thinking from Thai Gang, and they pivot to a new composition altogether to get the advantage. However, they could just say, screw it, and run it back a third time. What are your predictions?
I think that's going to depend on the bans. I think Thai has shown that they're pretty flexible here, trying a semi-hybrid comp the first game there, and then leaning all the way into the speedsters on the second comp there. So I think it will depend on what we see for bans. We're actually going to see Thai take top role here, so they're going to get first ban, first pick, and they're immediately leaning into the Gengar. They're going for the target ban. They don't want to see Gengar level 100 have a chance to play their main character, but they're also going to go for the Blaziken, which has proven to be a little bit more difficult for them as well. Luminosity doubling down back to banning the Sableye and the T-Tar. They don't want to have to deal with that again. So maybe we will see a slightly different comp here from Thai Gang, but I don't know if they're going to lean into any... Oh, they're going to steal the Snorlax away from Guminosity. That's going to be a little bit of a blow.
All right, we already see a transition coming from Thai Gang to a different play style. They baited out Guminosity Laming into, or maybe they taunted Guminosity Laming into making those 2 bans to prevent a run back of the same composition from game 1 and the new composition from game 2. But I could be having my foot in my mouth because Thai Gang now walking in the Rapidash and the Talonflame, looking like they may not have given up after the strategy. Although Talonflame is being hovered, it has not been locked in. 1 minute left on the board, and they will commit to the Talonflame. Looks like they're keeping the goal getter, so they're going to be running some type of similar composition to game 1 and game 2. Guminosity Laming, with this information, has to make a decision. How will they respond? Looks like Izani is going to be hovering over the Psyduck, a great disruptor, and IMAX might be looking to steal the Crustle away from Thai Gang.
We do see here that IKEA took the Dodrio away from them, which was a pivotal part of their scoring strategy, with its ability to be able to make drops, even to just get small drops. Their Thai Gang score strategy there, but taking the Crustle away, I don't think that's going to hurt Thai Gang too much. We saw they lock in the Snorlax immediately. That was taking it away from Guminosity, but also putting their own defender on their team. Probably a little bit of a stronger defender for them for that comp over the Crustle. Instead, they're going to go for a Leafeon for their third speedster and an all-arounder in the form of Mimikyu. Mimikyu, great for a little bit of disruption, but also a little bit of tankiness. It has a pretty good survivability there. But we're going to see Gengar level 100 pick up Darkrai, and they're going to also take Psyduck over there on the side of Guminosity. So they do have some disruption there. They can still interrupt Thai Gang. We see a little bit of switching going on around over there in Thai Gang. So are we going to see similar items run still? Because I see a potion on Galarian Rapidash. No, they just need to move them around. They need to get those on the proper players is all.
All right, that is like a 3-way, 4-way tie flex. There was a lot of shifting that just happened there. New items have been picked. Looks like Blueberry and Neon will be going for Gold Getter builds. Clash is going for a Gold Getter build, but Talonflame is going for something slightly different, taking the full cleanse instead of grabbing the Gold Getter or the...
Yeah, we're seeing a stacking Talonflame.
Okay,
no, he did. He switched last second. Yep, switched last minute to that Goal Getter. They were just messing with us. They wanted to make sure we were paying attention. But he is running a stacking build, which on a Pokemon that can fly, get in, get out, that might be pretty good because deal pretty decent crit damage, so that could play out well for them when it comes down to some team fights, as long as the Talonflame doesn't get caught up again in a massive team fight all by itself. So hopefully this comp works out a little bit better for them. They have 3 speedsters instead of 4, but they have a little bit of a stronger tank there in the form of that Snorlax, and they have a little bit more of that survivability in the form of the Mimikyu. So let's see what Taigang does with this idea, if they're going to run with it like they did with their last two and try to get just a massive amount of scores in. We're going to see the old Eevee Snorlax combo in the bottom lane, Mimikyu and Ponyta in the top lane. So they're going to try to run in. Ponyta's immediately rushing ahead to try to get some scores in, but we're going to see a counter score attempt from the Doduo on the top lane as well from Guminosity.
Doduo going straight for the pad. Will be to get a couple points. Already 9 points going in, 6 points going in. I'm going to be 2 to 3 sets of 3, but more points coming in from Taigang as they score already 13, now 16 from Guminosity. Both teams throwing caution to the wind and just throwing whatever points they can and try to connect it in. We do see a fight breaking out around the Snorlax on the bot side here as he overextends and is going to pull the aggro from 2 members of the opposing team. We do see Guminosity Gaming going to make some aggressive plays on the top side. Darkrai will get the knockout onto the Snorlax. Snorlax returning back to the board, score 41 to 21. Current advantage going to Taigang in this exchange of score goaling.
And that Snorlax was probably a great pick for them, because not only is it going to have that tankiness, that extra HP, it's allowing it to be able to get in there and drop those scores. Those little bit of score, them going forward with this team comp because of how much HP it has and how tanky it is. But they're instead going to come in from the back lane with the Leafeon. We see 3 members of Taigang, 4 members of Taigang. All of them are up here in this top lane. Now they just left Darkrai all alone in the bottom path, and they're all going to try to defend up on this top pad here against Guminosity and take down the Dodrio in the process.
What a fun exchange of back and forth. It looked to me for a minute that they kept swapping targets, whoever was the closest to trying to get away and defend the goal while simultaneously attacking. And now, you know, after the pushback, the several knockouts in the top lane on the side of Guminosity and Laming, the return knockouts came out in favor of Taigang, and Taigang was able to push that out in order to score a bunch of points. But Guminosity is now trying to get those same points back. It's almost like a game of Pong. One team has the tempo, one team has the play, then it passes over to the other, and they get the points, and then it passes back, and now it was Taigang's turn to get those points. We do see Talonflame going in for the engage here, will be able to get aerial ace on the Darkrai, but does not commit to the fight. Darkrai will be able to walk away. Leafeon looking for a possible pick, but will not get the knockout, and so they are going to pivot and wait for a new opportunity. Guminosity Laming having the Dodrio interfere and running back and forth between the top side and the bot side, looking for a moment to make a play. Looks like they may have gone to the center, but they are going to go for the top side goal that's undefended right now, getting more points. Snorlax is getting 16, another 20-something coming from the Talonflame. Knock up coming from the Aegis Slash, but Talonflame able to use the fly to escape. Will get chased by the Aegis Slash, coming with the dash, now in the Flux Zone, and get sent home to the Pokemon Center by the player on the Aegis Slash. 7 minutes in the game, score is 214 to 94 in favor of Taigang.
Taigang making great use of that Snorlax's block there, trying to push back against the Dodrio, keep it from getting out, pushing it back into their own area there. Snorlax does get back because it just was too much, 3v1, but we see Snorlax using that block to try to push back members of Guminosity from their own pad, allowing their own team members from Taigang to get in there. It does look like Guminosity is completely uncontested against this Regieleki. They're going to use that to push against Taigang. They did break the top pad, so it's going to be a pretty good push if they decide to pursue it, but instead they're going to go for the bottom Reggie, and Taigang secures that pretty successfully there without any issues. Does look like this Leafeon is getting a little bit out of control. It's a level 9. You don't really want Leafeon to get that high in a level. It becomes a pretty big threat. The stuns from Galarian Rapidash on a speedster with this much mobility is just absolutely criminal.
Guminosity Laming as a 4-man group pressuring down on the bot side pad will be able to knock it out, shorten up the gap by a little bit. Galarian Rapidash trying to defend would not be able to protect that pad. Now interference coming from the Mimikyu, a 2v4. Psyduck looking to confuse and to stop the Mimikyu. An engage coming in from the Aegis Slash, scoring a knockout onto the Mimikyu, but a retaliatory knockout coming out onto the Dodrio as Taigang desperately puts up a defense for its bot lane pad. Looks like they will be able to do is 3 players there against another 3 players from Guminosity. It is a 3v3. Knockouts and exchanges going back and forth. Snorlax being put to sleep, but will be awoken up. Uses the block to push back Gengar level 100 on that Darkrai using the Unite move, but does get interrupted and does get knocked out by the Leafeon. The counter push now in the hands of Taigang. This is their moment and opportunity to make something happen. We see the Talonflame use the Unite move. Does not disrupt the Dodrio, but might have given opportunity to score before Dodrio is going to be able to pursue. Talonflame using the fly, trying to make some evasive maneuvers, but may not be able to escape as the Darkrai lands an ability and secures the knockout for Gumanosity Laming.
That's just a little bit too much damage there for Talonflame to be able to handle. It looks like Gumanosity is sort of giving Taigang a bit of a taste of their own medicine. Taigang does manage to completely break open the top lane with just a few seconds before the top Reggie spawns. If they can secure this, they can continue to try to make a push on Gumanosity's home pad there. We see Leafeon and Snorlax going up there. Snorlax doing the zoning. Leafeon in this top lane, Crust a bit of a threat there. It could come in, it could try to steal it, but Snorlax just trying to wait for that opportune moment to use the block. It doesn't get it. Instead, we see the sword get the secure on the Regieleki, take that away from Taigang to push back on their own goals, and we're going to see the Mimikyu is actually holding that and defending, but the Talonflame is going to take this opportunity to get in there and score, breaking open the bottom lane. Gumanosity has no outer pads left at all now at this point.
All right, fantastic play from Gumanosity, winning their Regieleki. They're able to push in as a team as it's largely undefended by Taigang. Not enough members to get there. They do get a pick on the Galarian Rapidash and score over, I think it was 80 to 90 points in their favor on that top lane, leveraging that Regieleki. 16 from Psyduck, 20 coming in from the Leki, then a 50 stack going in for them. But we do see the Talonflame on the opposing team's home, getting a 40 stack in there, followed by Snorlax doing the same. Score now 450 to 280. Taigang going against their own strategy, but showing they know the ins and out, and they will not be beat at it. We do see Taigang now collapsing on the Regice in the bot lane, but Gumanosity Laming sending 3 players to disrupt this approach. Instead of going to burn the Regice, they're going to pick apart the players. We see the knockout of the Mimikyu. We see the Leafeon getting chased out and chased down before getting knocked out as well, giving an opportunity for Dotrio to get some of his points in by using his support item, the goal getter.
You can see Gumanosity trying to converge on this bottom goal here. They're trying to make a pretty strong push, but all the members of Taigang manage to show up and push them back, holds them off of being able to completely break open that bottom goal. We have just a little over 20 till the top Reggie. Plenty of time for either team to take that and both have their top lanes completely broken open, and this is going to happen just before the raid site. So whichever team decides to secure this, if either team secures this, is going to have to make the choice between trying to stop this Regieleki from going into their home pad or going after the raid to try to either defend or secure that. So it looks like both teams are pretty much in position here, with the exception of the Darkrai, who is still kind of hanging back at Gumanosity's base. It looks like the Darkrai is in preparation. Both teams are kind of feeling each other out here on this Regieleki. Nobody's really ready to commit to the attack yet, except for maybe the sword. They have 15 seconds until Ray. Snorlax is using the block to sort of push the Regieleki back out and down into the middle lane, but it looks like both teams are going to abandon this with only 5 seconds until the Ray fight. Leafeon is already in the pit, ready to go, able to deal a lot of rip damage, and the teams are ready for it.
Talonflame, 6 seconds left before he's able to return to the fight. Gumanosity Laming having the priority on the Ray, currently ripping right now. Taigang a little bit late to respond and maybe sacking the Ray in order to get more players going for the base, more players trying to go for the score. But we do see multiple players from Gumanosity Gaming trying to score. We have Aegislash going for the bot lane. We have Crustle and Dodrio going for the home pad. We see Psyduck going for the home pad. Score now 640 to 618. Only a few more points, and more points come. Gumanosity Laming now ahead by over 70 points. Taigang is going to need to score. They need to find a way to come back. There's only a minute left in the game. One solid score would do it, but Darkrai, I don't believe, has used his shield. I think he has not. So he has another possible 100 points he can get in there. Taigang is looking to push him away, looking to use their threat, looking to keep him far away. The further he is, the more time they have to break that shield. But if they step too far back, an opportunity for Gumanosity Laming comes around the corner for them to score. And so there is a tremendous sense of pressure. Taigang has to come up with a solution. The clock is ticking. 45 seconds left in the game. What do you do?
At the 1 minute mark, they did get that announcement there, so Thai Gang does know that they are behind on points there, but they don't look like they're trying to make us push here, really. We see 42 points on the Talonflame, and it's just more points for Guminosity in there on Thai Gang's home pad there. They don't, unfortunately, the Leafeon gets taken down there. I think this is probably game over. This is going to be it. With only 20 seconds left on the clock, it doesn't look like anybody from Thai Gang is going to get in here. They need to score almost 400 points here to catch up.
I think that's it. It came down again to that Ray fight, the fight right before preparing for it, and choosing to sack the Ray might not have been the way after all. Guminosity making another strong comeback in Game 3, securing the series 2-1.
Good job there, Guminosity. It looked a little rough for them there, especially after that first game where Thai Gang was able to successfully manage that team comp that they had built and then double down on the second game. It looked like they were in the lead and then they lost it at Ray. This was a little bit more of a close game, I believe. Just looking at the numbers here, you can see that Guminosity definitely was more in on the team fights than Thai Gang was, but just looking at the score numbers too, towards the end there, Guminosity definitely had the numbers advantage, but Thai had the early lead. You can see they were scoring points pretty early on there in the game, but just looking at the KOs and the assist numbers there, definitely more in favor of Guminosity. Low damage numbers. Really Leafeon the only one doing any kind of high damage numbers on the sides of Thai Gaming. But Guminosity's Gengar level 100 there on the Darkrai, that man is definitely a ghost trainer for sure. He knows what to do and how to do it. Look at that 89k damage everywhere he needed to be. You can see how close this match was. Thai Gang just barely ahead for most of the game. So really, this was probably the closest of the three in this. So congratulations to Guminosity for finally just really coming out ahead in the end there. I say finally, they really just were a little closer this game than they were the other games. So they really stole it out from them game 2. So good job there to Guminosity, and we'll see them advance.
Smart play, smart intention to use the Darkrai there as a tactical decision to disrupt what Thai Gang wants to do. It worked out very well for them. And if they do meet up in the grand finals, if we do see Thai Gang able to make their way through the comeback scene, through the losers bracket, they may want to try to ban that Darkrai, or at least come up with a solution for it, because they ran it back twice in a row, and each time that Darkrai was a proficient player against them. Moving on, we're going to look at the bracket. Who are we going to see coming up next? Looks like Nightshade and Hoenn. No, Hoenn was able to win that matchup. So the loser that we just had, Thai Gang, will be going up against Hoenn Plaga? Hoenn Plaga, or is that Plaga? Am I supposed to say Plaga? Okay, I didn't know if it was an acronym or not.
Pretty sure it's Plaga. I'm familiar with them. I've seen them before.
Confirmation coming in.
Confirmed, it is Plaga.
It is indeed Plaga. Plaga. He can't pronounce. That's the teacher experience coming in. We can't say anybody's name correctly if you've ever had that.
That's just in par with being a teacher. It's like a requirement. Aaron, are you here?
Balake. All right, so I have not got to see much of Hoenn's series, but they looked like they had a pretty good start. They went 2-0 against the Husky Cucumbers. Oh, that's such a fun name. I wonder if that had any tie to Husky. But they did end up losing 1-2 against the Nightshade Nomads, who also went 1-2 against Guminosity Laming. But Hoenn was able to make their way out. They played against Mew World Order. I love that name too. That's such a good one. They won that.
Yeah, MWO is a great team too.
Then they moved against Fresh Out of Jail, and then they beat the Hooners. I'm not gonna even ask about that one. Moving on, and then they beat Nightshade Nomads.
The Hooters
went toe to toe with Guminosity Laming. They're just trying to get me in trouble. This is a PR nightmare with some of these names. I'm not going to be able to pronounce them. I'm going to call them something other than they are, and then the originals are going to get mad for me. What are you doing? What are you saying? Why are you putting our name there? Stop name dropping up, you cloud chaser. All right, so TI game against Hoenn Plaga. One team with momentum, one team coming back from a neck-to-neck series. I am unsure what I'm going to see, but what I hope to see is a run back of the scoring composition. Go for game 4, tie gang. You can do this.
I gotta say, I've become quite a bit of a fan of this triple and quad speedsters build. It's just refreshing to see things that are different, and to not only see things that are different, to see things that are different that also work. So it's always nice to see things that shake up the meta and really makes other people think about what's going on in the game right now. Like, hey, you know, I didn't really think about that being good, but it turns out it is.
All right, so I did get the permission from the team. I now have the option. They're letting me do it after that last mistake. They're gonna let me do it, chat. They're going to do it. This is it. This is the right time. We are going to break. And this time, I was a bit late on it, so I was too early. Now I'm too late, but I get to do it. We are going to break, and we will see you in the next game.
Hey, we're back with Underdunk, and we're going in. Which round are we going into? We're doing losers finals now, aren't we?
Yes, the losers finals should be Tie Gang against Plaga. Plaga? Like.
Ho and Plaga. Yep.
Thank you, Plaga. Okay.
I just forgot which part of the bracket we were on for a second there. I was like, wait, we're last two games now because this is the losers final. So the winner of this game is going to run it back against Guminosity Laming in the grand finals.
So one interesting thing at the Guminosity match, when it comes, is that we are in the Midnight Madness. We have passed Midnight Meeting. It is going to be a best of 3 with no remake and winner's advantage. So it could be a very short match. We're almost getting towards the end, but we are not there yet, and we want to savor every moment, and we're going to savor the moment of the tie game and the Plaga as they prepare for this match right now. We do see the Blaziken, a very strong, prominent band. We compliment it every time. It's got those long legs. It's a great dancer. It's pretty, it's facetious, and it is annoying for all things to say about it. But we also get rid of the we also get rid of the Tyranitar and the Psyduck. You don't like being pulled in different directions.
Ho and Plaga was very apparently they were paying attention to the to the match there a lot better than we were apparently. So they decided to ban the T-Tar, but nothing. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
Well, that might be one of those technical misplays if perhaps they weren't paying attention or they didn't lock it in time. But if they were hovering something, it would lock in whenever they were hovering, so it had to be a deliberate choice. Yeah. Now, Plaga in the counter pick position here, how will they respond to the Snorlax is a question I'm very curious to see. Hovering over the Lapras, now moving over to the game Barbec, going for the Alchemy, and this is something I wanted to see. I've been very excited about this Pokemon. Not only is it adorable and just empty-minded, but it's if you guys seen Husky meme, it's fantastic. But it's surprisingly strong. It's got cleanse, it's got heals, it's got disruptions. It is a menace, and we haven't seen it in these last few games, at least not on stream while we've been here. So excited to see that now. Texas grabbing the Leafeon, and looks like Froy might be hovering the Talonflame. Tie Gang is going to be running back the score composition, though. They are just committed to it. They're committed to the bit, or maybe they truly believe in the potential that it has. It has shown a great deal of dominance in the last couple matches.
Now, and that does make me wonder, as I didn't catch the earlier games tonight, you wonder, is Tai Gang one of those one-trick pony or one-trick pony comp teams there? Because it seems like they keep running the same thing. But then again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They pick up the Zoroark there. That's a pretty good strong pick there, getting those combos into crits. They've got the Sableye there as well for a little bit of disruption, but the Sableye is really good at, as we saw in one of their earlier matches, kind of going invisible, sneaking in, sneaking out. Hoenn Plaga was probably paying a little bit better attention to that last couple matches as they banned that T-Tar so that the T-Tar doesn't score that, hit them with the true damage. They did pick up the Zeraora, which also proved to be a little bit of a disruptive trouble there with the Wild Charge. They've also got Mimikyu also able to be a little bit annoying, use some play rough, take away one of Tai Gang's Pokemon in the middle of a run. But they also picked up Leafeon as a speedster of their own, able to get in there, do some damage, do some a pretty massive amount of damage. It's also running the Energy Amp there to get, they're going to switch it off, but it's still running Energy Amp and it's also running Quick Claw. So nope, we're going right back. They're just messing with me now. They don't want me to analyze this. They were like, no, we're going to move this too fast. But looking at that Mime there, Mime's running Potion and stacking, but also running the XP shares, so that Mime is going to be either putting up some walls or doing a lot of healing on their side. So we'll see how that plays out for them, if it's going to put a stop on Tai Gang's strategy there to run in, score, run out, or if Tai Gang has learned anything from their games tonight about the best way to handle this.
Ooh, excuse me for that. Plaga does seem to be emanating at least one strategy. They didn't grab the Darkrai, but they did go with the Mimikyu, as you pointed out. You got the isolation there. I'm interested to see what the plan from the Mr. Mime is. That had to be a deliberate choice. I say that, though, I'm a bit confused, and they did not let a second ban go through. They could have grabbed the Sableye, the Rapidash. They seem to have predicted that this type of composition was going to go through, and maybe they wanted Tai Game to take it. Maybe they wanted them to go.
And I didn't see any complaints saying that there was a delay, an error, or anything. They missed their pick. So I'm going to assume that that was deliberate to not go with a second ban. Maybe they just didn't know what to pick, or they didn't want to lock themselves out of anything. Immediately seeing a run in and score from the Snorlax, but unfortunately Doduo is holding too many points, couldn't get in there and score. Early Leafeon there, like a pre-Leafeon, so that's really quick. That's going to be putting a lot of damage out there and getting some scores in. So Hoenn Plaga is giving Tai Gang a little bit of a taste of their own meta run and scores, and the Mime getting a score in as well. The Doduo just cannot enough damage to stop them.
Beautiful blink coming from the Leafeon there, grabbing the other berry, trying to prevent the healing for the side of Tai Gang, and they're going to be trying to leverage their early game advantage to grab as much ESP they can and deny the points that Tai Gang would be able to grab. And they do get a retaliatory 12, but a knockup's coming up for the Snorlax. Snorlax is trying to engage, but will have to back up because he's now in a 1v3 position. But if you know where somebody is, you know where they're not, and we see a lot of action from Tai Gang on the top side of the map. They're already up by 60 points because of the amount of scores they were able to get while on Cadistan when having the number advantage. Without Plaga trying to get some more points in the back line, even it up a little bit, but more points are going to go in. 105 in favor of Tai Gang. Tai Gang now running amok in Hoenn Plaga's jungle. Hoenn Plaga having to collapse on the top lane.
And we did see Hoenn Plaga take down all of Tai Gang in that bottom lane. It left them open to score, but it just wasn't enough. Tai Gang made a really strong push on that top lane, breaking open that top pad early on, as is par for their normal strategy. Alchemy fully evolved now. Didn't even have to whip that cream to get it there like you do in the main series games. But we're going to see Hoenn Plaga making their Zeraora run through jungle there, pick up that blue buff, going to give it a little bit of assist on its cooldowns there. Possibly see this Mime. I think this Mime is going to go for the walls. Yes, that's exactly the build this Mime is going for there. They want to try to lock out some of these speedsters from being able to get in there and get scores off. A little bit of a fight over these middle birds in the jungle there, but most of that XP went to Hoenn Plaga in that exchange.
Fantastic collapse. Hoenn Plaga now using 4 of its members to collapse on the top side here. We see more points going in. There is going to be several scores. 21 coming in on the side of Plaga. Score 178 to 120 in favor of Tai Gang. Tai Gang going in with the defense right here, but Zeraora popping the Electro I don't know what it's called, but getting multiple targets and trying to knock them out and stop them from getting the goal. But the retaliation comes, and it comes strong from Taigang. Multiple knockouts giving them the push and the opportunity to proceed. Zera Aura now moving on to the pad. Another 10 points going giving them an advantage of over 68 points and a level advantage too with the first player to be level 9. Objectives are up on the board. We're at the 7-minute mark, and looks like Taigang will be going for the Regieleki. The objective focused on getting more points and getting more score, and they will be able to secure. Plaga is not able to interrupt, but they're trying to make a play here. Zera Aura chases after them and gets the knockout on the Snorlax, who was stuck inside of his block. On the bot side of the map, we do see the Do Trio trying to go for some backcapping, getting some scores there, but the Sableye is going to get run down and chased out by Taigang. No, by Plaga. I'm getting my words mixed up already. He is fleeting for his life right here, as the Mimikyu is going to be able to chase him down with the Shadow Tag, and does tag him out, sending him back to base. He's going to have to wait for his turn to play again. Mimikyu using the Unite move, grabbing out the Dotrio for a daily double knockout, but in response to that, 18 points goes over to the side of Taigang, coming from the Prancing Pony.
Taigang right there, already up over 100 points to Hoenn Plaga. We finally see Hoenn Plaga take down that top pad in against Taigang there, but I mean, picking up that Regieleki, that was pretty crucial. That took them away from the fight for a minute there. They had to push back. They had to stop it. We see the Snorlax throwing up a wall, but it's just too much. It gets caught behind Mime's wall. It's like my wall, your wall. My wall's a little bit stronger, a little bit better. I don't know about that, but they do use that opportunity. Hoenn Plaga takes down Taigang's lower pad as well, putting both of these teams even on pads. But we see the Zoroark get a big drop, 40 points in that top lane, gets in and uses its dash to get right back out. It did try to steal that red buff, but Leafeon said, nope, that's mine. I'm going to use this buff. I need it. Do a little extra damage here, but it might catch this Mime right on the other side of the wall.
Great wall play coming from the Mine, getting a double stun there, and will be able to get out the Mimikyu while Zoroark is forced to retreat. This is a moment where Taigang might have to realize the walls are closing in, and they need to come up with some counterplay for some of these fights. Hoenn Plaga will be able to do the 2v2 here as they get the knockout on the Galarian Rapidash, and will be going for the retaliatory knock onto the Snorlax. But Snorlax getting 2 scores in there, increasing the goals further. He's not even worried about being knocked out, because at this point, he's so far behind in EXP, it's just not worth anything. The value that they get from the points, and even the EXP they get from the points, may supersede the EXP from the knockout itself. Sableye in the top lane, getting 9 points in, breaking the goal, giving a further advantage to Taigang. The teams starting to collapse and focus on these focal points, which are the objectives. We see 4 players from Taigang fighting out in the top lane, going for the Regieleki, but a knockout coming from the Mimikyu and the Zera Aura, which will result in a favorable trade for Hoenn Plaga. The Unite move coming from Mimikyu, picking apart a triple knockout in favor of Hoenn Plaga.
And that leaves that Regieleki wide open for Hoenn Plaga to just get in there, get the rib. Snorlax is going to try to come in with that flail, throw a block up, steal the Regieleki back, but it's not enough. Dodrio doesn't quite get in there to secure it. Leafeon has just a little bit too much secure and rip on its own, and it's going to push the Regieleki in on Taigang's upper pad there. The Hoenn Plaga really needed that. They didn't need to lose that Regieleki right there with their top pad completely wide open, but there is going to be a lot of pushback here from Taigang. We see the Snorlax, but the Sableye is going to take that opportunity, that moment of distraction, to sneak in on Hoenn Plaga's home pad there and just drop 40 points and then get right back out. They're going to push back on that Regieleki, take it down. That gives Galarian Rapidash and Dodrio a chance to gang up on that Leafeon. 2 speedsters versus 1. It was no contest there. They were able to take Leafeon down pretty easily in that exchange.
All right, Zera Aura will get another 23 points in, but will be chased. Sorry. Zoroark will get the 23 points and gets chased by the Zera Aura. I don't know why they do this to me. They're monsters for doing it. I say that playfully.
Why do we have to have Zoroark and Zera Aura?
Lane, going for the Reggie Ice, and this will give them a nice heal, a nice regenerative play in order to get the tempo back and move upon the map. They do have somewhat of an advantage here. They got 3 level 13s, but Plaga has a 14 and 2 13s, and so I guess it's pretty neck and neck with only 30 seconds left on the map. Plaga may be able to take the Ray and do the same thing Gluminosity Laming did, which was get the upset by taking the Ray. Taigang may need to contest. 3 members in their jungle right now trying to grab some points, as we see Lewis grabbing his jungle in order to get more points and prepare for the upcoming fight in 15 seconds. Sableye looking for a roundabout position, trying to hide away from their opponent. Leafeon looking to catch them, but does not discover, and now Sableye is on guarded, looking for a chance for a back cap. This could be an easy 80 points when Ray spawns.
And here we are right into the race spawn. Sableye taking this moment of distraction to get in there, drop 84 points. That puts them ahead over 200, almost 300 points over. But Hoenn Plaga is in prime position for ripping this Ray, and that's exactly what they're going to do there, Mal.
Taigang is, well, Hoenn Plaga was able to get it, but Taigang has just discarded it once again for a full send of the team into the opposing's home base, scoring 400 or 500 points. Total score 877 to 394. More points coming in from the side of Hoenn Plaga. They still have their shields, but there's just not enough points on the map. They have to get 4 more full scores and actually 5 more full scores and able to cause this upset. They have one with Troy, they have one with Texas, and looks like they're trying to walk into Alcrate, who's sitting on 25 right now, but with a minute left in the game and over 500 points they need to come up, it's going to be very difficult. Taigang, with so many points from the full send there, is now defending their base facetiously. They're all looking for a way to expeditiously close out this game, and that was a pretty interesting play. We don't see that happen very often. Plaga is looking for, they need to find a way in. 5v5 is going to be incredibly hard, but they have the points on their members. If they get these points in, I believe they just might be able to do it, but they have to preserve the shields, and it looks like Taigang is going to try to equalize it by using the shields on their own. We see the engage from the Mimikyu being able to pick out one of the targets, and we do see a counter engage coming from Taigang with favorite moments incredibly low, but 4 of them from Taigang get knocked out. Hoenn Plaga still has multiple members up on the board. Looks to be another 100, 200, 188 going over to the side, but still 300 points to go. The members are crawling. We do see Mr. Mom's gonna get there, get another 100, another 82 coming in for the Alchemy, 14 coming in from the Zera Aura, but is it going to be enough? If it is, it's going to be by a hair. I'm not entirely sure.
This is gonna be a close one.
That was insane.
I wasn't saying it's going to be a really close one here. Did they manage to bring it? No, they didn't. So close. Oh, man. They were so close there in the end. If they were able to get just a few more points in there, that team fight at the very end there on that pad, managing to get the 5 KO on Taigang. That gave them their chance they needed. They probably needed to just push a little bit sooner, but it was a little more difficult for Hoenn Plaga to get in there. Taigang had so many Unite moves ready to go. They all had their shields, they all had points, but not all of them had full points. They wanted to get in there with as many points as they possibly could. They did lose a few members in that exchange, but they lost them early on. They were able to get across the map, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. I mean, look at that chart right there. You can see where they really shot up at the very end there, and they were so close, but it was just not enough, losing 15 points. And unfortunately, this is the losers bracket, so this is only a best of 1. So we are going to see Taigang run it back with Guminosity Laming in the finals.
That's upsetting, but that's a strategy I have not seen work yet. And they sacked the Ray. They ran to the opposite side of the map. You're going to get 5 players from Ray. We're going to get 5 players in our way. And they traded and they exchanged, and it was enough. And they were on the losing end of that exchange. Plaga was able to get more paints out of the Ray than TI Game was able to get from that. But TI was so far ahead prior to that it didn't matter. And so they took a slightly losing trade of maybe 100, 200 points on that play, knowing that they're going to be ahead anyways.
Well, we're going to get ready now for this grand finals. It's going to be Taigang running it back against Guminosity Laming. I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of the previous matchup we saw between these two teams, but they have experience playing against each other. They kind of know what to expect from each other, but we're going to send it to break here for just a few minutes while these teams get ready, get lobbied up, and get things going. So we'll see you when we come back from break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the grand finals of the Underdunk Midnight Threat Series. And our teams for this match are going to be a rematch between Ty Gang and Goominosity Laming. Now, Goominosity Laming, because we've hit the Midnight Madness rules, that's what we're calling it. It has now been trademarked. Is going to be a best-of-3 match with a winner's advantage, meaning that Goominosity Laming is starting off this best-of-3 series as if they had already won a game. If they take one game off a tie game, that's it. The series over. Goominosity Laming will be our champions. But Ty Gang, if they are able to make a reverse sweep, a 2-game win, they will take the series and be the champion. We are now moving into the game. Goominosity Laming understands the strategy that Ty Game has been playing for the last 4 games. They're ready, they're prepared, and they don't want to see it again. They get rid of the Sableye, they get rid of the Tyranitar, and now they get the first pick of the match, and they are taking the Snorlax. All right, there may have been some issues there, but Ty Gang is now falling up. They're going to take the Psyduck, and they're going to take the Alcremie, a very interesting approach to this. It looks like they're not going for a score comp. They could be looking for a front-to-back comp. They could be looking for something a little bit more orthodox. Goominosity Gaming going to take the Suicune and the Blaziken, 2 very prominent priority picks in the current meta, and are locking them in. This is going to be a different game as Ty Game responds with the Miraidon, a pole composition, pairing it with the Garchomp, another prominent top laner all-rounder who has been performing proficiently in current metas, in current matches, in the current season. Goominosity Laming looking for a response and might be going with 2 more all-rounders. Is this an all-melee comp? Suicune's not melee, but
this is a pretty heavy,
very bulky comp. I mean, we got Charizard. Looks like we might have Gengar on the Mimikyu. This is unique. And now, we are having technical difficulties. We will be back after. Okay, we have returned, and the gray screen is gone, and we are back
after those seconds.
Final preparations. Ponyta, are you with me?
I think so. Am I back? Can you hear me? Am I good? Am I still here?
They're back! She has come back for the bed! She has been resurrected! We have seen the Ho-Oh Unite move bring back the captor from the depths of the Darkrai Unite. And here we are with 20 seconds going to the match. Tell me please, Ponyta, what do you think of this draft?
A lot of bulk there on the side of Goominosity Laming with quad all-arounders. Definitely seeing Tie Game run back something a little bit different here. We've only got, what, no speedsters? That's totally out of character for Tie Gaming. We haven't seen the no speedsters comp yet from them tonight anyway, since we've been on camera. So they're running something a little bit bulkier. I think they just know that Goominosity is familiar with that strategy. It works so well for them, and they ran it back, and they've only got presumably game or Goominosity take it all now at this point with having the 1 game advantage. So, you know, Goominosity win this 1-1 game advantage, and then that's it. They win the grand finals, and they're our champions for the night. But if Tie Gang can win this, it's not going to cause a bracket reset, but they will still have to win 1 more. So Tie is going to have to win 2 in a row here, and they're bringing the big guns to do it.
Tie Gang has a very smart approach to this. As we glitch and lag our way along, and they are in a position where they are threatening Goominosity Gaming. Goominosity has to ban and respond as if they're taking the score composition, because if they do not ban out the Sableye and the Tyranitar, that's exactly what they're going to do. But by forcing their bans to do that, it opens up more plays for Tie Gang, and we see a powerful exchange in a bot lane as Tie Gang takes the early poke, secures the first knockout, and maybe going for the second before Snorlax pops its rest on the pad. All right, moving on to the next.
Having a little bit of tech issues on my side. Still, my screen is freezing.
We do see Tie Gang trying to defend the top lane again, coming in for the Scyther. Scyther will pick up the Charizard, the Charmander. He's not a Charizard Zet, but he has a dream, and he cannot be impeded. Almost 16 points going in from Scyther, but constantly being interrupted by the rain coming in from the Suicune. Another 5 points getting in for Gibble. Gibble trying to walk out of there. The knockback, the kickback coming from the Combustion. Puzikin going for the dive, taking the Alcremie, sending a double knockout over for the favor of Goominosity laning. Goominosity laying 3 players on the top side contesting those birds, and it looks like Tie Gang is going to come out a little bit ahead of that. They're up in EXP right now. They got the first level 6, they got multiple level 5s. This is where they want to be, but a counterattack coming in from Goominosity, getting the engage from the body slam of the Snorlax, but Snorlax will get counter ganked by the Scyther, going for another double knockout. 69 points. 69 points going over to Tie Gang. What a fantastic start to this series.
It's pretty strong, their push there for Tie Gang. They're being super aggressive, which is something we haven't seen out of them yet tonight up against Goominosity specifically. They are going for a little bit stronger of an aggro build here. They're still wanting to try to make these strong pushes, get in there, score, but they're using a little bit more of these heavy hitters with a little bit of that backup support from Psyduck and Alcremie to try to get in there and keep them alive, keep them sustained, and keep them going. We've got a little bit of that team fight in the middle there, but Tie Gang is going to push back against Goominosity, who's trying to get in there with them, not with their Miraidon, with their Suicune, but the Suicune's whirlpools aren't quite enough to advance. Miraidon is going to push back on them and try to advance on that a little bit, but it's not enough for them to get in there and get a score anywhere. They probably need to try to push this top lane down, but Goominosity is really holding strong to it.
Shocking plays coming from the Miraidon as they lay down the lane. They lay the line. They lay down the pipe. And a lot of electrocuting damage. Shocking. Goominosity Gaming forced in the back. They were almost able to get a knockout, but now they're going to leverage this powerful abilities in order to secure more wild Pokemon stuns coming from the Alcremie, freezing the Suicune back in place, forcing him to recall. Now, Tie Gang in a very favorable position here. They're up in EXP. Miraidon is level 8, tied with the Blaziken, but level 9 onto the Scyther. They're going to leverage his advantage in conventional means in order to get that Regieleki. We already see a 4-man fight happening on the top side, and Miraidon leveraging that range advantage sends Suicune back to the Pokemon Center, now giving them the man advantage to take that Regieleki uncontested. Beautiful zoning, by the way, coming from the Alcremie, using that stun as a way to zone off the opposing team. Scyther popping the Unite move, able to get the Blaziken with a ferocious dive, able to connect the Regieleki and setting up the overcap, what looks to be an overcap of 20 if Scyther should get it in. Overcap of 25. 5 more points coming from Alcremie, meaning the score is 55 to 181 in favor of Tie Gang. Tie Gang is here with a vengeance. They are ready to cause an upset. They are ready to take the championship. They will not be denied. They are here to survive, and they are here to thrive. Mimikyu pops the Unite move, grabbing another opponent. Alcremie trying to use the Unite move in order to get those heals out for this team. Garchomp popping Suicune there's in tandem, going for a double knockout, is able to flash over to grab the berry, does not get the Mimikyu, but returns to rejoin his team on the fight for the pad, the bottom pad. This is all they have.
Unfortunately, it's not all they have anymore. It looks like Taigang, in traditional fashion, for themselves there, they managed to break both outer goals on the side of Guminosity. They're being, like I said, super aggressive here. They're ahead in levels. Well, they're catching up. Guminosity's catching up in levels now that they have 3 level 10s, but we see the first level 11 in the Scyther there. That Scyther able to get in there, do some pretty good crit damage, but it looks like the Garchomp is going to get picked off here by the Mimikyu in that exchange. They did manage to catch it out of the back alley and in the lane there, caught in between a couple of walls, but Miraidon's on its own there, but it doesn't really much matter to Miraidon. It can dish out enough damage, and it does have some backup support from Alchemy and Psyduck coming in there. Super Psyduck coming to the rescue there.
Coming in with the rescue indeed, and a side game coming in from Scyther as he scythes and puts away the competition quickly. A double knockout in favor of Taigang. New composition breaking out in this fight as both players move to their position. We do see a knockup coming for the Snorlax. Snorlax pops the rest. Charizard Unite move will remove one of the threats, takes the healer out, falls with the Miraidon, and the counterattack coming from Guminosity Lane. They are here to get those points in. Super Psyduck tried to defend in a hopeless 1v4 situation and will not be able to stop. In fact, he gets frozen in his tracks by the Suicune and set back by a combination attack. Guminosity Gaming now on the top side with Blaziken using the overheat to discard and discourage Taigang from pressing on any forward. A 3-man combination taking care of the Regieleki. Snorlax trying to block Cade, the Garchomp, who's looking to escape, but the knockout is going to land. He gets knocked up and set back to the timeout chair. Set to the Pokemon Center. TI Gang leveraging this advantage. You know where they are, you know where they're not, and they're not by the Registeel, so they're going to give what they got, and they were able to take it back to their home lot and get that score, get that protection, get that strength, that power up, that +1 for TI Gang.
That buff from the Registeel there, that's going to be huge there for Thai Gaming. They are running a little bit of a different strategy than we've seen from them in the previous games here, where they're just being really aggressive. They're going in more on these team fights. They're not withdrawing from them as fast. Looks like they're going to lean into a little bit of an invade strategy here. Scyther trying to come into Guminosity's jungle to see if there's any XP for them to pick up. We still have over a minute before the raid, but man, they're in a good position right now. All 5 members of Thai Gaming together there, and only 3 members, and they managed to pick off the Suicune in that exchange. Suicune just too far behind in levels, taking the Mimikyu as well. Level 14 Scyther. This thing is just a menace. It's getting in there, it's slicing and dicing, and it's making Julian French fries just like it. I don't even have words for it at this point. I mean, it's just getting in there. It's doing so much damage. The Miraidon using that laser to try to get them back out. Psyduck retreating back to pad to get some heals in. Charizard getting caught back by that Scyther. It's super low HP, but Scyther decides it's not worth the fight and retreats. And it looks like more members of Guminosity are preparing in that top lane for this fight. They're actually going to take members of Thai Gaming down, pushing back Miraidon and Garchomp. Psyduck comes in here, super suit, ready to save the day. Holds back that Snorlax throwing the block up there, trying to get back out on its own. This is not a moment where any team wants to lose their members. 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds, 15 seconds to Ray. It's a good chance for them to try to rip this Regieleki. They have the time to do it, and they're dedicating the resources, and Thai Gang does get it. That's going to open up a chance for them to try to sneak in on this Ray and maybe see Guminosity distracted by that Regieleki, but it may just go in.
All right, Thai Gang coming in from the right side. We do see a grab coming from the side deck. Side deck is going to go for the Charizard. Charizard pops the Unite move. Will get the first pick on the Scyther, the biggest player of Thai Gang, being sent out. Charizard controlling the space and kiting this out beautifully. Alchemy using the Unite move in order to heal and recover for their team. They discard it quickly when their team moves out of position to get those shields and heals. And Garchomp, as the secondary hero, will get the pick onto the Mimikyu. 4v4 engage coming in for the Snorlax with a knockup, but will be displaced. Thai Gang now has advantage 4v3, but now Psyduck is overextended, may get caught out by the Blaziken, but is able to retreat backwards, giving beautiful spacing for the Miraidon as he continues to rip apart Guminosity Laming. Charizard being forced to retreat and will be sent home by the Garchomp, now meaning that Rayquaza is safely in the hands of Thai Gang, and they will be able to acquire. They did. This is their moment. This is their shot. It's possible. It's necessary. to do what you got to do. TI Gang pushing in the 100 burgers back to back. The block is not going to stop. We see 100 points coming in from the side up. We see more points about to be scored as we have Scyther going in, trying to get in, but his shield will be knocked out. Alchemy trying to go in, is getting the fire blast, but is not stopped. Another 100 points. They are up by 400 now. This is it, their moment. It cannot be. Guminosity Gaming has been set to game 3.
TI Gang just dropping those hundo burgers down Guminosity Laming's throats like they are on special. 2 for 1, 5 for 1, 5 for $1. They are just knocking them all in there and taking the team down for extra measure just to make sure 500 to 167 going into the last few seconds here of the match. TI Gang is going to force this going to at least a game 2. Guminosity has to take this to win the series, but if TI Gang takes this, it's literally winner takes all this next match. Whoever gets it gets the championship.
You know, I got a question. Is it game 2 or is it game 3? Because it got the winner advantage. Technically, it's the second game, but it would be considered the best, the third game of the series, because the first one was a winner's advantage. What are we supposed to call that? I don't think I got the voice memos on that. Chat, what do you think? What do you think it should be? Should we call it the second or the third? But while we have you sit and dwell on that answer, we're going to go ahead and look at the points here. The final score, 167 to 560 in favor of TI Game. And look at those point differentials. Garchomp being the MVP of TI Game, and the damage is massive. 89,000 on the Miraidon, 92 on the Scyther, and 77 from the Garchomp. Ziani also pulling in some pretty favorable numbers, 58,000 on the Suicune. And this is an interesting metric because Suicune has recently been nerfed and does not have very high damage ratios outside of his passive, which I believe is true damage or percentage. And we can look at the score chart here. Very neck and neck for the majority of the game. Even at 8 minutes, the differential was incredibly small. It was only at the Ray fight did we see one team finally pull ahead. So game 1 of the series, TI Game, so used to using these scoring compositions, forces the hand of Guminosity Laming in order to using. All right, we're having some technical difficulty. Going into the replay here, TI Gang is wow. I'm so amazed that I'm at a loss for words. We can see the ferocious plays coming for the both teams as they try to defend their pads. Guminosity Laming showing a powerful defense of their bot side pad here, but the separation of the play, Garchomp's decision to return back and work with their team in order to get this pad is one of the moments I think that really helped secure the win and ensure that they had this massive EXP lead. Blaziken chased after the Alchemy there, but will get poked apart by the rest of their team. Great spacing. When I talk and teach people how to play ADC, when I teach them how to play Marksman for League of Legends or any other esport title, spacing and tethering and what we call ZOI is a very efficient part of this, and a great mastery has been displayed on our player here with the Miraidon as they take these long range trades, pokes, and exchanges.
So for those of you out there who don't know that Mal is actually a esports coach out there, so tell us what TOI actually stands for. You mentioned that.
It's ZOI. So ZOI is Zone of Influence, and Zone of Influence is the maximum range a player can reach at any point of time. It's a way of representing your placement on the map relative to your opponents. And somebody steps into your ZOI, if you're standing static, you're going to get the first hit on them. Or if you have a larger zone of influence than your opponent, it means there are moments in the game where you can attack them where they can retaliate. So you have an advantage. And if they walk at you at the same speed that you're walking it back, we call that tethering, they won't ever be able to reach you. And so you can maintain these ideal positions where you can attack them and they can attack you. And this is also often referenced as spacing when you're playing with long range characters.
And you see Mime out there is very good at tethering. It actually has its own personal tether. Going into the replay here, the last 30 seconds, I mean, you can see TI Gang is just cleaning up. They were super aggressive. They managed to get in there. They ripped that Ray. They did excellent zoning at that Ray so that they could secure it. And then they were able to pick off Guminosity's members in just enough time to be able to get in there, score those hundo burgers. And I do apologize for the technical difficulties on my end. I keep losing, I don't know, microphone or vision. I lose vision or sound, one or the other, and I can't talk to you in those moments. I'm just like, I want to say something. This is a great moment. I'm excited. There's so much to say, and hopefully it doesn't happen again, and we can get into this ban phase for what is essentially the final match at this point now. It's the second game for Ty. Oh, we got the gray screen of death. I jinxed it. It's back. We're okay. It's back, but that doesn't bode well for things. It does look like Ty Gang is going to actually ban the Gengar. That is definitely a target ban, and the Aegislash, but we're going to see a little bit of counter target banning. They're still going to take out the Tyranitar, but they're also going to go after the Psyduck as well. Psyduck did prove to be a super Psyduck in his super suit in that last match. He was able to get in there, stun, disrupt, heal, well, not necessarily heal, but defend. Psyduck is a supporter character, but plays a great defender position as well. Tygang is going to take that Alchemy away from Goominosity and lock in the Snorlax for themselves as well. Snorlax has been really pivotal for them using those walls. It's been a great use, but Goominosity making use of that Suicune pick again, and it looks like they're hovering over. They're going to take a Trevenant. Trevenant could prove pretty disruptive depending on what comp Tygang decides to run back here.
Disruption has been the name of the game inside and out all stream. So I'm just laughing at the irony of it. But Tygang is going for a more traditional play that we haven't seen aside of that last game. They've been very invested into the score composition, but now Ducky Loco is going to grab the Snorlax. They're going to take the Alchemy. They're looking for a more front to back composition, and looks like they're going to be taking that Miraidon as well. That worked very well, and Goominosity Laming is going to need a way to bypass the front line and get onto them. Lucario is a response to do that. Scyther or Scyther, but preferably Scyther, is also a really great way to do that. Although you've got the shields from Alchemy, you've got the block from Snorlax, and you also have the ability to pick apart one opponent by this arena. So Miraidon is not without defense. It's going to be... It's going to be a coin. I don't know if I say coin flip, but it's going to be a back and forth. We're going to see some messy team fights, and I think it's going to be the team that makes the fewest technical misplays that comes out on top.
The good thing about Tygang, though, is they have, with that Miraidon, it does give them a little bit more range than what Goominosity Laming has over there on their side, with the majority of melee characters, the Suicune being really the only one that could reach some range, but not quite as long range as the Miraidon is able to get to. Azumarill, another one that we could potentially see some range out of, but is primarily a melee character, really strong on the crits. The Serena, another good character that we haven't really seen a lot of play from lately, but running the stacking items and the weakness card on the Serena, we could see that be their frontliner, as you know, right there up next to the Snorlax, doing some damage, taking some of Goominosity Laming's Pokemon out of the mix with its Unite move. I mean, this is like a completely different thing that we've seen Tygang run all night so far. They're running these two hyper aggressive comps back to back, throwing Goominosity Laming a little bit off of their game. They're not sure what to expect now that this is completely different than what they've seen from Tygang, but Tygang still using these moments to try to get in there and score and use these heavy frontliners and these high damage Pokemon, but they're actually leaning into more of a heavy rip Pokemon as well, like they did last comp, so that they could get in there, rip that Ray quick, and still hold back Goominosity. So we're heading in to the final game here. This is it, folks. This is it, trainers. The winner of this match will be your champion for the night. Scyther and Phantump in the bottom lane. We see the little Bounsweet with its little pirate hat and the little Milcery in the top lane there. Cute little Pokemon together. Don't look like much of a threat, but you should beware. They are hiding some big things behind those little packages. Miraidon and Snorlax are trying to get in here, but it's not quite enough. Snorlax has too many points on it, and they're really low health. They're getting a lot of early damage there from that Scyther. Pushing back on them there. They're going to push back on the Phantump itself as well. Phantump gets super low there. Miraidon pushing really hard. Scyther getting low, but is it going to be enough? They do manage to get away, but that's going to leave that Autono for Snorlax to pick up.
Alchemy is behind enemy lines, and the top pad right now is not totally punished for it. Will get some points in, but is going to be knocked out here by the combination of Blaziken and Lucario and Suicune from Goominosity Laning. They now have a number advantage on the top side. This might be a chance to get some powder points, but instead of going for the scores, they are going to go for the birds instead and secure that EXP. That EXP is what they need if they want to see this game to its conclusion. Now, Sereno or whatever, is it Bond Sweet? What is the name of the second form? You can't fit a big dream in a small life, and you have to be forced to evolve into something bigger and grander, and it's a great metaphor for the type of play that TA Gang wants to bring out today. Almost level 5, almost have the next play in hand, and able to finally have a presence on the map. But they're not going to be discouraged here, as TIE Gang is going to be trying to interrupt, but the Snorlax will not be able to successfully take the buff, giving both the buff and the knockout over to Blaziken, giving him closer to that evolution.
That invasion just didn't work out too well there for Snorlax. It instead gave up some valuable XP, but both positions are in prime position, getting ready for these 8-minute birds. Heading into this team fight just a little bit early, we see the dive from the Blaziken, but it doesn't escape the encounter. 4 members of TIE Game coming in there. We see the Azumarill coming in, trying to throw the crits, trying to secure these birds. We see the freeze from the Suicune. It's not enough to slow them down, but it is enough for Suicune to potentially get away. These crits from that Azumarill are just too much for it to put up with, enough range for it to be able to pick that Suicune off, get the Phantom. Phantom is still not evolved into Trevenant there. That leaves 4 members to gang up on this Lucario. We see the Blaziken come in from the backline, but all 5 members of TIE Gang are there to try to push back, but I think they're deciding that maybe this isn't a team fight they want to be a part of, and instead they're holding back. They're going to go after these birds. They're going to pick up this XP. Serena now fully evolved there from Steenie, the middle evolution there for trying to get in there, get some damage, and they are going to push back. They do get those picks. They take down the Lucario, they take down the Suicune, and it is going to be enough for them to get massive points and actually break this top goal.
Beautiful combination between Serena at the Doom Knight League, another amateur league. We call her the Steppy Fruit Lady. Between the Steppy Fruit Lady and the Alchemy, using her dashes as a way to connect that stuns is a very positive combination, but they don't just do it with her, they do it with their Azumarill as well, which allowed for a lot of these big connects. Now we see Luminosity Gaming, they're going for what we call an objective trade. They give up the Regieleki, but they take the Registeel, giving them that buff which will allow them to win the next preceding team fight, or at least have a significant advantage, because 20% is a massive amount of damage no matter which carry that you are putting that on. Both teams 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game are reassessing and repositioning the next play, and it looks like they will be going for the center, and that's where the action is going to happen. We do have the stun landing on the Scissor trying to use a bullet punch in order to get enough HP to get away, but will be caught in a 1v4 position, utilize the Unite move, but will not be able to break free. Trevenant trying to escape using his push, but will get stunned, giving a double knockout over the TI Gang. They're now in a 5v3, and they're going to keep pushing this in order to get to the pad. Lucario, though, was able to get a knockout onto the Snorlax, and it looks like Blaziken's going to be forced back from the Azumarill, but Azumarill is back into the fight, and this is not where they want to be, as they are now 1v3 through very poor parallel trading. Great team fighting from Luminosity laning, as they now have the push, they now have the advantage, and this is their opportunity to shine, but TI Gang is trying to retaliate with the damage, as Miraidon, using the Unite move, trying to get some of these Revenants who are very low, but Trevenant will be able to lock onto the Miraidon, forcing them to cancel the Unite move in exchange for being sent back to the Pokemon Center. The barrage has ended, and both teams have effectively reset.
That was quite a bit of back and forth right there. It did look like Luminosity was going to be able to successfully get the push in and maybe even break the bottom pad, but things are looking a little bit more in favor of TIE Gang as they get that Blaziken knockdown, send that back to the Pokemon Center. We see the Trevenant come in with a little bit of disruption, using that Horn Leech to try to push back, but all 5 members of TIE Gang are there. They're ready. They have the level advantage, and they do break that bottom goal. It puts them in a good position here. They're only about 40 points ahead of Luminosity right now, but we're seeing these Regis spawn. The second set of Regieleki in the top lane. Scissors running through the jungle trying to pick up some of those buffs. Serena uses its Unite move in that moment. They're just using it to try to get away right now. It was looking to try to pick up some XP, but TIE Gang in the bottom lane is going to be able to secure this Regirock without much of an issue. That is the nice thing about this Azumarill's huge power, is it does manage to score those crits when it's in a 1v1 environment. So as long as it's only up against one opponent, it's scoring guaranteed critical hits, and that makes for a great Pokemon to secure objectives, but not so good in a triple team fight, as we can see there.
All right, Gary Clouds coming from Guminosity, aiming a 3v1 scenario, picking apart the Azumarill, now leaving the Alchemy a little exposed, and the bullet punch comes from the Scissor. Yeah, the Scissor, that's correct. I almost thought Scyther. They're going to keep pushing in here onto the pad. They're going to fight. Snorlax is trying to cause disruption. We're at a point in the game where the 200 points of heals and shields for the pad really aren't that advantageous. So Guminosity teases have an opportunity to get some of those knockouts, but the Unite move coming in from the Azumarill will allow for a double knockout in favor of TI Gang, bailing out their teammates from a very disastrous position. Ooh. But in exchange for this, Lucario on the top side, a successful split push, getting 40 points in with a 37 overcap, effectively tying the score 192 to 192.
However, in a tie game, now we know the score is not going to stay the same for the rest of this game, but in a tie game in Unite, the team that reached the score first would be the team that wins in the end. So if it did stay the score, tie game would be the ones that won, but there's no way we see this stay this way. Both teams are effectively pushing pretty strong here in the bottom lane, a little back and forth. No one really wanting to give it up. Tie gang, most of their members are converged in the bottom lane. They're not really looking at that Regieleki, though. If Serena wanted to up in the top lane there, she could go secure it. She's got enough rip power. Snorlax is just kind of feeling out that Scissor, maybe looking to zone it out a little bit. Maybe they're looking to just set up for this bottom Reggie, but with nobody in the center there, Tai Gang is able to secure those birds for some extra XP. They're doing great on levels here. All of their Pokemon are level 10 or above at this point, where we see Guminosity. A couple of their Pokemon are just now hitting 10, a couple are just hitting 13. So the level advantage is definitely on the side of Tai Game, and looks like all of their members are in the bottom, ready to rip that Regirock to give them that nice big defense buff. Going into this Ray fight, we have 14 seconds till this Ray fight. Regieleki did unfortunately hit Tai Gang's top pad, and they took that opportunity for Blaziken to score a few points, but Tai Gang decided it wasn't that important. Even though they didn't know where their points laid at that point, they did know they were ahead on goals. They figured they could afford to lose it, and now they're going into this Ray fight.
All right, Tai Gang going to come in from the Luminosity coming in. Guminosity coming in from the top side. They are a member down right now trying to make this play happen. We do see the Unite move coming in from several different places. Scyther trying to get a great play, but is going to be isolated from his teammates and will not survive. It will get sent back to the Pokemon Center. The advantage now with Tai Gang as they press this forward, front to back, landing the stuns, and this arena will get the Blaziken. Lucario at about 30% HP. Azumarill sending back the Suicune very low on HP, so this is what they need. They got 3 players knocked out, only 2 left. Tai Gang has the advantage. Trevenant's trying to cause some more disruption, but Snorlax will get the pick on the Lucario, meaning that there is, again, only 2 players, now 3 players, but Scissor and Suicune both need to get down there in time. Rhydon's using the Unite move, trying to secure, and they will not be able to do it. Trevenant comes in with the steal. This is a pretentious moment. This is a precious moment. They are down on players, only a few of them having the shields up, and they're currently up by 100 points. A little less than 100, a little over 100, about 120 points. And so Tai Gang needs to try to leverage these numbers while they still have it. They only have about 8 to 15 seconds to activate this before they are outnumbered, and then the advantage will be in the defender's position. Guminosity Laming just needs to hold on, but if they let 2 scores through, they are going to be finished through and through. 30 seconds on the clock. This fight is going to be the one, and it starts off with an attempt of the stun from the Alchemy, but Blaziken will abuse the overheat, getting a substantial chunk of damage. Double stun landing will get onto the Trevenant. We see Miraidon trying to chip away, but the heals and the shields are getting in the way. Azumarill now very low, forced to be on the side. Miraidon trying to get enough. We see the knockups and the rolls, the Homer Simpson method coming in from the Snorlax, but it's just not enough to penetrate. They cannot get in there. They cannot get the scores, and our champions for the night will be Guminosity Laming.
Guminosity Laming, let's go. That secure on the Ray in the little sneak right there in that back, that was pretty solid right there, and that was crucial. Securing that Ray when it really looked like Tai Gang had it pretty locked up was pretty critical, but there were only a couple of members of Guminosity up. They were ahead in points at that time already, but now They had secured the Ray, they had the shield on those couple members. They were able to get in, score just a little bit more, bring them ahead a little bit, but their members were able to respawn in time to make those big defensive plays. As we can see here, this was a really close game. Look at all of that damage that Thai Gaming was dishing out. 95k from the Miraidon, 74k from the Azumarill. They really were big on the numbers. They went with these big aggressive comps. They knew they had to play it differently with Guminosity, and it did do well for them in the first game. It did well this game as well. They unfortunately just lost the Ray to that snipe, and that was really what turned the game around for Guminosity. If Thai had been able to secure that Ray, they would have been able to get in, get pushes, drop several hundo burgers, and that would have been game for them. But unfortunately, our champ, well, I say unfortunately, congratulations to Guminosity. Congratulations, the champions tonight.
Take a look at these replays. We're seeing some of the highlights here. So here's a really great moment of Miraidon just playing the space very well. They're on the outside of the fight, but they are going to be able to chip away, throwing their abilities, and only really dipping in and out when their abilities are off cooldown, maximizing their damage, minimizing the risk. And here's another phenomenal team fight as we see Miraidon incredibly low in health, but instead of recalling, they're going to be there to chip out what they can, and they're relying on their teammates to keep that space for them. Alchemy doing something very similar, putting themselves between the opposing team and their front line, allowing them to continue to give that support. And at the very end, this was a phenomenal fight as well. This isolation of targets, these single target picks, they are going for some of the bigger carries. Blaziken's getting forced out to the side here. Scyther's now isolated within his team fight in a 1v3 scenario, and actually 1v4, and gets poked out here, meaning that Thai Gang now has the number advantage, which almost got them the Ray if it wasn't for a technical misplay. And we can see, like, the fight is always in a pneumatic advantage in the favor of Thai Gang. If we were to draw a circle around the different characters, every circle has more TI games in it instead of Luminosity players. But right here, the Horn Leech Steel, it was,
that was pretty pivotal. That was pretty pivotal. I actually thought the Scissor was going to get in there and get the steal instead. It was not. I did not expect the Trevenant to get in there, get the steal off the Horn Leech, but it was able to do that by also pushing back on the opposing team. So congratulations to Guminosity Laming, our champions tonight, and welcome back to SteelAgentKyle. There is a handsome face that we love to see on this stream at all times.
Did he get new glasses?
Where? What? I did get new glasses.
His friend over here is looking
I
quite
did get
handsome.
New glasses. I got them like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, they're new. Holy cow! Yeah, what an incredible tournament today was. We didn't get to really enact the rule set because we were flying through the bracket, but I mean, we saw Guminosity at the beginning of the stream, and we saw them at the end, and they look like a force to be reckoned with. Probably the entire way. I think there's only like one set where we didn't quite see it all. But yeah, incredible stuff here tonight by this squad. Kind of a pickup squad. A mishmash of a few different teams. Gang put up a really strong there. But wow, that steal on Rayquaza from IMAX was that I think I was backstage. I just like audibly gasped, and some of the production staff don't have they can't see it in live time. So like they're like, "What happened?" I was like, "Oh, sorry,
what happened?"
I didn't mean to spoil anything, but I audibly gasped. So yeah, incredible stuff from these squads. But thank you guys for showing up and showing out. Let's start to wrap things up today. So. Just a quick reminder to everybody, this was kind of an off-week tournament, so it was supposed to be a little bit different of a rule set, but it didn't last as long, so we didn't have the fun best of ones that we imagined in the winner side of the bracket. Lower side bracket was still all BO1s, but the grand finals, obviously, we had a little bit of an abbreviated set, but it ended up going the distance for what it could, so exciting stuff. Stuff on board and on deck. We have probably 15 minutes left to sign up for the first step. So if you have not signed up, it is first first step in chat. And if you need to sign up,
signups are closed. Actually,
signups have closed. Sorry, but signups have closed for this first one. Just the first one.
Still 3 more left.
There are 3 more left, so the second session will be opening post the first tournament. which is going to be, I believe, next Friday. But I hope everybody joins in and has fun with that. But I'm going to do a little bit of a roundtable before we head off. I know it is quite late. It's like 1:20 for me. We'll start with Ponyta. Ponyta, any final thoughts of kind of the current meta and the state of Unite that we've seen it?
I think we're seeing a pretty well-rounded meta. I've seen a lot of talk about it on Twitter mostly, where it just feels like almost anything you pick is pretty good in any comp at this point, is playable, especially in like a solo queue comp if you're playing in ranked matches online. And we could see just tonight the variety of comps that we saw from these teams. We saw everything. We saw 4 speedster comps that played really well. So it's a really good balanced meta right now, I feel, and I'm glad to see Galarian Rapidash finally getting the credentials it deserves. It's such a, I don't want to say broken, it was definitely broken upon release, but a Pokemon that has that much mobility, that much movement with that kind of stun power and still do that kind of damage, it almost feels a little broken, but there's so much out there to counter. There's a lot of crowd control in the meta right now, so, but there's also a lot of counter to the crowd control, so really, I'm going to stick with it. I think it's a balanced meta. I think the game is in a good place right now. I think almost all of the Pokemon are in a good place, and I like seeing these little micro patches that come in where they just do these minor tweaks to these Pokemon here and there to kind of bring them up to where they need to be or down to where they need to be.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of Pokemon, like you said, that are playable. Most things have a counter, a little bit of a counter play. I think some of the supports are really strong. This is why we saw a lot of support bans today. Malice, any final thoughts of the tournament as we start to wrap things up?
You know, I think 2 things that I really saw today that stood out to me is macro play is something that is at a high degree invaluable, and you can cause tremendous upsets and unexpected results by really understanding how to play the map and how to leverage your pressure. And keeping calm under that pressure is probably a paramount response, because if you're in a panic or you're just responding to everything you see, it gets out of control very quickly. And the next thing that I think is a really paramount lesson to any viewer who's new or looking to get in competitive is having an intentional plan behind the draft. We saw this with the TI game against Luminosity in the finals bracket. The adjustment to these score compositions by grabbing the Darkrai allowed them to take control of Game 2 and ultimately win in Game 3, which give them the winner's advantage for the grand finals, where they only had to win 1 game. Had it gone to a Game 3, TI easily could have taken that and easily could have been the championship of today. They played very well in that last game and almost took it 2-0 if it wasn't for the Trevenant steal. And so you can make the argument that intentional draft and a good response in that finals match set them up for the long-term success of the night, and that's a lesson I think we should be extracting and taking away from this.
I agree. But as we start to wrap things up, a couple of quick reminders on some of the happenings around Unite over the next couple of weeks. So as far as some of the schedule and what's on the docket, so obviously we had Underdunk today. We'll be back next week, next Thursday. We'll be at the normal time, 7 p.m., so a little bit different from today. Before we make any final rule changes, we'll to the timing of Underdunk, we wanted to test a few things out. But so we will be back 7 p.m. Eastern next week. As far as other things going on this weekend, Unity Clash. So if you like the production of today's show, Unity Clash, Shivam is the one that produces a lot of their shows. So if you want to watch some of the Asia Summer Series on Unity Clash, it's on Gotlu's channel at, I believe, starts at 2 a.m. on Saturday. So it is quite late if you're in the States. So if there are any night rowlets, this is definitely a watch for you. I believe it's Saturday and Sunday. And then the First Step Summer Session number 1 is going to be this next Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. So we'll be here on my channel. It'll be a little bit more of a casual broadcast, so it's going to be a little bit more of a slow pace type of deal, just a little bit more user-friendly. And then outside of that, the West Summer Series is July 12th and 13th on the Unity Clash network, I guess. It's on Gatlu's channel. !Unity Clash if you need to know where to go to watch that. But that is really about all we have. Big shout outs to everybody that participated today, all the teams that showed up. We had 17 teams. Obviously, Malice, Ponyta, thank you for taking us home with these last few sets. Thank you for Husky for starting off the show with me. Obviously, big shout out to Beena for observing, Shivam for producing, Schmeedy and Lordy on the TO desk. And then I believe that's everything other than me giving out a second shout out for Beena for putting together the First Step program. I think it's just amazing. There's a lot of work. So for those that don't know, there's a lot of work that goes into it. We have a team of people that are trying to make some things happen for more people. So I hope everybody enjoys it. Obviously, our feedback section in the Discord is always a great place to provide any feedback of how you may want to see the different changes in the tournament or changes in the different programs that we're looking to run this summer. Other than that, I'm going to just say thank you, everybody, for showing out, and we will see you in a week. So take it easy, and we'll see you in 7 days, everybody. Bye now.
Bye.